Yes,
Well,
we
damn.
yeah. Yeah, we're only just now going live this entire time.
Wow, that's
It's
almost an episode wasted.
Right? Should have
no,
been live this whole time.
well, like I said, I always like the fact that our pregame is that we analyze something just to get. It's kind of like when you're about to play the big game and you do a little bit of warm up before it. The
Is that
little
what we were doing? We were just bullying an
I'd say
easy target for a warm-up?
this might be the wrong crowd to use sports metaphors. I mean,
oh right.
Yeah. Half of us are weebs and the other half are Star Wars fucking bibliographies in person.
Oh god.
Encyclopedias, bro.
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah,
so
you
welcome
potato.
welcome to Y.A.R.P episode 5. Today is a special occasion because we have our first guest. So, how about you welcome yourself, Mr. Sith Lord person?
Hey everyone, I am Lord Cadius. It's great to be here.
I like to imagine like a Sith Lord just walks in, like we're all at a conference table, and then this like the Imperial March is playing. Like he strolls in with this big cape. And he said, "Hey guys, how's it going? I'm Lord Cadius. Was that
Fine.
is that a burger? Is that a burger you're eating there?"
I find your
Can
lack
I,
of enthusiasm
Can I get a
disturbing.
water?
It's gonna be a great meeting, very productive. We get a lot of shit done.
Oh my god, Death Star conference meetings. I bet they were death.
Uh, yeah, Darth Vader's just fucking. Darth Vader's just watching all of them. It's like, so how's the budget go? They're all sidelining him. How's the budget for this month going, Kevin?
Well, yeah, it's just like the first item on every meeting is you better have a fucking good reason that you set this meeting at 9 a.m., you cunt.
Or Vader is gonna cut you in fucking half.
Literally, yes.
Don't
Hey
let me
guys,
find
the
out this could have been
Emperor
an
is
email.
The Emperor is
Oh
visiting.
my
If you
god,
guys could
yes.
just check the tractor beam levels, that'd be great.
Yeah, just Grand Moff Tarkin's just sitting there with a cup of coffee. He's like nursing a hangover, just like, is there a reason why this meeting couldn't be an email?
And you're looking at like the engineer in the corner who had to boot Darth Vader up at like 6 a.m. that morning just so he'd be on in time. It's like, oh my fucking god, I could have been in bed for this.
Meanwhile, Vader's actually just stewing. He's like, I was having a late night. I was thinking about Obi-Wan and how much I want to kill him. Because he's still out there somewhere.
Oh, we're gonna get answers to all those questions when that show comes out. Don't you worry.
Oh, God. Don't fucking remind me. I am so...
No stones left unturned for that.
God,
No more mysteries.
God, hold on. Let me look at the fucking picture. So, like, yeah, we got awards. We got fucking Bad Batch. We got fucking Obi-Wan. We got Ahsoka. We're getting a Rogue Squadron movie. Getting a Lando TV show. Who's excited for Lando? Not me.
Well,
I mean,
I actually
guess if
mentioned it
you're into
earlier.
droids-
Well, I mentioned this earlier that because the guy who plays Mando is like one of the very few that's eager to come back as much as he can, it might be the one that has the most heart behind it in a weird turn of events.
I guess I didn't think about it that way. But is it gonna be Billy D or is it gonna be This Is America?
Childish Gambino.
Yeah, it's gonna be Donald Glover.
Wait, wasn't that going to be
100%.
animated? Because if it's animated, I assume Billy D would do the voice.
Oh, if it's
No.
animated, then yeah,
He's
Billy
still
D.
it's still gonna be Donald Glover doing the voice. It's just gonna be animated. I guarantee it.
Well, then what the fuck about it is supposed to be Lando?
Well, I'm assuming it's gonna be stories from back in his past or what Lando was doing between the OT and the sequel trilogy, because that seems to be the primary void that they're trying to fill. They're trying to bridge the gap between the OT and the
I
sequels.
thought it would be like pre-Solo. Like how did Lando
Maybe.
How did Lando
I
meet
don't know.
L3? How did Lando
Is it
meet
just going to be the story of how this like roguish gambler got himself a boring government job when he finally decided to grow up? That sounds depressing.
Who the fuck knows?
Yes. I want to see that actually.
No, I've already lived that. Please no, don't.
All right, Cadius. Here's the main question. You have to bring back one character from the EU into canon. Who do you bring back?
Well, they already brought back Grand Admiral Thrawn. That would be my number one draft pick any day of the week. But if I had to pick a new one, gosh,
You know the answer.
of course I do.
You know the answer for bearded Jesus. You know his name. You know him well.
Well, no, hold on. There's a caveat to this question because there's someone I'd bring back if if the modern adaptations of Star Wars were good, because in the current modern Star Wars, I don't want them to fucking touch Revan ever.
Oh,
Just leave him alone.
Unless he's going to be played by Keanu Reeves, I would co-sign.
Even then, it's even if the person who plays him is perfect, I don't trust the writing to be good enough. And
well,
Revan
yes.
requires good, subtle writing.
Sorry, the caveat is
definitely.
always it's good. Like, we're accidentally living in fucking cinema wins. Just pretend it's what you wanted, fucking world.
If it's good, then yeah, absolutely. Revan, it's got to be. Caduce?
I would hope that they would pull some World Between Worlds stuff and actually bring back proper Jason Solo.
Yeah, Jason's. I would. Okay, if that's so, if I had to bring back a whole arc, then yes, I'd bring in the Vong no matter what. But if I had to bring in one person, it would be God himself, Mr. Kyle Katarn. I will always bring Kyle Katarn back.
You know, out of all the masters on the council in Luke's order, Kyle is not my favorite. I think I have a lot more respect for Corrin.
I have a lot more. I love Kyle Katarn, but if I had to see a live action version of Luke's Jedi Council, I'd have to go with Saba Sabatine. I would love to just see what a Barabel looks like in live action.
That'd be dope. Yeah.
I can't. This is so you two. This is revenge for the fucking weeb shit.
We called this.
We
did call it.
We did.
You will now suffer.
No, I can even weigh in on the question. I think if you leave the sequel trilogy intact and you want to explain, Luke's sort of, fall from grace and return to glory, if I had to pick one EU character to bring back, it would be Mara.
Ooh.
Because
damn
they
it.
could have woven that into the existing what we got, and she could have been a big influence on him, getting his shit together and becoming, back to his old self.
My first, when in my head when I basically had to rewrite the fucking sequel trilogy, after my rewrite of Force Awakens, Rey's holding the lightsaber out, and right from off screen, almost a enter stage right, Mara just comes out maybe holding some vegetables she gathered from their food source. And then she sees Rey, looks to Luke, and says, "Told you we couldn't stay out of this for long, farm boy." And it's just it would have been proper Mara. And it's just this is
well, and it would have been a big answer to the question of why Luke fucked off to some random island. Because for him to just go isolate by himself doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But for him to try to find some semblance of peace with Mara, that would have made a lot of sense.
Although
or if he left because Mara was killed by Kylo.
I mean, that you could have gone that way. I would have wanted her to kind of be around to help him get his shit together.
Well,
but yeah, I could see that working too.
Well, at the same time, I would agree at that. But at the same time, if we're slowly fucking scraping off bits of the EU, technically at this timeline, Mara would be dead because Jason killed her. That's exactly what happened. It was his.
Well, I was trying to say with making the least amount of changes to the sequel trilogy as is,
Of course. See, so the trying to find some semblance of peace with Mara. I don't know how I would have done that because at the same time, I don't think Mara would have been cool with the idea of let's just sit on our asses on this island for
While the
X amount
First
of
Order
time.
takes over the galaxy, yeah.
Mara
I
was
get
a
where you're
former
coming from on that.
Emperor's hand. In fact, when Jason Solo was turning to the dark side, she was like the second that Ben Skywalker told her like all the shit he had done for Jason, she was like, "I'm gonna kill him. That's it. All right." And she just gathered all her weapons and fucking attacked his ass.
Right? Hunted him down like a fucking dog.
She's just like, yeah, they were in space. Fucking Jason, after visiting his secret wife, Jason's like, huh, is that Lumaya out there? Lumaya, where the fuck are you? And then Mara just fucking blasts his ass out of the sky. They land on a fucking abandoned mining moon. And then Mara just basically just sneak attacks him so many times and kicks his fucking ass that he has to resort to fucking poison darts. It's like, and man, that was a,
Doesn't even defeat her properly.
yeah. Uh, I'm kind. I had to skip the end of that chapter when she actually died. I couldn't do it. I was just like, nope, I can't.
I love the way it was written, right?
Yes.
Across the galaxy, Luke's in his X-wing doing some shit,
And then his
just
hair,
like his
gets
whole world ended,
yeah,
and
and
it's just
like he knew things were different. And the last thing that Mara did as she died was that she said Ben's name and then she ruffled Luke's hair. That was her last living action. It was, oh, I miss Mara.
You guys remember when Star Wars was good?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do. In fact,
I do.
Oh my
I'm-
god, remember Star Wars, guys?
Yeah,
keep-
remember when that gave you the feels? God damn, those were good times.
I love how it was like, we'll
Tim-
start with the Game Awards, and then we immediately went straight into Star Wars. I'm like, God damn it.
Timothy Zahn, Troy Denning, Michael Stackpole, James Lucino. These are my boys.
I only half include Karen Travis's work. Apparently, Kevin Travis writes some tism half the time, and I'm like, damn it, you also contributed to some of my, like, it's because she was a military journalist, not a military journalist, a wartime journalist, so she understands how combat and all that stuff goes down. So she's really good at writing like the soldier's perspective. But apparently,
Yeah, I think she did some of the Halo and Gears books too.
yeah, and
That name
so
sounded really familiar.
yeah, but then apparently while she was writing her Republic Commando books, she also included this secret order of Jedi that where it's like okay to marry and all that stuff, and I'm just like, what are you doing? You are in the prequel era. That is not okay.
Yeah, it's like, welcome to the fanfic corner.
Yeah, that's where she went a little fucking crazy, and I'm just like, what the fuck? She also, I don't remember if she wrote Conviction. I think because Troy Denning wrote Invincible, but I think where in Conviction, that's when Jaina just suddenly just goes to Boba Fett and, well, not for suddenly. There's reasons behind it, but she goes to Boba Fett and goes like, "Can you teach me how to be able to kill my brother with Mandalorian techniques?" And it just kind of, the writing feels a tiny bit off. Maybe this is just because I'm a fucking autistic weirdo and listen to the audiobooks that are like 6 hours long and full of sound effects and music, so I'm constantly distracted. I'm like, oh, there's a lightsaber noise in the background. like,
I
like how-
remember when those noises used to make me feel things. Those were good times.
I don't want to say I'm a simp for the EU, but I sure as hell miss it.
It's good to be honest. Honesty is a good first step. You're definitely a simp for Boba. We know this.
Well, yes, but that's only because I'm that normal Star Wars fan that's just like, oh, Boba's so fucking cool.
Grand Admiral Thrawn. That's my crack lately.
Yeah. I see. The thing is, could you even imagine Rey fighting the Vong?
No, she'd die immediately.
Yeah, she'd be up against
Wait.
one.
Wait, Perfect Ray would get defeated?
Perfect
Oh.
Ray would get one shot in episode 1 of a Vong War.
Yeah, like all it needs is a simple fucking thud bug because she can't defend herself with her fucking lightsaber. She never blocked any blaster bolts.
You guys are just sexist and you hate women.
You know
I
what?
know, right?
I would love to see her broken by the Praetorite Vong though.
No, her in the embrace of pain.
Yes. Lock her up in the embrace of pain.
God, This is like the anti-Star Wars Explained
But
podcast.
guys, she's a Skywalker now.
The hell she is.
And all of the Jedi.
Oh,
And a
all of
time
them.
traveler.
oh,
Yeah, she can time travel.
oh God,
Isn't
Cadius,
that
have you
great, guys? She had the power in her all along.
Cadius, have you seen the new holiday special?
No, I have not.
It's in
Oh,
Lego
God, it's
form, and she gets a special time traveling crystal and goes throughout all of Star Wars. She loses it. Vader gets it for a while. Vader and Kylo meet, and for some reason isn't immediately fucking like all the paradox shit that you think would happen just doesn't happen.
If Vader ever met Kylo, real talk, if Darth Vader, like metal suit cyborg Darth Vader, met Kylo Ren, he'd whip out his lightsaber and run him through immediately.
Yeah.
You would
'Cause
think
Darth
with
Vader
this
is a
version
proper
of
Sith
Darth
Lord,
Vader,
and the Sith don't
not in the
tolerate
Lego
anything
special.
outside of the rule of two.
No. See, you don't get true Star Wars canon like the makers of the Lego Holiday Special do. They know that deep down, Darth Vader is actually a beta bitch.
It's true. He gets replaced. The Emperor takes Kylo Ren under his wing.
Oh,
The Emperor actually chooses Kylo fucking Ben over fucking Darth Vader.
no.
Yeah, and they
And
make
it's
Emperor
all
would see
canon.
right through that bullshit and just troll him into killing himself.
just go into his mind and just be like, just delve deep into his darkest thoughts and just make him kill himself.
I mean, honestly, Kylo looks like he's one bad day away from suicide anyways, so couldn't be that hard.
Why didn't Rey just encourage it then? Just do it already and rid the galaxy of your worthless ass.
She would have saved so many lives. I mean, really.
Oh,
So it's
wasn't
kind
there a new thing came out about how he went on like a murderous rampage between TLJ and Rise of Skywalker?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
that apparently happened. I don't know why they felt the need to break their stuff even further, but yes, they actually came out and said that.
Yeah.
It's like if you're breaking a window and you see one shard not quite smashed enough.
You got to run a wrecking ball through the whole house.
That's the thing. They made the First Order so obviously evil that I always wondered how the galaxy wasn't just in straight up rebellion from the get-go. The First Order reigns. Like hell it would. Like, come on.
You thought the Empire was tyrannical. These guys are.
Also, so yeah, the First Order reigns. It's like you skipped an awful lot of steps there.
A
It's
lot
like there's an entire fucking a trilogy in just establishing how they went from the fringe force trying to take on the Republic to being in control, and you just did it between movies. That's so fucking lazy.
I don't even know why they had to call it the First Order. They should have just made it the Remnant. If they had just made it the Remnant, then I feel like I wouldn't have been as angry.
Which is weird
no.
because it almost seems like that's what the Mandalorian is trying to set up. That
Yeah.
even though the Empire fell, that there was still
Bill Burr even calls it the Remnant at one point. I'm just
Yeah.
like,
The Imperial Remnant.
and it's just like,
yeah, and then it's like he's called one as well. It's like that's something that's common terminology to everyone in that episode.
yeah,
It's like, yeah, you'd know a lot about being a remnant, would you? And he's just like, yeah, that was a long fucking time ago, sweetheart.
yeah, Cadius, you and I both know that like as soon as the Empire was defeated, they were practically called the Imperial Remnant. Like the day after Palpatine was killed, they was like, well, not that
Can
fast.
we all just agree and take a second to appreciate the improvement of Bill Burr's character from season 1 to season 2?
Yes.
Yeah,
Oh my
he
god,
is
yes.
way more tolerable this time around.
Like, holy
Like some of his
shit.
banter was like
Yes,
actually good.
'cause they
Like,
let-
you remember
they
that
let
time
Bill
in the
Burr be
truck
Bill
when he
Burr.
straight up called Mando out for his inconsistencies?
Yeah.
It was like one of us is in that fucking truck with them. It's like, so you're kind of fucking inconsistent, aren't you? Like, what are the rules here? It's like, oh my god, he actually said it. Nice
Right?
one.
That's what I think. John Favreau
What?
wasn't looking. This was the second unit director, and he didn't know like he
Well,
was
and
supposed
by the
to shut
time
up
the
Bill.
episode ends, you're like, dude, the guy actually kind of has like feelers and emotions and shit. He's not just a fucking joke about how Imperials can't fucking shoot like he was in season 1. You know,
And
it's
then-
like, oh wow.
But my whole thing is like, where did he fucking go?
Well, I actually thought it was more of a fault of like Mando and crew. I'm like, are they just gonna leave him here? They're not gonna offer him like a fucking ride? to some kind of
yeah,
civilization.
they just
Well,
leave him.
That was one of my notes as well. It's like, where exactly are they in that last shot?
They're on Morak.
Yeah,
They're still
So
on the
they're
planet.
still on the same planet, the one
Yeah.
that's controlled by the Imperial garrison.
Because he had to
just
go
went to go
land
bang
to
some
pick up.
natives.
Well, he had to go pick up Kara and Fennec. Because after he picked them up off the roof, they were still on the ground because they were sniping.
Mm-hmm.
It's like they couldn't have just fucking dropped him off in Navarro when they dropped off Cara Dune.
Why would he want to go to Navarro?
I don't know, but
It's
I mean, they could
better
have offered
than
a
a
ride
random fucking
anywhere.
jungle.
Yeah. What is he supposed to go to that random village where there's probably not a spaceport?
Yeah,
Or
like
like
he's just gonna be on that
indoor
planet
plumbing.
forever, I guess. Yeah. No civilization. Like the Empire was the last remnant of civilization on that planet, and that's gone now.
I'm
So
gonna.
Yeah, it's like he escaped prison and now he's living in a third world country where he doesn't even have guaranteed food every day. This doesn't sound like an upgrade.
I'm gonna.
this kind of sounds like a step backwards.
I'm just gonna be honest. I agreed with Bill Burr where it's just like I've never actually been happy to see stormtroopers actually kind of just doing their job.
There were some good moments in that episode where it's like, huh, because you were kind of seeing things from the Empire's side there for a bit, and you were like, oh, maybe they're not all entirely pieces of shit. But then all of that sort of world building and character development just kind of flew out the window, and you're like, oh,
Ninja,
Yeah,
Candy Potter again.
Ninja, please tell me you knew who that fucking colonel or whatever rank it was. Like, please tell me you recognize that actor.
Oh, I recognize the actor. I didn't recognize the name of his character, but I know him from Doom, and I just recently watched a movie by Rob Zombie called 31, and he played a character in that was really fucking good. He plays a fantastic villain.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the face for it, let's be honest.
Oh, yeah, he really does.
He's got the face of a pervert, too, because he was, because Portman. I was immediate. I saw
Portman
him.
from Doom. Yep, he was Portman from Doom, and he didn't play a villain in that one, but he was a fucking asshole.
He
like
was
the whole
smartest,
squad hated him.
But he was the smartest one too, though.
Oh yeah, he was the one that was actually like, "This is a bad idea. Let's not do this. This is stupid."
He was the Hudson.
Let's call for backup. Let's get the fire.
We are the reinforcements. God. I can't believe that EFAP made a fucking mini of them reacting to Doom. It's like Doom is like the guiltiest pleasure of a movie for me.
It's one of those classic so bad it's good kind of movies.
Oh yeah, it's fucking phenomenal. I just remember seeing it in the theaters and just fucking rolling, dude. It was great.
Oh God. So
which thing are we covering first?
If we're talking about Star Wars, let's just say fuck it and cover Mando.
All right.
Okay, so who goes first?
The most recent episode. So should we just kind of go through it from like beginning to end, or how do we want to do this?
Let's do this from beginning. So do we want to start with a sort of plot synopsis, then go over the issues, or?
I was gonna say.
I mean, we can kind of do it scene by scene.
Who's on which side? Like, I guess we should kind of start there. Who liked it? Who didn't like it overall?
I did not like it, but I feel like I need to rewatch it with you guys because part of me was just like something just ain't right. Like, I couldn't tell.
I think you were objectively disappointed in the lack of Boba compared to last week's episode. I mean, he still had moments, but he definitely wasn't in it as much as he was last week. So I could see why that would be a step down.
Yeah, I guess I was kind of just expecting more Boba because they finally brought Boba back. I'm just like, yeah, guys, use him like as much as possible. Make him be in every scene. Make him shoot everybody. Make him
now
do all
he's
this.
just the guy in the chair.
Just make it the Boba show now.
Yeah,
yes, have you seen that meme? It's like, take a look at this, and he hits the button, and then it shows Boba smiling as the text goes, "This is my show now." And I'm like, I wouldn't stop you. This is your show now,
I would be
Boba.
totally okay with this. That'd be great.
I mean, I mentioned earlier that my notes are chronological, so just going through them, we'll get through every scene pretty much, because I have a fair few to go through.
Then I'll just point out like little memberberry things that I will say, like, I kind of gushed over. The fact that Slave 1's cockpit rotates now, depending on which angle it's facing.
Wasn't that always a thing?
That wasn't a thing when Jango owned Slave 1. That was specifically an upgrade that Boba brought in. that
And
they.
this is just the first time that we've seen it in live action.
This is technically the only time we've seen the inside of Slave One other than the main cockpit. Keep that in mind. We have never seen what's outside of Boba's like vision, basically. Or Jango.
Yeah.
We've only seen the seats. Now we see that there's actually a pretty decent insight in there. Because that's the thing. We had this discussion like, would you rather have Slave One or the Millennium Falcon? And you guys were bringing up how there practically wouldn't be any space to live in Slave One, and I feel like this episode kind of showed, yeah, there is a pretty decent space in there.
I mean, there's a cargo hold, which they kind of sat in as sort of their troop dispensary, but like, there's not. Well, that conversation specifically, we were comparing the Slave One to the Millennium Falcon, which has like a living room and like a table and a sofa and like a dedicated kitchen. Like, it's meant to be lived in.
Yes.
Whereas the Slave One's more just like get the job done kind of
Yeah.
work ship.
The only person who's clearly sleeping in that thing is Fett.
Yeah. And now the half cyborg lady.
Oh yeah.
The sniper waifu.
Okay.
Hey, I mean, we've seen enough anime lately. You know, this is like why am I spacing on her name? But you know, Young Defiant was shitting on her from Gurren Lagann. You know, everybody needs a sniper waifu.
So, Katie, so what do you think of what do you think of what they're doing with Boba's character? I'm gonna go on a limb and say I like it. Because if you remember how they handled
Shocker.
if you remember how they handled Boba in the old EU, they kind of just made him go business as usual, despite the fact his two biggest clients and his entire world was kind of destroyed overnight.
Well, it depends on which part of the EU you're going to reference, because he was Mandalore.
Yes, but even as his time as Mandalore, he was a very absentee Mandalore up until pretty much like the last few years the EU even existed.
Well, he kind of led by example. He's like, "Don't wait for me to tell you what to do. Just get to
yeah,
it."
I'm more talking about like on how Fett kind of handled himself, because there's a lot of examples in like Legacy of the Force where he just switches off emotionally and all that stuff, and it's like, yes, I know Boba has led this very traumatic life when it was after his father was killed, and he's pretty much done nothing, but hate people and kill them and do all that stuff. But
Well, he lost his wife, he lost his daughter, he lost his home world, he lost everything. I mean,
right,
his entire arc in Star Wars is just a series of tragedies.
right. I kind of only like this because it's if Fett goes back to being that damaged character, it would make sense. But for right now, I like what they're doing with the fact that Solo gave him a slice of humble pie by accident by having a blind man put his ass in the Sarlacc pit, and the Empire and Jabba are defeated pretty much in a weekend. And Fett, they need to explain. I was really mad that they didn't explain what he was doing on Tatooine for 5 years. That's what I was hoping we were going to get from this episode.
Well, we don't know how long he spent in the Sarlacc pit. We don't know how egregious his wounds were. We don't know, what it took for him to get back into fighting shape. How long he spent with the Tusken Raiders.
Yeah,
that's all going to be part of the Boba spin-off story, guys.
Don't we know that it was around 5 years or so?
Yes, this is around 5 years after Episode 6.
Yeah, the Empire has supposedly been defeated because the Battle of Jakku happened. So I don't. It's a little weird because I thought maybe that's why I also kind of didn't like it. I wanted answers for previous questions like, "Hey, Fett, what the fuck were you doing for 5 years?" Like, this is like
especially so close to where his armor was, which is the thing we mentioned in episode 1.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Because I was having a discussion with this on EFAP posting on how like Fett cares a lot about that armor. That's his father's armor. So why was he just letting it sit around with somebody else? Because
well, not that they're real clear about it, but it at least is implied that he was vaguely keeping tabs on it. Not that I think that makes a whole lot of sense either, but it's not completely ignored.
Well, yeah, I know it's not completely ignored, but it doesn't answer the question of why the hell didn't he go get it?
I agree. The only thing that I think they could do to kind of fix that would be like what Cadius was saying, if he was wounded, if he had to recover after the Sarlacc pit, if he was essentially not in good enough shape to get it by himself, which would also explain why he agreed to help and kind of work with Fennec.
Yeah, well, and can I just say, like, I really don't like. So the weird fat shaming of Tamara Morrison, I always thought, like, I wasn't seeing it as fat. I honestly thought because he was wearing his robes underneath his armor, is so like, of course he's gonna look a lot bigger. And so,
Well, I mean, you can give the actor as much credit as you want, but I mean,
uh,
he's getting up there in age. I mean,
right. It's just
And
people.
this is something I mentioned in episode 6 as well. It's like, is he kind of chubby? And I kind of reasoned on his behalf. It's like, well, I mean, he's a reasonably fit-ish guy in his mid-50s. Like, he's got a bit of pudge. And then I said there earlier today, I was like, hang on. He's been living in a fucking desert for the last 5 years. He is a fucking lard ass.
And
He's been sitting on the couch drinking blue milk for
I
5 years
I've
straight.
been chalking it up.
Yeah.
I've been chalking it up to why he looks like that, mainly in the sense of specifically in that episode, is because he's wearing his robes under his armor, so it's just just unfortunately a bit pudgy because he
Is
just
he?
threw. Yeah, he just threw.
Why?
He was in a hurry. He just chucked the armor onto
He
him and
was
just
in a hurry.
yeah, he just like in that
Yeah, he
episode.
took the time to paint it, first of all.
No, I'm talking about.
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking
didn't
about.
take the time to fucking get his kit off before he put more clothes on.
No,
It's like,
sorry.
why are you wearing like a suit over your other
Sorry,
like
no,
pair
I'm
of
talking
clothes?
about the
It's like, well, I was
previous.
in a hurry.
I was talking about the previous episode, when he just chucked
Oh,
the armor on to fight the stormtroopers. No, when people say he looks pudgy in that episode, I'm like, he just chucked his armor on, and
I will agree he doesn't look as pudgy in the updated armor, like in this current
yeah, he looks
episode.
fine in this. In like, because in all honesty, he's just wearing his armor and just the normal jumpsuit he'd wear underneath it, instead of those robes. Like, so that's yeah. If he was still wearing those robes and all that stuff, like even with the updated armor, I'd be like, oh, what the hell.
What are you doing, guy?
maybe it's cold in space.
Okay, so what's our first issue with this episode? In
Okay,
everybody's
well, I was
notes.
thinking about how to do this. See, I don't know which of us has like the more comprehensive notes that will go like scene by
Oh,
scene.
my notes are on the Game Awards, so you go ahead with the Mando notes. I didn't take notes on the Mando.
Okay. So I'm just going to go note by note, and on each note is like anything around that scene that you can remember, just jump in because I won't have taken note of everything.
Okay.
But the first note I have is Boba's armor clean, looks like a toy of himself, and I kind of said this earlier.
Yeah,
It's like that's my first note because it's the first thing that really stood out. It's like, hang on, it looks a little bit too pristine because they repainted it as well. They didn't keep the scuffed paint or the battle damage
yeah,
or
it was
anything.
it was really weird in the sense of also it's not the same color. They went darker than his normal color, like because he's normally a limeish type green, and now they went straight up like grass, and it's like what the that's a
I have always thought of it like a sort of a camo-ish green. He looks like he's kind of a military mercenary
yeah
guns for hire kind of guy. It's like that's his whole thing.
yeah it was
But
but
it's also that they didn't remove all of the battle damage. It's like all the little bullet things off his chest plate, they're gone. But the iconic dent in his helmet, that's still there because of member berries.
yeah. I love how Beskar is now this like indestructible metal, like as it kind of should be, but at the same time, it's like Boba's got that fucking dent, and there's like always been that fucking Cad Bane like half animated thing from the Clone Wars, and that's how he got it. But at the same time, I was always like, how come nobody like we can't just explain that as just somebody bonked him on the head really hard? Why can't we just fucking do that and then move on? Like, because like the need to explain the dent is always I've always thought that's been so weird. Because
Well, it's only necessary if you claim that his armor is Beskar, which they never really have. They just said it was Mandalorian.
right, so here's the thing. You ask me, I forget the dent's even there. To be honest, I'm just like, oh right, there's apparently that dent on his helmet. I'm more the first thing if you point Boba Fett at me, I'm looking at the T-shaped visor. I never see the dent. Like I don't.
Hmm.
I see the red on the T, and then I'm like, oh right, there's that dent on his helmet. I guess.
And the thing is, I only noticed it because of how pristine the rest of him looks now. It
Mm-hmm.
looks very strange, especially because we've never seen him look like that.
I think it's also weird
And I
because
said it earlier as well. It's like if they kind of removed the grime and the dirt and like the rust, but they kept the scuffed paint and the battle damage, it would look perfectly correct.
yeah, I also just he kind of painted himself one singular color. If you noticed that, he like even his jetpack's one solid color. When it's like you want to talk about just how art works, which I know I'm not an artist, so I can hardly actually discuss this. Um, like you can't just make a person one singular color. You gotta give like complementary colors right next to it. Boba's colors have always been green and orange and reds.
Red. Yeah, he's got the green on his helmet and the red around his T-shaped visor thing. Those are the
Even
complementary colors.
even his jetpack
Well,
was green and orange.
I mean, he is like up there in age, and two, he used whatever colors he had available at the time. It's not like they went to the hardware store.
But we
You know,
didn't
he
see that.
put a
We
fresh
didn't see
coat of
what the
paint on his armor, cleaned it up nice, and then everybody
well.
wants to talk shit.
That still kind of assumes that he had like cans of paint just hanging around in the Slave One, but the Slave One still looks like shit. And by shit, I mean it matches the aesthetic of his armor in the OT. It's like they
Hmm.
repainted his armor, but not that, so he doesn't look like he matches it anymore. It's just a weird aesthetic choice. Is kind of my point.
Well, I get that, and I'm just playing devil's advocate, taking the opposite side, because honestly, eh, it wasn't that big of a deal for me.
Oh, it's not a big
Oh,
deal at all. I don't want to make out
it's
like
not a
this is
big
one of the
deal.
things that ruined the episode.
No,
We'll
yeah,
get to
this is
those.
it's just one of those things.
Okay.
It's yeah. We'll probably have more to say on actual stuff, but
Yeah.
when it's just one of those things, like, hey, wait a second, like that's all. That's what I call those kinds of things. Hey, wait a second moments where it's like, hey, wait a
Yeah.
second, why is this armor like that? That's a little weird. And
And
then
that's literally all it took for me to make the note. It was just one of those things in those first few moments of the show where I was like, okay, hang on. I'll just note that down because it's probably worth talking about.
yeah,
Fair enough.
if they sell a toy of this, I probably will not get it because like yeah, it's too clean. Plus, I already
I
own
mean, it
enough.
already looks like a toy. It's like
Plus,
it comes out, it looks even more plastic than normal plastic.
yeah.
It's like plastic plus.
Plus, I already have enough Boba Fett stuff. I literally have the Mantisaur skull tattooed on my arm. I cannot get any more Star Wars. Like, any more Fett, I mean. Any more Star Wars. Just tattoo the entire opening crawl of A New Hope on my back.
I'm pretty sure that has actually been done before.
Yeah, it probably has been done on somebody. Um, so
Okay. Are you?
no,
Do you have something else to?
I was about to say next. So wait, hold on. So you went straight to Fett's armor. So you don't mind the fact that they're even bringing Bill Burr back? Because I had
That's
kind of an
actually
issue
my
with it.
next note.
Oh, okay.
So, okay, the fact that they're bringing him back at all is more of a note from the last episode when they set it up. Because I remember when we saw that and watched it together, the first thing I asked was, why him? It's like, why does it have to be this guy? It's like, surely there are easier to find, more accessible ex Imperials than this guy, and you won't have a bad history with them. So why him? And that was more of an episode 6 uh, thing.
Mm-hmm.
And we still don't really have an answer for it, honestly.
Well, it's because
It's just he happens to be an ex Imperial that the Mandalorian kinda knows.
yeah, it's kind of just a well, I know you. You'll get the job done.
It's like we hate each other, but I know you.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the next note on my list is okay, this is kind of a bigger kind of problem because it's something consistent through the whole show. When they finally get there and they meet Bill Burr, it's like Bill Burr's like, "Oh, it's been a long time," and my note just says like, "Has it though?
Yeah,
How
this
long
show
has it
is
been? We have no fucking idea."
yeah, this
The
show has
passage
been
of time in the
very
show is a mystery.
Yeah, it's like the passage of time is a fucking nightmare. That I
So it's like,
am I the only one that thinks that time is very inconsistent with Star Wars in general? We don't really know how long Luke
well,
was on Dagobah. Well, unless you look at books. We don't know how long it took the Falcon to get to Cloud City. Like time is always
I mean, with a montage, we can kind of infer that it's been like a few weeks or a few months,
with
especially like with the way his body develops, like he's more muscular at the end of the training arc. It's like we can surmise, like, yeah, it's been a few months, maybe half a year.
yeah. With what was I going to say? Oh, Last Jedi is when it gets even more fucked though. Like like with Rey, it's pretty much the second after Force Awakens. Yet time is clearly
Yeah, except
passed.
everyone else seems to be on a different timelines. Like that movie, you just can't make head nor
And
tail of where everyone is.
and okay, so uh Cadius, how well do you accept the read a book argument? The like you'll have the answer to this if you read a book. Because me and you are old-fashioned EU fans, so we're already used to going in
For
going into
for
the
a lore
books.
deep dive, if you've got like some questions that you feel like need answering, books are definitely the way to go. From a storytelling perspective in a visual medium like a Star Wars movie or an episode like of The Mandalorian, if you inject questions or like more inconsistency into your storytelling on purpose, that's not a great thing.
Yeah,
But I do like that it encourages you to go out and look for more.
yeah. The I wrestle with this all the time, because when it comes to the old style books and even some of these new ones, it allows you to kind of get a bigger picture, kind of look at everything. But then that kind of accidentally, with me at least, it has a chance to almost override it being shit. I think that's why I don't genuinely, I don't dislike the prequels as much as quote unquote should. Because I've read like everything. I read the novelizations. I read every in between book. So I'm like, what? This is a perfectly cohesive story about how Darth Vader loses everyone he knows and loves and becomes the monster that allows a planet to be destroyed. Meanwhile, if I was somebody like Luke or Ninja over here who only consumed the movies, maybe a video game or comic book or two, this would probably look like an incoherent mess.
It does,
Object.
especially TLJ.
Oh my.
Well,
And
even
as to like,
TFA had some serious issues. I mean, it did set a lot of things up, but there were definitely a lot of flaws in that movie as well. I mean, pretty much everything in the sequel trilogy
Yeah. Do you
is bad.
mhm.
So when it comes to the relation of TFA to TLJ, do you put more blame on TLJ or TFA when it comes to the questions? I blame
Um,
TLJ because they were the ones that were supposed to answer the question.
yeah, I think if Ryan had, whether he agreed with all of the things that JJ had set up in The Force Awakens or not, instead of addressing those and moving those things further down the track towards the finish line, he basically just cut all of those things and left everything destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would say there's nothing wrong with the mystery part of the mystery box model. The problem is when you don't have anything to put in the fucking box.
Ryan Johnson's
So
problem was he went into business for himself, swung for the fences, and wound up bunting.
Mm-hmm.
pretty much.
So next point with Mando.
Okay, yeah, so that was the whole like the time inconsistency thing. It's like we just have
Yes.
no idea how long it's actually been, so the line has no weight. Okay. This is the first time it's mentioned, but it's going to come back up a few times throughout the episode. So they mentioned that the reason they have to get, and let alone like this specific ex Imperial, the reason they need an ex Imperial at all is because they need his clearances and protocols. Would those not be horrifically outdated
Yes, that
or
those things would
cycled
be
out of use
those things would
or
be
just discontinued?
those things would those codes would be so fucked because they in order for his codes to still work, they'd have to be codes that he specifically put into the system as a backdoor, because Imperial Protocol would probably be like, okay, if you're now wanted by the Empire, your codes are now just wiped. Like, you're to prevent you from doing exactly that, to getting into the system and performing sabotage.
Well, and I
I
don't know if you have this as a separate point on your list, Luke, or not, but the fact that the terminal accepted Mando's face.
Oh my god, that is the biggest fucking.
So
It
Just,
annoyed me so
we'll
much.
get to that when we get to that.
yeah, okay.
I'm gonna pull
It's
up.
like,
I'm gonna
that's the
pull up.
only thing on the list that's in all fucking caps. Is
Yeah.
like, why the fuck?
Yeah, I have a whole
Okay,
tangent
I
about
just wanted to
those.
make sure that was a different point, and we're not at that point.
Yeah,
Yet. Okay.
No,
it's like the
the
railroad
whole
crossing
clearances and
sign.
protocols things is it's gonna
what
come
it
up again.
And we
what that piece I think amounted to was a callback to episode 6, where it's like it's an older code, but it checks out.
Yeah, it's
Mm.
probably a very minor member berry. If
Yeah.
I had, and the thing is his codes would be super outdated. If he was a member, if he was active during Operation Cinder, that means he defected 4 years ago. Because the Battle of Jakku and Operation Cinder was a year after the Battle of Endor. So his codes.
Actually, that's a very good point. Just to fill in some of the gaps for myself, and I'm guessing Ninja, could the two EU dudes fill us in on what exactly Cinder was?
I was gonna say he brought up a ton of shit
I
during
can
that discussion with the officer that was
I
like
can do that.
name dropping a lot of stuff.
That basically meant play Battlefront 2. So hold on, let me give a. I would. So Operation Cinder was basically the Emperor's contingency plan. He was like, a empire without an emperor doesn't deserve to be exist. Burn everything to the ground, and it basically went to. They would send these weather controlling death machines all across the galaxy and just start fucking with people, even Imperial citizens. Um, and that was just it. They changed the weather, changed the atmosphere. They even went to Naboo, and Princess Leia had to hop into a Naboo starfighter and help destroy these things, along with Lando's help. Um, what else? So I really hate it because it just, like, Operation Cinder seems like just another reason that people would just defect to the New Republic or the Rebellion, whatever you want to call it, because the Empire's actively targeting you now and you didn't do anything. This is why I think that's why whenever Luke, when I was playing Squadrons, I have all of this knowledge. And so I am purposely always just going, why are you working for the Empire? They're just like, the second they're done with you, they're just gonna toss you out an airlock or shoot you in the back. No matter what, there's no reason to work for the Empire. Like,
Well, I feel like that's kind of the whole trope of, like, evil entity, evil conglomerate, whatever, how they always treat their underlings really poorly when a quote unquote efficient evil empire or evil organization would treat their underlings really, really well in order to maintain loyalty. Like, it's been a running gag in fiction for so long. But as big as Star Wars is, it goes back to the thing we were talking about with the stormtroopers. If your primary antagonist is fucking incompetent, it's hard to build tension and raise stakes.
There's another point to raise here as well. Bowie, you've mentioned before how you didn't really understand how people could like join the Empire even though they treat their people like shit.
so if they're
You
so,
work for Amazon.
well, yes, and might not be in a little bit, but that's beside the point. Uh, so with that, that's clearly just monetary. So we don't know how much the Empire pays their employees if you're trying to go that route.
But we have
Motivations,
to assume that it's presented as reliable work because that's how empires generally function. Like they
yes.
pour money into their military in order to maintain power. It's how countries maintain stability. It's just a kind of a fact of life.
Sorry, I try not to do that. I try to keep that separation of reality and fiction. So I'm like,
I mean, yeah, to a degree, but when it comes to like when you ask questions and you have to think of like reasonable in-world explanations, as long as the characters are portrayed as like being or at least thinking on the same kind of logic as normal human beings, a lot of it can transfer over to fill in the gaps. And it's not good to rely too much on that, obviously. Not everyone in the audience is as much of a history nerd as I am, but to a certain degree, it kind of tracks. Like, even if a company treats its people like shit, as long as they're not like activating Operation Cinder, they can generally count on at least a little bit of loyalty.
Dude,
if they're paying them.
How many people, former stormtroopers, just saw that and they just went, "Fuck this."
I would imagine a lot. As after the Empire fell, like I imagine most of them defected. In fact, wasn't that like one of the theories as to where the series was going to go? All these like individual warlords, former Empire, trying to fight for power.
That was how the old EU went. Actually, it wasn't until Thrawn, like 4 years later, tried to reorganize the Empire to be like, all right, enough fucking around. I'm back. Let's actually fucking. We're not a remnant. We're an Empire. I have this fucking Jedi. I have a clone of Luke Skywalker. Let's go fuck some shit up.
Point of order.
That's where they're
did
going.
Not have a clone of Luke Skywalker. That clone was created by Jeru Sabaoth.
Yes, I know, but it was still in the same series. Like they're so closely related. It's easy to fucking jam the two together.
It's really not.
It is a point of distinction. Details do matter.
Sorry, when was the last time I read the Thrawn trilogy? I was like 12.
Hey, there's a reason I brought this gentleman here today, because this is when I need to know some shit about the EU. This is who I defer to. So
yeah,
yes, I could screenshot my my bookcase. I have 50 actual books and over 24 audiobooks.
Yeah, so you'll probably be really good with the details that I missed, since I was purely just an audiobook guy. So, hold on. I'm gonna throw the screenshot up. Hey, Cadius, are you a pro or anti Lord Nyax guy?
Ooh.
I'll throw it onto the stream, and also for the people that are currently here. Let's see.
Can't see shit, Captain.
Looking at IGN's filthy logo.
Yes, that's because I'm currently working on a thing. I'm trying to get like a big screenshot together. One that's actually big enough, because all the ones I'm bringing up are just these like, it'll probably helps Wyatt if you actually enlarge it in your screen. Okay, save photo.
Well, while Wyatt is doing that, I'm gonna kind of just throw the question out there. It's like, do we think that's where they're gonna go with Mando now, since they blew up the EU, but insist on respinning the same tale for themselves and putting their own name on it? It's going to be the same thing. The Empire currently is like Moff Gideon is one of many Imperial warlords trying to make a name for themselves. Thrawn is going to come along and consolidate them into a single force. Is that where we're going?
I mean, that would be
going to play out?
That could be a potentially interesting way to do it, to show like Moff Gideon is somebody who's trying to be a threat, but realistically Thrawn is a much bigger threat than Gideon.
Thrawn for all of my problems with Mando, Thrawn is a massively bigger threat, as if he lives up to his EU reputation, which I don't.
I fucking hated Rebels Thrawn. Rebels Thrawn pissed me off so much. By the way, this is Lord Nyax.
What the fuck am I looking at?
Yeah!
What the fuck is that?
Hold on, let me throw this on screen. Fuck it.
That looks like Shadow the Hedgehog, but like humanized. I hate it. It's like a reverse furry.
You guys,
this is Edgy the Hedgy, like in image form.
So as I quickly throw it up the banner for the audience, this is Lord Nyax. So he's got lightsabers on his knees and his arms and his elbows.
He's got lightsabers on his knees.
Yeah.
What the fuck am I looking at?
This is when the EU
does he roll up into a ball and like throw himself at people like Shadow the Hedgehog?
Okay. I hate to agree with the guy from IGN, but this might be an example of something from the EU that needs to go away.
So hold on.
Oh my
Okay.
god, like the title for the old video was like, it's still in the frame on so it's like
Why-
why blowing
so-
up the Star Wars expanded universe was a good thing. And then a
That's
picture of
so
this
sad.
cunt. I love it.
Okay. So
I think you have a new profile pic, Luke.
so
Yes,
to-
we do.
So I want to explain this. This is this is why I'll admit Lord Nyack's such a guilty pleasure character for me because it's in the middle of the Yuuzhan Vong War. Luke, Mara, Tahiri, and and the Race Squadron. They go to the Yuuzhan Vong controlled Coruscant for some random fucking reason. I don't because it's a 2-part story. I've only heard part 2. And they go to and they're just doing stuff, and then there's this guy who is he's 3 meters tall, has super strength, has all these lightsabers, and only has the instincts of a child, because he was originally Eirik Hismaren, who was then who was like the son of the Emperor, that was a rumor, and like him and his mother, like fucking with the.
We need the elevator pitch version because this is getting really convoluted, and I feel like I'm
It
missing
really
out on a
is.
lot. Like
It's-
you
Yeah,
got,
I feel like I need a graph or something to follow
yeah,
this.
this is
Okay,
This is
I'll just-
complicated
Wasn't he-
shit here.
Wasn't he sealed under the Jedi Temple and then accidentally released?
No, he was sealed in an Imperial research lab after he got a lightsaber through the face.
That's right.
This is just starting to sound more and more like Shadow the Hedgehog. I'm gonna be
It's
honest.
really,
yes.
it's really bad.
That's why
fan
he's
fiction.
a guilty pleasure. So after getting stabbed through the face, his mother seals him in a hermetically sealed hibernation unit that allows him to basically not be dead. And they make him 3 meters tall. They put this fucking war suit on him, and during the Yuuzhan Vong's invasion, a groundquake happened. Some rocks hit his lid. He woke up and killed everything. And he's trying to just break this.
Wait, hold on. You
Yeah.
said that his mom put him in a hermetically sealed container. Is that like the phrasing they use in the thing, or is that
Yes,
you paraphrasing?
No, a hermetically sealed hibernation unit.
That's the actual phrasing they used.
Yes.
Right, because here's the problem.
I
Hermetically sealed just means airtight.
yes.
He's dead.
Well, I would assume he'd have a thing up his nose, like.
I feel like you're
don't give
asking
a
a lot of
fuck. It's
questions for a
airtight.
show about space wizards intended for children.
So,
Oh my god.
hold on. Like I said, I'll admit Lord Nyax is just guilty pleasures. Just let me explain, and I will
He
continue.
doesn't
No, no.
need air, and he has
He
lightsabers
needs
on
to
his
see
knees.
this. This is Edgy the Hedgy in Star Wars canon.
It literally is.
I need to get you guys to listen to the audiobook because it's
Oh
fucking
my
hilarious. This guy.
How
is,
does
honestly,
he kill
I-
anything without killing himself?
oh,
First
the
of all,
lightsabers turn off the second they make contact with his skin.
oh fuck off!
That
But
sounds
they've already made
convenient.
contact with his skin at that point. It's too fucking late.
That makes no sense.
Why do you think he's
It
wearing?
makes it
Why do you
even
think he's
more ridiculous.
wearing this like fucking battle suit?
That don't try to justify the
No, I'm not.
retardation.
I'm clearly rolling with how retarded this is. It's just so
Have we
funny
found the
though.
tismiest thing in the EU?
No, hold on.
I don't know. I've heard of something
gotta-
called Mount Sorrow, so
Hold on. Let me continue with this
I
story.
think it was in the Hello Greedo video. But look up Mount Sorrow. It's apparently something. It's a what would you call it? It's a like it's a what the fuck is that?
like a dark side nexus.
Anthropomorphic mountain that exists on the moon of Endor.
So,
It talks to the
Hold on.
Ewoks about how sad it is.
oh, is that from Ewoks?
Mount Sorrow is a mountain on the forest moon of Endor. The tip of the mountain was in fact sentient and had the power to both blow people off the summit or cry tears of healing.
Oh my god, I just found a fucking
So-
image for it.
Yeah,
So-
that's no joke.
So,
Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna put it in the Discord chat and you absolutely fucking need to put this on screen. Hold on.
So, where was I? So he's trying to break down this wall, which turns out was an inner sanctum of the Jedi Temple, and he gets a construction bot to just break it, and the story is very dumb. It's basically like in this like so the Yuuzhan Vong was basically what if 40K accidentally invaded the Star Wars universe for a little bit?
What you're seeing is Star Wars jumping the shark, the image.
Okay, yes, what that is.
This is just they're like, oh, one lightsaber is really fucking cool. This is gonna be more badass because he's got like 8 lightsabers going on, man. And it's like it's just step away.
Yeah, like
put the pin down, man.
Like I said, while the Yuuzhan Vong War was very grimdark out of nowhere because they fucking dropped a moon on Chewbacca and they kept it they killed him and did all that stuff. We lost 2 of the Solo children for most of the arc. Yeah, it wasn't.
I'm just putting images in chat from the Endor comic.
Jason,
you gotta show these.
Jason came back like almost near the last bit of the war, didn't he? Like
these are fucking great, by the way.
Like Jason Solo escaped the Vong pretty much at the tipping point of the entire war when it finally turned into the New Republic's favor.
Yeah, it was after the Yuuzhan Vong took Coruscant.
No, of course that.
Hold on. I've just found an Ewoks comic where it's like the Ewoks themselves are on the front cover. They look like monkeys. Is that racist?
Racism.
So, I don't know if that's racist or not, honestly.
So
I'll show you.
Hold on. To finally put the Lord Nyax thing to finally put it to bed, it was basically this little bit of, I don't want to say classic Star Wars, but it was just, let's have Luke and Mara and another Jedi to go. Let's have them go on a little adventure, ignoring all the Vong stuff, because the Vong are almost a distraction. There's almost at one point where they're fighting a bunch of civilians, like all these people that supposedly Luke Skywalker would give most of a shit about, and then he's just like, we gotta fight Lord Nyax, and it's just like, whoa, the Vong are fucking murdering people left and right.
No, all I'm saying is, after this stream is over, take that image and post that in the EFAP Facebook group, and tell me that is not the Lord Edgy the Hedgy of the Star Wars universe.
Yes,
Lord Edgy the Hedgy.
There is no fucking way that you cannot say that is exactly what that is.
Hold on.
I mean,
he's got
even just the sentence that
he's...
Yeah, even just that sentence alone, you can't say it with a straight face. It's impossible.
Well, I can, but that's because I'm too deep in this shit.
You've accepted it. You've drank in the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I'll admit, I'm a fucking Star Wars cultist. There's no way I'm not having Boba Fett on my fucking tombstone or something.
And look, dude, trust me, I get it. I'm one of those very, very rare people that will kind of defend the Shadow the Hedgehog game. It's all right. A couple of interesting things going on here and there. It was just a little bit cool, mostly cringy. It played cool.
Solid. It played solid.
Mostly. It had some depending on your playthrough, you could run into some serious bugs.
From my memory,
but I remember the fight on one of the trees that you go on. It's if you choose certain options, you end up in this boss fight against Sonic, and you're both using your homing attacks against each other. And
that's hilarious.
It's hilarious, but it's also the DBZ fight of the Sonic lore.
Oh, wait a minute.
Just because you're both OP as fuck.
Guys, should I have this be my peepo? Should I have Lord Nyax instead of Evil Ray? Should I just have Lord Nyax just in the corner?
Oh,
hold on.
Send me the JPEG. I'll cut the white out very easily. Send it to me.
Oh, I fucking will. He'll just be like this. He'll just always be in
Lord
the corner.
Nyax, protect us!
He will protect us from
Lord Nyax, protect.
I might never call him Lord Nyax. I might just call him Lord Edgy the Hedgy.
Lord Edgy the
Hedgy.
No, Lord Edgy.
I love Lightsaber Suit Man. That's what EFAP calls him. They call him Lightsaber Suit Man.
Oh, Jesus.
EFAP has recognized his existence? I don't remember that.
Yes, it was the Mandalorian analysis. They had Shadowversity on, and the first question was, what do you think of Lightsaber Suit Man? They showed this, and I immediately went, hey, it's Lord Nyax! And this is
Yeah,
when
I don't remember that.
and that's
Holy
when my virginity came back from the dead and said, "We need to talk. We need
We're
to
taking
talk.
your card away."
You
It's
have
like,
had
you know what, motherfucker? I'm just gonna take this V card and nail it back to your fucking head because you don't
Are you-
deserve to ever do
Are you
this.
familiar with the term rescinded? It's been rescinded.
You now have it back, and you're never gonna get rid of it this time. You had your chance. This is you're stuck
Yeah,
with
you're-
it now.
Your
Somebody
fucking
shows up and
child
knocks
just
on the door, and they're
evaporates.
like, River, no, he's gone. He's too far gone. There's nothing we can do.
She's trying to
Yeah.
say. She's trying to save me while you guys go like, yeah, it's too late.
It's too late.
Yeah, it's like, for future reference, River, that one didn't count.
Oh god, I'm sending you the Lord Nyax picture. Oh
Yeah.
god. Get rid of
This
the
is
white
our new people, boys.
not
Oh,
evil
yeah.
Ray, just Lord Nyax in the corner. Oh Jesus. Let me switch windows.
We need to fucking Photoshop him with Shadow the Hedgehog, as the head.
On
So
it.
he
Oh.
so they can be Lord Edgy.
Don't crop the white out. Could you make the white transparent?
Well, yeah, that's what I meant.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a PNG of just Lord Nyax with Shadow the Hedgehog's head.
And that'll basically make it. I don't know how streaming works in all reality. I'm just like, I hit the button, I keep talking.
So either we need to retitle this episode, or the next episode has to be the Ballad of Lord Edgy the Hedgy.
I feel like
I mean, honestly, if we just did a Y.A.R.P talking about like this specific character and just getting into all that extended lore, I wouldn't be against it, at least for a segment.
What's funny
Oh my
is okay. Hold on. I'm gonna pop him back up for. Well, actually, you guys can just see him.
What do you call it? What is that line where something crosses over from being regular writing to being like, this is fan fiction, isn't it? Like this we've crossed something. Like there needs to be a term for it. Like the
there's
uncanny
also
valley.
like
Beyond campy.
Yeah.
I was
and
gonna
there's kind of that thing as well as like where something becomes bad and then eventually it's so bad it's fun how bad it is.
We've gone
Like
into
there's no
room
term
territory.
for that line exactly.
We've gone into the room.
But then
territory.
there's that where it's like, oh, this isn't even fun anymore. This is just full on self-insert cringe level fan fiction. Like, oof.
I bet. Well, so here's the thing. I also feel like I didn't get enough of the experience because a lot of the problems with these Star Wars audiobooks, they're edited to hell and back, and half the book that Lord Nyax is part of is just gone. So I'm just like, I will admit, sometimes I feel like I'm missing. Okay, no amount of missing detail will be able to fix whatever the fuck this is. That's why I just accept it as a guilty pleasure.
Oh my God. Yeah, it's. Can you imagine if like one of the games fucking made this shit like canon? Like fucking.
Oh god.
You get a power suit. You could just like for one segment of the game.
In the new fucking Battlefront, you unlock this guy and he moves around the battlefield like a fucking droideka.
Or just like a fucking guy, just like literally just fucking power running through across the battlefield, just fucking side swiping people.
He's got the. What's Hank something from Malcolm in the Middle when he's doing his like power walking thing?
Oh yeah,
that episode. Yeah, that's what he looks like when he's just moving through people with his fucking knee lightsabers.
It's fucking great.
I feel like I need to introduce you all to more expanded universe stuff, so you can not just shit all over it. Like I'll
I mean,
admit,
we're gonna.
I'm
shit
just
all
saying,
over it.
hey, there are people who say like the Force Unleashed had some pretty cringe shit in it, but this is so much further down the rabbit hole.
I'm not really mad at this. That's the thing. I get mad at dumb shit like
come
Ray.
on, dude.
I see Lord Nyax and I just smile.
This.
I think this is better than Ray. Like but in a different way, I guess. Like this is entertaining in the sense that it's like over the top ridiculous. So there's entertainment value to be had here. It's kind of like the whole Batwoman thing. Like it's so bad you laugh at it and therefore it's entertaining. Whereas Ray, it just makes you angry. Like, this would just make me fucking bust up laughing if I saw this on screen. Like, holy shit.
I guess at the end of the day, I think that's why I kind of liked Solo. It was fun, and that's the thing. I value fun when it comes to seeing a movie in theaters.
Well, yes, but I cannot forgive what they have done to the fucking Millennium Falcon. Like, how do you fuck up a goddamn spaceship?
Yes, like, hold on. I'm not talking about like the individual. Like, if you want to talk about movie theater experience, I kind of accidentally do fall under the camp of my brain is just shut off and I'm watching a movie. And it's unfortunate because I do basically need people to pull me out every time. I'm like, okay, yeah, this is shit.
Second viewings are important, man. You know, especially with stuff that you're actually, you know, a fan of, that you're actually into. Sometimes you have to go back and watch it again because that first time you're just getting the emotional payoffs. You know, you're focusing more on your investment than what's actually happening, and then you go back and you watch it again and you're like, oh.
I think that's why Mandalorian is the exception for me for the most part, because because I'm just smacked right out of my immersion, like when Mando took his helmet off, which we'll get to eventually when we get back to talking about the Mandalorian.
We should do that. We should get back to talking about the Mandalorian because we have other things, and you wanted this to be a shorter program.
Fucking good luck with that.
Well,
I know, right?
Here's the thing. I don't like I almost, part of me almost went, should I just start streaming Cyberpunk while we're talking about Mando's? Like, no, I'll get distracted.
No.
I'll get distracted.
We don't want a random penis on the screen.
No, I'd have to turn censor mode on.
All right. My next note on the Mandalorian, I'll just go to that because it's probably going to get us on a whole other fucking tangent. Okay, so the last one I brought up was how his clearances and protocols would be outdated. The next one is, thankfully, it's just an aesthetic thing. It's just like they had fingerless gloves ready for him on the ship. Lol.
They were
Which, again, it's the tiniest thing.
Yeah, I know it's so tiny, but at the same time, you ever notice so when we were watching Mandalorian episode 1, Luke, you and I noticed the fact that the Marshal's gun was basically an AK. With Mayfeld's gloves, those were just standard. I don't know if they're Oakley's but they're just those straight up tactical gloves that soldiers wear. Like I kind of feel like I'm accidentally doing an AT-AT chat where I'm just like where you pointed out the ski goggles. I'm like,
I think from a sort of fantasy and sci-fi perspective, it basically boils down to a costume change.
Yeah,
he went from his prisoner outfit to normal clothes. So I see that as being a much more forgivable sin.
Yeah, hence why I'm not really gonna.
Absolutely, it's like this is literally just something I noticed, and it's like lol, and it's more just the fact that whatever rags they had to give him in, change out of your prisoner clothes, they're obviously very uncomfortable and very shitty and dirty. We have some like spare clothes here on the Slave One, and it includes accessories for some reason. It was just a very tiny little okay, all right.
So what do you?
I didn't know you would care about that.
So I will say I almost kind of, I don't want to take back what I said about the interior of Slave One, but I got a little confused as to what the interior is supposed to look like, because Boba is apparently above them, but there's consoles below him as well. Because I hate to do this, but I'm pulling from the old cross sections thing. The only controls for anything in the ship are in the cockpit. So what the hell is Mando fiddling with? Like, I guess they could just add something, but I'm more like, what is that supposed to be when like all the controls should be up there with Fett? Like is that supposed to be like the computer?
I assumed it was just supposed to be some kind of, like the in-universe version of like a war table, like they're having this big meeting, they're coming up with a plan, so they wanted to have something there for the characters to interact with.
Or it's the engineering table, like how in the Millennium Falcon's living room there's basically that computer station right next to the Dejeric table.
Yeah.
I thought it was just something like that. But then like Fett still has to climb a ladder to get into his seat. Like I was like the more I'm thinking about it, I'm like, how does this ship work? Which then introduces like at the end of the day, Slave One just wouldn't fucking work as a spaceship.
See, I guess for me, my thing was more about like the writing side, like the characters, the dialogue. I didn't get buried into too many of those details.
Yes, I'll admit it's easy for me to get buried in technical details.
Because I thought a lot of the interactions between the different characters were really good. Because you essentially have a group of people here who they're not either not used to working together or actively don't want to be working together.
Yeah, but I guess also Fett was kind of a glorified taxi service for the most of the episode.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fett, bring us there. Copy. And it's just like, Fett, come on. Fett, you're your own person. What are you doing?
He's not gonna let someone else fly his ship.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Yeah. Oh yeah. If anyone even goes close to the cockpit of like the pilot's chair,
I mean,
Slave One.
I think they tried to balance that as best they could. Like they still gave him moments of doing really cool shit, but they just, you're right, because yes, he was essentially boiled down to he's the pilot now. Especially with the Razor Crest being destroyed, that he's kind of gonna have that role a lot. But I'm hoping in the finale episode that he finds some sort of way to join the assault on Moff Gideon's cruiser, so he's actually part of the episode and not just, the guy flying the ship. But we'll see. Who knows what they're planning on doing with it.
I was hoping that this was just going to be like cuz how many episodes do we have left?
1.
Yeah,
One.
I was hoping
I checked that earlier.
I was hoping this was going to be like how the beginning of the two-parter where Mando just grabbed all his allies. I thought, all right, we've got Boba Fett. Let's go grab Ahsoka. Let's go grab Bo-Katan.
Short of Ahsoka and Bo-Katan, he has everybody basically that he would want to bring into combat with him currently.
Right. I guess.
And I highly doubt Ahsoka's going to join him. I highly doubt
they have the child.
They
have the child. He's will definitely go to the dark side if we don't save him. We better go fucking help. You better fucking help us.
I don't see it happening. If they were going to do that, they would have already brought it up in episode 7.
Yeah, it would be way too late in the series to do any kind of like the kid going dark side now.
Watch Bo-Katan show up with a fleet of stolen Imperial warships.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. That's actually probably what makes sense because they hinted at it in her episode that she's.
Well, yeah, they did hint at that she wants his Darksaber back. So I mean, she would have some incentive for showing up, but Ahsoka wouldn't.
I guess. What's next? I kind of blanked for.
Okay, the next note again, like that was just a tiny little aesthetic thing I noticed. Right, this is something they actually address later. The coordinates for his cruiser, and I just said it's a ship. It moves though. It's like okay, so then their plan was okay. You need to get me to a terminal so I can find its current location, which just loops back to his codes being outdated. And that kind of leads to the plans like, okay, there's this secret mining op, which can very easily be scanned because the mining operation takes out like a sore thumb on this otherwise very primitive planet.
And also,
what's so secret about it?
They also deal with pirate raids practically daily. They're subjugating.
Yeah.
Not to mention, there's a much bigger problem here from both the Imperial side and from Mando's crew side. Number one, the Empire and Moff Gideon didn't need to somehow sneak a tracker onto the Razor Crest to find Mando and the child, nor does Mando need to find the coordinates to Moff Gideon's ship. The fucking tracking fobs from season 1 would still be a goddamn thing, and he would still be able to track the child with those.
Yep, and I kind of hate how they've just dropped it. Like, we were hoping that they would at least kind of I was hoping for at the very least an offhanded remark about how like we've taken out the tracker, like nobody can find him.
How easy would it be for Mando to go, oh, we can just grab a tracking fob, or even Grief Karga could get one from the fucking Bounty Hunter Guild, rather than digging an Imperial out of jail and raiding this Imperial facility. They could have just gone and got a replacement fucking tracking fob, and oh look, now I can track Baby Yoda. And that would actually be a better tracking system than Moff Gideon's coordinates, because like Luke said, the ship fucking moves.
Well, the ion trails and all that stuff. He's clearly moving in subspace. So,
but to do that, you would need to have you would need an Imperial ship so that you can like dock with that other Imperial ship. Having its locations at any single point in time is always going to be effectively useless. Is kind of the thing I kind of picked up from that.
Just gonna
If
roll up with Slave
anything,
One on Moff Gideon's Imperial cruiser and be like, "What up, dog? How's it going?"
I was gonna say, yeah, Slave
well,
One could
and if
definitely do
anything,
it
they
because that's
should
how
have
they track
called
the
it something
Falcon.
else. Like instead of calling it coordinates, they could have called it like his ID tag, or something that allowed them to essentially ping the ship and get its
Or
current.
even just take a ticket from real life naval tracking and say, it's like, we need his fucking flight path, or we need his course destinations, so that
Right.
we can strategize where we can intercept them, which is what they want to do.
Right.
Exactly. Anything like that would have been better than just, oh, let's get his coordinates. Because coordinates don't fucking move. They're the same.
I think that's the problem because coordinates in the Star Wars universe, even in the old EU, has been this ludicrous thing because the hyperspace tracker was never necessary. Let's not forget the fact that in even like as early as the 2003 Clone Wars, like Obi-Wan would turn to stormtroopers like, "Do you have his coordinates?" And they wouldn't even remotely know where he was going. They would just basically have a ping from his nav computer and be like, "Yeah, we know exactly where he's going just based off a fucking computer calculation." Like the tracker was never needed to be this like gigantic thing. It was just this that needed like breakers and stuff. They've always existed, and they did a very poor job in the sequels explaining that. Like that's how fucking Boba tracked
Oh
them
my
through
god,
some
it's
fucking.
done and it works. I love it.
Oh, you get that head off. You get that. That's
No, that's fucking amazing.
God damn you.
Lord, Ed, you should make it your profile.
Already on it.
Can I have the pure one for the stream though? Because I
No.
Can you have the what?
can I have the
Hedgie the hedgie.
can I have the non like Shadow the Hedgehog head on it? Because that was the goal
Oh
originally.
no, I
was
did
to
them both as the one image. I removed the white background off of the Lord Nyax, and then immediately just put the Shadow the Hedgehog on. And I couldn't find a transparent one of Shadow the Hedgehog's head, so I just took a normal picture and erased everything else, but I kept his chest hair.
Perfect.
Oh my
Beautiful.
god.
Lord Edgy the hedgy. Up there with Big Idius. And Hiddle Subtleties.
He will lead us to a new light of edge.
A new era of Y.A.R.P has begun.
Part of me is just like, oh man, my favorite character. It's like he's not even my
Like,
favorite
oh,
character.
I'm sad now.
Well,
sad.
I wouldn't have done it if it didn't fit.
No.
And I love like there's a bunch of white that didn't get cut out by the auto select from the lightsabers on his knees and his arms, so they just look like they're extra glowy.
Right? They're burning
there's
really
even, like,
hot.
There's around him, there's like just little artifacts of white that I didn't erase fast enough.
Let me save this thing.
It's still
save
beautiful.
Image. New Peepo. God damn, I gotta throw this into the Y.A.R.P. image. Y.A.R.P.
Yeah, I saved it as like file name New Peepo.
Oh god. Sources image 2. Gotta change that. Fucking. Go to.
This is
Y.A.R.P.
the beginning
images.
of the Y.A.R.P deep lore.
Oh god, I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's like there's very little you can imagine that is as degenerate as Y.A.R.P lore. Like we're getting like deep into the bayou with this one.
I almost want to throw. I'll throw the stream link into the Discord. Check it out now. I threw it in. Okay, I will say it is just kind of funny just seeing just seeing like our banner and then just edgy the Lord
if
Edgy.
If I ever get the time, I will do a better one where the top of his head isn't cut off.
I kind of anytime I play a Star Wars game, could you still do the one where it's just Lord Nyax? So whenever I play a Star Wars game, I could just have the original just sitting there in the corner. Just fucking...
Okay, I'll make you a Lord Nyax. Hold on.
Yay. Ninja just muted himself. And you've turned it into your profile picture. I hate everything now.
Of course I have. How could I not?
Uh, so put that there. So they go to the planet, and then is that are we on the planet now in your notes?
Okay, on my notes. They have to this goes from lol, coordinates for cruiser, yada yada yada. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, it's like okay, they're on the planet, they're talking about their plan. Now the fact that they have one at all is a bonus point for this episode.
Yes, because they're
And
very much a wing it type crew for the most part.
yeah, so their plan is get in, disguised as stormtroopers, hack into like one of the terminals that one of the officers would have access to, and from there they can get coordinates to where Gideon's ship is currently. Even if that isn't super useful, it will give them a starting point to track him down. So far, I'm pretty much on board, right? And then from there, we get to the next note is Boba showing his face a lot. Don't like that.
Oh, you don't
And
like
that was
seeing
more just
Tamara
like in
Morrison?
that scene. Well, it's not even that. It's just for one scene, for very little reason, they had him just going around without his helmet on, which felt very wrong for the character.
Yes, because Boba was the originator of the doesn't take his helmet off thing.
Exactly. So it just struck me as like, that's noticeable.
It's
But
kind of the
we will
Timothy.
see for the rest of this episode that taking one's helmet off is a bit of a fucking theme.
Yeah. So what do you think of the fact that Mando fucking just ditched his entire fucking costume and wore like a
Oh,
stormtrooper outfit? I basically, well,
we
it
get
wasn't a
that in my
stormtrooper.
notes, but yeah, to address it now, it's just like, okay, myself and Ninja, we kind of said it earlier that we both loved how Bill Burr basically just while he was bantering and shit talking in the truck, he
Yeah,
called out how inconsistent Mando's character is. Like, yeah, the rules seem to be bending whenever you get desperate, huh? It's like,
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
which
that's actually a thing.
yeah,
How?
it doesn't help that he was raised in a fucking cult. And the problem being is that when you're raised in that kind of cultish environment, I'm trying. Oh, hold on. Let me try to actually
You're kind
construct a
of speculating
sentence.
a lot though, because we really don't know the extent at this point.
Yes, I'm
It's
going to
it's all implied.
I'm going to speculate, and I'm going to try my best to actually formulate this into a proper sentence instead of just shaking loose whatever loose thought is in my head. So I don't know. How much would you still hold on to your cult like doctrine if it turns out you actually were in a cult and it turns out pretty much everything you were taught was wrong? And how how much would you then really start to stick to those? Because he went on the mission with Bo Katan, and now he's met Boba.
Well,
Well,
His
the thing is, we actually have some real world kind of examples of this
yes,
because of religious sects and all of that kind of thing. And what usually happens with normal everyday earth humans is
right.
that they'll go down one of two paths. They will either double down or they will become very depressed and have an existential crisis. And at the end of both, they can usually kind of pull themselves up and kind of, it's not the end of the world. There's still a life to live and so on. But usually they will either double down and take the rules doubly seriously or they will abandon everything. And Mando seems to have abandoned everything, kind of, but not really.
Okay. I really don't like how Star Wars Explained was he's been trying to go on like the themes of what it means to be a Mandalorian, and at one point he even speculated this like maybe he'd take his helmet off in front of the armorer. And when I heard that, I was just like, the armorer fucked off as far as we know. She's just gone.
Yeah,
So
she's not coming back. She's
yes,
not a recurring character.
so this constant mentioning of her from Star Wars Explained always was just like, why? Why do you keep mentioning her? Um, and
well, I can say the one thing that I really liked about him switching over to the Imperial armor was it was one of those like blink and you miss it kind of moments. But in the choreography of the fight on top of the Juggernaut, there are several instances where you can tell he's fighting poorly because he's used to relying on his Beskar
Yes,
armor.
I noticed that too. The armor was breaking, and he just was not being able to figure it out. Which,
well, it was just that sort of like, muscle memory, and he's habitually used to fighting in his own armor, so he's used to being able to rely on that strength. And suddenly he's doing moves that are basically putting him in harm's way because he's not used to fighting in not Beskar.
yeah, and now that he realized, like, oh fuck, I could really get hurt. That's when he fucking went like Ultra Mandalorian mode and started just kicking all sorts of ass. And
So I thought that was a really good attention to detail.
yes, I really liked that as well. By this point I wonder how much they'll keep his helmet on now because we've Ninja, you and me were really talking about like Pedro Pascal and everything that was happening between him and Disney. I really hope that the freak out wasn't post that scene and he's just wearing his helmet for the rest of the show now.
The weird thing is, as far as I remember from all the rumors, I mean, this was back before the season had officially started airing, but they said it was like halfway through the series, which would have been like episode 4. And I haven't really seen anything, at least in the episodes. I mean, maybe something that got cut, but I mean, he's been using the helmet and hasn't seemed to have been a problem. But then again, the problem with this show, you can call it a problem or kind of a good thing.
We don't know who's
half the time. You don't even know who's in the Mandalorian because a lot of those scenes, it's not Pedro Pascal, so we don't actually fucking know.
I think he'd be kind of throwing a bit of a fit though if during those, like, how difficult would it have been for those scenes where they actually needed him, like, because.
Well, but you have to remember, it's not uncommon for Hollywood to shoot things out of order.
This is very true, especially something like a TV series where they need to have certain scenes happen in location.
That's true. I keep forgetting that movies and TV they're not made in the order in which we watch it.
Nope.
Well, I mean, that goes for movies too, honestly.
Yeah, Lord of the Rings.
They usually do it
not made with Fellowship onward. It was made like Lord of the Rings. They started in fucking Gondor, didn't they?
I think so, yeah. But yeah, they shot them all roughly at the same time and then just released them staggered so that they could get the editing done. But yeah, normally when you're filming something, you'll do it location by location rather than scene by scene.
So.
Oh, and I finished your Lord Edgy the Hedgy thing.
I saw it. I mean, so
okay.
the plan being that when I get the OG Lord Nyax, I'm just gonna have him poking out in the corner, like just diagonally and downwards.
So you got like Lord Edgy the Hedgy on one side and Lord Nyax on the other.
Yeah, but Lord Edgy the Hedgy will actually be standing up straight while Lord Nyax is in this kooky, like, poking out, like, hey, type thing.
You guys making fun of me?
Hey, that's not very nice. I'm just like, shut the fuck up.
What's your power level?
Hey, you strong enough? I want to fight you.
My power level is 666, but I'm like actually way stronger than that. I just keep the number.
Lord Nyax, go to the corner.
Get in the edgy corner.
Even the name makes me think of those people like on Xbox Live where they're like Sniper Elite XX 42069.
Yes, well, his name's actually Lord XXX Naya XXX.
So the whole thing was that it was originally from a folk tale that Lord Nyax would steal you away if you didn't eat your food, your vegetables. It was basically an old children's tale on Corellia. But
so his actual Sith name is the equivalent of like some edgy teenager on Xbox Live naming himself Bloody Mary.
Well,
pretty much. See,
wow.
I need you to understand why when you respond
when
to
I
these
spout
sort
these
of
things, I'm just giving you guys ammunition. I know this.
Oh yeah, you're not doing yourself any favors here, and the character, like, you're not making him sound better.
Oh
at
no,
all.
I'm not even trying to do that. I'm more just trying to. I must give context because if I don't, my head will explode. I gotta say the thing, regardless of if it damages my case or doesn't.
But the context makes it so much worse.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said.
I mean, normally I appreciate context because in most cases, context makes things easier to understand, or in a lot of cases, better. But this is just like, oh god, the deeper it gets, the worse it gets.
Oh, forgot to give you guys the biggest cherry on top when it came to Lord Nyax. So when you think of this muscular hulk of a person, when he were to fall and die from a gigantic fall, and he's doing like the villain scream, what do you think he sounds like? You think he's gonna be like that, or something?
It's got to be the Wilhelm scream.
Uh, no, this is the sound effect they used when they killed him in the audiobook.
They used sound effects in the audiobook?
Yeah.
God, that's so tacky.
God, they
Yeah,
use
no,
the music.
Wyatt said he prefers those audiobooks, remember?
I'm a
Yeah,
fucking
and I
kid.
still don't get. I don't get it. That would just so annoy me.
Because I
when I'm
need
trying to
constant
tell the
sound.
Story.
I need constant sound. I'm sorry. I'm fucking ADD autistic fucking bullshit. I fucking need like 17 sounds playing. It's why when EFAP is just talking about things, I'm just like, oh god, I'm falling asleep. I'm falling asleep. React to a video. Call somebody a retard.
Do you remember that episode of The Simpsons when fucking Bart and Milhouse had this Slurpee that was just pure syrup? I imagine that's just how your brain is all the time.
That's why I need to get tested. I actually do really want to find out if there's anything actually wrong with me. Because
You're
It's
on
like,
the
is there a reason I'm like this, or am I just tism?
yeah. Have I just digested too much Star Wars Kool-Aid, or is there actually something wrong with my brain?
There are tisms abound.
Let's see. What was I going? Oh yeah. So Lord Nyax, when he dies, this is the sound he makes. He goes, "Oh." I don't even know if my mic can pick it up.
Is he like really far away, or
No,
was he having a delicate moment?
No, he gets kicked in the spine, falls off an edge, and the sound effect they play, I can't really maintain the pitch and the volume very well. He goes, "Oh," and it's just like that was. I stop every time. I'm like, that's the sound effect you picked. I'd go for the stereotypical like that. Ah!
You literally cut out every time you start.
You cut out both times, and it just makes it funnier because, like, oh, here's the sound they use. It goes, ah! And that's it. It's like that's all we hear. It's like, huh?
So I'm
yeah,
trying
that is funny.
No, I'm trying.
That's a horrible sound effect.
No, yeah, he goes, oh. It does just keep. It's because I'm going so low. I can't maintain the volume without fucking blowing out either my mic or the stream. But he hold on. Oh, I can't. It's so so high pitched.
It's not happening.
It's so high pitched. My mic just is saying no. It's going up on stream, but yeah, like it's just in Discord. It's like no, we can't let you get that high pitched. Or just
so
that
the
loud.
fact that we're making you do it over and over again is probably making the stream unbearable.
Yeah.
That poor one fan in chat. That poor bastard.
It's just like, oh, right? What is this shit?
Our one hypothetical fan.
The truest OG holding it down.
So what's
the next point?
on the Mando
After
agenda?
that, it was just that I felt no threat from the fact that this place was guarded by stormtroopers, which is just kind of like, it wasn't even before it actually said, it was just as a general thing. Before we get into the action, I want to make a note of this. It's like, if I'm seeing stormtroopers, immediately the action becomes boring. Now, thankfully, that note didn't really come to fruition until the very end. So we can kind of ignore it. And then the next one is, the plan is to go in quiet. I'm just tracking how this goes. Because I found it interesting that they were going to try to be stealthy.
Hold on. No, their plan to be stealthy makes no fucking sense because they beeline it to that fucking terminal. When you're in disguise, you don't just fucking go straight to your objective. Yeah, like especially if you're somebody that's got like an ID code or any of that kind of stuff. You have to partially do their job a bit.
Yeah, you play the part.
Yeah.
It's like if you're in Hitman and your disguise is like a fucking repairman, you repair some shit at the beginning of the mission to kind of ease your way into the mission. You don't just like put on the repairman's hat and go in and fucking bludgeon someone.
Yeah.
Well, but before you even get inside the base, you have the sort of, I guess you could call it a convenience or a contrivance of, it was not part of their plan that they got attacked. and ambushed, and
Yes.
they were the only transport to make it all the way in, and therefore they were basically fucking heroes. So not only did they try to go in sneakily and in disguise, but as soon as they go in, all eyes are fucking on them.
Oh, dude, you've just hit on a double tism for my notes later on. Number one, if being attacked by pirates is so common,
Why
why
is the
the fuck
Empire?
are there only 2 people in each truck? Why are they not escorted? This is a very valuable
These
resource,
things
for
would have
fuck's
tanks.
sake.
These guys.
They have TIE fighters.
Right?
Yeah, these things would be so heavily fucking guarded. And also, if this transport, okay, if this material is so fucking expensive, not expensive, so excuse me, if it's so volatile that a bumpy road will fucking set it off, why the hell is it being transported via like fucking trucks?
Yeah,
Well,
especially with
and
the amount that you lose in transporting, surely it's worth shelling out the extra money to transport it by ship, for fuck's
Either
sake.
that or repulsor
Well, and we
lift.
never got any kind of explanation for why the pirates were trying to hunt them down.
Well, if I had to make it,
Imagine they're just freedom fighters from the locals.
yeah, they're probably
Which,
just like
and I
trying to
actually,
just
like,
inconvenience
we're
the
skipping ahead
Empire.
again to my notes, but like I said, like, are they fucking Wakandans? Because they have this inconsistent level of technology.
They
have,
were
like, these.
willing to sacrifice themselves. They were willing to kamikaze bomb that fucking
Yeah, they
juggernaut.
were terrorists.
So
Oh, yeah.
my thing is, even a throwaway line would have been better than nothing. We didn't even get
yes,
that.
that's true. They
But
were
like
just
they
random
had these what are they, floaters, speeders, like these
skiffs.
little ships. Yeah, they had those, but they were also armed with fucking spears. Hence the Wakanda reference. Like, what level of technology are you at? For fuck's sake,
Oh,
pick one.
I love fucking talking about Black Panther with River because
Well,
she
and
just
they had
loves to
thermal
defend this.
detonators.
She just loves to
Yeah,
defend
it's like
fucking
fucking
Wakanda.
Christ.
And
So-
since when are
It's like-
thermal detonators basically just grenades?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Remember when,
in
like-
like games and stuff, they were basically grenades. But here's the thing: I actually did have a note on this as well. It's like the timers on thermal detonators are not that long, especially
Yeah.
once you start
Oh.
hearing that sound.
Yeah,
That sound has a very specific length.
and it's inconsistent as fuck because they like have multiple times where it's a short fuse, and then sometimes it's really fucking long for no
Well,
reason.
That's because
Yes,
well,
I noticed that as well.
I also want to note that thermal detonators are okay. So in the lore sense, thermal detonators are a gigantic fucking deal. They're basically a nuke. Like that's why 3PO just goes because he's holding a thermal detonator and then fucking Fett is like almost ready to fucking shoot Leia dead. But if cuz Leia's got her hand on the dead man switch because thermal detonators have 2 triggers. The slide forward, which is turns on the normal timer, and slide it back, which is the normal dead man switch. Which is basically if you let that go, it's instantly armed and it's gonna explode whatever it hits.
Did it hurt when your virginity reattached?
Yes, it actually very much
Does it
did.
hurt?
Does it hurt?
Does it hurt?
Does it hurt?
Yeah, I had to just expose my back, and the nails just got slammed right into my spine. Just so it was really weird how like the thermal detonators were so inconsistent. Only in both their explosion and the fucking the timers. It was so fucking weird. Like,
I think there's enough examples of them.
Oh, did Luke just? Oh wait, that was Cadius.
No. I think there's enough examples like from the games and from some of the other movies and shows and stuff where thermal detonators are basically this universe's version of like a high explosive frag grenade. I mean, they're not.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's like a sort of a way if you're willing to do a little bit of writing for them, where if we refer to thermal detonators the same way we refer to a C4 charge.
Yeah,
now, that can mean 2 things. It can mean a small charge, like a grenade or a simple planted explosive, or it can mean something very, very big,
like a plane,
like
like a bunker
vest
buster,
or a truck, and you would refer to them both as "I have a C4 charge in this building." Like the size is kind of implied in the threat. It's like if I say that to you, it's like I have a C4 charge planted to the foundations of this building. you're probably going to assume I'm not talking about something grenade-sized, right?
Right.
So there's a little bit of wiggle room there, but when you use something as member berries rich as the specific sound from the games, and then you run that sound longer than those member berries remember, you're kind of getting into tism territory.
And
Well,
also,
yeah, especially because Battlefront, I mean, even going back all the way to like the PS2 versions, when it first came out, thermal detonators have been a staple of those games for a
yeah,
long
Exactly.
fucking
And
time.
if you've played those games any amount of time at all, that's a sound that you know very fucking well.
right.
Because those things were awful.
Well, we know that sound, and then the fucking plasma grenade from Halo.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's the thing is that, and it's been pretty much the exact same sound through every version of the game. Like
Also, fuck me, I gotta do this anyway. So at the same time, a thermal detonator is definitely nuclear because it is described to have like a nuke because it's described that a nuclear reaction is taking place when you set those things off. Like they're very
Right, but that
powerful.
wouldn't be a thermal detonation, though.
I, I don't know why it's always been called a thermal detonator when those things are so when they're described like to basically be fucking little
well,
nukes.
I don't know. I think you have to be really careful with the nuke comparison because I feel
Right.
like that's something that gets thrown around in fiction a lot when it's
Right.
like you really have to understand the scale of that.
And
Like
not
I
just the
always
scale, but there's other ramifications that go into a nuclear reaction.
Yes.
right.
Right. Hold on. Let me pull up a little clip. There's like especially it's also very inconsistent depending on the game you're playing because in the Phantom Menace game, if you were to throw a thermal detonator, it actually does set off like the biggest explosion in the game. It's I think a better comparison would almost be like the BFG. The thermal detonators have always been described as the end all be all type of explosive.
But
I
I
don't know.
thought
I guess
proton
my
torpedoes were the be all and all.
yeah, I always just kind of thought of them as like a slightly bigger version of a frag grenade, basically.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
I'm
they were what stormtroopers and like military would use, whereas like locals would use more conventional explosives.
Right.
So the Empire comes in, they fucking shoot TIE fighters right next to their fucking super sensitive fucking super sensitive truck full of explodium. And
Explodium. Yeah,
and
honestly, I'm just gonna call it that from now on because that's
yeah,
basically what it is.
yeah, and then we see competent stormtroopers. It's really weird. Like like and then also Bill Burr makes the comment of like I'd never be so happy to see stormtroopers.
Or I thought it was I guess you never thought you would be happy to see stormtroopers because like it was directed at Mando.
That's
I'm
true.
Yeah.
sure Bill Burr's character has been happy to see stormtroopers many a time.
Yeah, because then because they would have just saved his life naturally.
Yeah, because he was one of them.
Yeah,
But I did think it was a very interesting angle to take, and I wish the episode would have been longer so they could have explored that idea just a little bit more.
I
That's
liked.
why I'm
Yes,
not a fan of the short episodes.
especially before Bill Burr does like the D&D campaign where like one player ruins the whole plan by just fucking attacking the main boss right on sight. It's like
Yeah.
Oh, hold
it's
on.
like they
I,
were building up to that wonderfully,
I
but they
would.
kind of jumped the gun, and that's again we're skipping ahead in my
Yeah, I
notes,
actually
but
wanted to
yeah.
quickly rewind. On Bill Burr talking about how in all reality, sometimes the New Republic and the Empire are exactly the same. Like it doesn't matter who would be in control
Yeah,
of this
I agree.
of
That
this
was some
planet.
really good dialogue because they're
Who?
like
Yeah,
these people don't give a shit to either to them like we're both invading armies or something like that.
Yeah,
and the thing is, like, like the common soldier being a kind of armchair philosopher thing, that's a trope from like Shakespearean literature. It's like, it's a tradition. So if you're going to do it, you have to do it with like a little bit of gravitas. And it's one of the few things in this episode I think they got pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I almost wish this episode had been directed by somebody like Tarantino, who
Oh,
really
God.
can
He would have
take
been
that
good
dialogue.
for this.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't want to see Mando's feet. I don't really want.
Well,
Oh
no, we'd
but
have
you do
seen
want to see
Gina's
Cara
feet.
Dune's feet.
Yeah, it would have been Cara Dune's feet. First of all, second of all, it just the way he does dialogue and can take a
Yes.
scene of people sitting down at a table and having a drink and just
No, yeah, man.
dial that shit up to 11.
Yes, all memes
Yes,
aside.
and that scene of like Bill Burr and the Mando just in the truck, kind of going back and forth. Bill Burr was trying to do some banter. It was kind of hit or miss, but sometimes it hit. And
Yeah.
Mando was just kind of not really giving anything.
Man,
In a more competent writer's hands or more competent directors, that could have been a really good scene.
memes aside, yes, Tarantino. Like, let's not forget Pulp Fiction, the opening scene where the robbers are just fucking talking about, like the amount of cash that comes from like their various heists, like. How many people have wallets? Like when you're doing a bank heist versus when you rob a restaurant. That kind of
Oh,
stuff.
one of the best ones is the opening of Reservoir Dogs.
Oh god, yeah, that's one
with
of his
the-
best movies.
You guys are gonna drag me
the
through
tipping
Reservoir Dogs,
scene.
aren't you?
The tipping scene is
Yes.
such a
Have you
great.
not seen Reservoir Dogs?
It's on the list.
Oh,
Oh
dude,
my god.
it is a masterpiece.
All right. I was.
It's fucking amazing.
I haven't seen Jackie Brown. I haven't seen Reservoir
You
Dogs.
have to at least like just YouTube Reservoir Dogs tipping scene. It's
So,
it's
okay.
such an iconic scene.
I think I have a way to explain this a little bit. Okay, you know how we're talking about Pulp Fiction about it's not even about what's happening in the scene. It's just about some
Yeah, it's
quality about
it's
the
how
way
it's
they're
being done.
made just makes them so memorable.
Yeah, it's like
Almost every scene of Reservoir Dogs is like that. Everyone who's seen it can like remember almost the entire movie.
I guess that's kind of
Yeah,
why
it's a highly quotable movie.
Yeah, I feel like I need to watch it anyway, just because I've been raised on Tarantino's actiony films a little too much, such as
Oh
Kill
my
Bill,
god, yeah.
Kill Bill,
no.
Pulp Fiction, Inglourious Bastards.
Well, Pulp Fiction
Dialogue is where he really shines.
Yeah, dialogue is the very beginning of Inglourious Bastards when like Christoph Waltz is talking to the farmer. You know those
that
moments.
scene, you could just take it out of context. In fact, this is literally what happened. The only reason I ended up watching Inglourious Bastards, because like I don't know, it just kind of slipped under my radar. But when I was in TY, I don't know if I'll need to explain what that is. Will I? Transition year? Do you guys have
Oh
that?
yes, no, we
Not
don't.
really.
We don't. Once you're done with high school,
Okay.
that's just it.
Okay, imagine if
I know what
right in
transition
the
year
Irish
is, though.
education system, the first 3 years of secondary school or high school, to put it in American terms, after those 3 years, you do something called the junior cert. It's kind of like this practice for your real exams before you go to college. When that's done, there's this optional year where you do kind of soft skill kind of things like oratory, film studies, entrepreneurship. It's like all these little things that couldn't be real subjects, but they're very useful kind of life skills and they're kind of good mental and emotional development skills. It's a very good thing depending on the kind of student you are. For me, it's the best year I had in school because film studies was the best class ever. Once a week, we would make a movie. Now, it was only like 10 minutes long on a literal shoestring budget because we were teenagers with no money. But every week, film studies teacher would give us a genre. It's like this week, we're doing 70s cop movies. This week, we're doing Bond movies. This week, we're doing girl group pop songs from like the 90s. Get on it. So it was this whole thing, and it was the most fun, it was the most interesting, it was the most educational thing I did in my entire fucking school career. One of the weeks, we were studying like crime movies and like buddy cop things, and as homework, we were given like all these Tarantino movies, we were given Starsky and Hutch, that kind of thing. And through all of it, we just kind of pieced together all of these tropes as to what it is that we were supposed to kind of capture for ourselves, and we would just kind of play around on camera at the end of that week and make one. That's what TY is, right? Does it make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
I already knew all of that stuff. Because
Brilliant. How the fuck did you know?
Jacksepticeye.
Just curious. Oh,
He talked about it.
that kind of makes sense. Yeah, it's a very Irish education system thing. I don't know if any other country does it. I know
Does
I
Britain
know
not
in
do it?
Britain Britain has something similar, but I don't know if they do the same stuff.
So tie that back into Reservoir Dogs.
Right, Reservoir Dogs. Reservoir Dogs was one of the movies we had to watch in preparation for making a general, like, a crime conspiracy movie. So we were shown Snatch, Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels, Reservoir Dogs, and Pulp Fiction. Two different directors, two movies from each, all of them very different, but all of them kind of set within the one genre. And then the assignment for that month, because it was actually a multi-week project for that one, was to kind of write, direct, and actually make something in a similar vein, but the costumes were literally what we could grab from home on what we could film on location in the school on our shitty little cameras. So we actually had to fucking study those movies. So to me, it's like they are held up on an extra pedestal of why you absolutely need to see them because they're foundational for the fucking genre.
All right.
Yeah, I have always been, as somebody who's trying to be a writer, um, for dialogue, for me, there's always been two, and that is Quentin Tarantino and Kevin Smith. His early stuff like Clerks is a great example
Oh,
of
Clerks 1 and 2 is an absolute fucking masterpiece in just doing casual dialogue that evolves into planned jokes.
Well, yeah, because realistically in the movie nothing is happening. It's all about the dialogue. It drives the entire thing. And
And even
it's
then, the
fantastic.
jokes themselves, it's like they age so well because this style of humor is something that feels so very modern. If that makes
Absolutely.
sense. It's like, it's this just, it focuses on quotability, on the absurdity of the situation, it's the feeling of the main character of like, I wasn't even supposed to be here today. It focuses so much on that like universal relatability thing that it becomes timeless. And that's what like a lot of modern kind of comedy writing kind of misses out on. It's very set in the moment. It's very current year. So there's nothing
Right.
timeless about it. In about a year's time, the things that come out now aren't going to be funny anymore. And it feels very finite. It feels like
Well,
this doesn't have any staying power.
It's not relatable anymore. It almost feels like it's detached. Whereas,
Yeah, it's like when you try to appeal to everybody, you appeal to no one, that kind of thing.
yeah.
Which is why I actually, it's why when I see a lot of, that's why I kind of get a lot, sorry, I looped my fucking sentence for a good second there. I don't like a lot of the MCU movies, fucking Age of Ultron onwards, for the most part, because they seem to just try to appeal to as many people as absolutely possible. When I personally, if I was making a movie, I'd appeal only to the diehard comic fans. Which is why I love films like Spider-Verse. Like, Spider-Verse is kind of, it dives into the deep, not into the deep lore, but it goes into, like, all this, like, necessary, like, stuff with, like, Spider-Man Noir, Spider-Gwen, and all, and it, I, which is weird because at the same time you could be new to all these characters and still understand it.
Well, that's kind of what I was about to bring up. It's like Into the Spider-Verse is very
It's
casual friendly
right,
because it when it introduces these things, it actually introduces them. It doesn't just reference them and expect you to get it.
right. I think that's why. What
I
would be a
think
good
what Into the
example?
Spider-Verse did really, really well, though, is it took these things that were very convoluted
And it
and
simplified them.
translated them into a very casual, friendly format.
Yes, I I think a better example would probably be Thor Ragnarok. Thor Ragnarok tried to turn Planet Hulk into a Thor story, and I'm like, oh, fuck you.
Yeah, I'm one of the people who really hated Thor Ragnarok
I hate
because
it.
it felt
I
like
genuinely
a
fucking hate it.
massive shift in Thor's character that didn't make a lick of sense.
Yeah, they made him a comedy character, and it's just like Thor has been one of the ironically the most serious characters in the entire MCU.
Right, that's the whole thing. Everyone else thinks he's a joke, but he takes himself incredibly seriously.
Yes, hence why he talks like Thor Odinson.
Right, and it's like he's the only one that's not in on the joke. And the minute they made that reality, and it's like suddenly he's just laughing along with everyone else, it's like you guys have jumped the shark here.
Yeah. That's...
Okay, I'm just going to throw this out here now because I don't know when it's going to become relevant again. But watching any of the MCU interpretation of like the Thor, Odin, Norse mythology thing, as someone who's actually like read Norse
this
mythology,
stuff probably
it's
pisses you
fucking
off.
hilarious.
Oh yeah,
Like,
it's bad.
Like,
yeah.
well, it's not even that it's bad. It's like I appreciate that they have their own interpretation that's consistent with Marvel canon. That's completely fair enough. It's just that when you compare it to like actual Norse mythology, it gets very funny very quickly. Because in Norse mythology, they basically went, okay, if there is a god, he's probably like a weird one-eyed meth head covered in birds who's addicted to magic.
Yeah. And
Of course he is.
In
That makes
and-
the
in
most
Norse
sense.
mythology, that's Odin.
yeah, let's
Like
not...
that's literally his character. Every idea he comes up with is beyond bonkers. He's very bad at disguises because everyone recognizes him instantly because he chooses shit names. It's full of like all these little tropes that
And-
make it just kind of funny, and it reminds you that like back in the day when these stories were first told, like in fucking mead halls and taverns and like lords halls while they were getting drunk with their friends, they were told for entertainment.
Yes, like the
It's like
story
they were
of when Loki turned into a fucking horse to distract a bunch of dwarven construction people, got pregnant.
those were giants. Yes, the frost giants. Like, okay, Odin commissioned a bunch of frost giants to build like this glorious hall for him, and he told them that he would grant them like the most glorious horse in the land, not thinking that they would build something to his satisfaction. But when they did, he was kind of stuck. He went, "Oh shit, I need a horse." Loki, you're good at shape shifting, right? You want to do Pops a favor?
Yeah,
And
so
like
he turned
Loki was
into
like,
a
"Oh,
horse,
fine."
got
And he turned
pregnant,
into like yeah,
and
and
then
gave birth to Sleipnir, who became Odin's horse, who has
Hey,
like 8 fucking legs and
yeah.
looks like it just looks like you like fucking kill me,
hey
please.
Dad, here's your grandson, and Odin's like, I'm gonna fucking ride that.
Oh god, Norse mythology is so weird and fucked up. I love it.
Oh my god, so I think that's why with the MCU, since I was such a comic book nerd, sometimes it is hard to just separate what I think is the true qualities of these characters to put them on the silver screen. Hence why, if you asked me, Tom Holland's interpretation, what he does with the character is fine. It's what Disney set up for his character I really don't like.
And this is just speaking about Spider-Man, yeah?
Yes, just Spider-Man. What they've done with pretty much everyone else, except Falcon. Falcon, they've watered him down so much to the point he doesn't really have anything relating to his original character.
Yeah, honestly, like you pick one scene out of the entire between Avengers 1 and Endgame, one scene that suggests he could carry a whole movie by himself.
None,
Just one.
because Falcon
Because
has
I'm
no
not fucking
personality.
seeing it.
He just acts like stereotypical black guy that helps Cap. Like just
Yeah,
like how Rhodey is like that for Iron Man.
It's like he's the black best friend character
Yeah.
in all that entails, both good and bad.
And I hate
Yeah,
to
pretty
say
much.
this, but it's weird how they're not even remotely hinting at his sexuality, because Falcon's gay. Like,
Wait, hold on. That was like an actual thing and they didn't even use it? Really?
Falcon, as far as I know, I'm gonna relook it up. I can't believe I'm literally googling is Falcon still gay. But is
Is Falcon still gay? Has he
is
changed his
Fal-
mind?
is Falcon
I don't
still?
remember him being one of the go-to gay characters because there were a lot of like gay Marvel characters that got a lot of press and stuff about being gay. The big thing I remember with Falcon is at one point he became Captain America for a time, and that pissed a lot of people off because he was the Black Captain America, you know, and everyone was like, "Oh my God, so edgy," you know, it's
Even
Black Captain
even
America.
even though fucking Falcon is stuck with Captain America since the fucking 60s. He's Falcon is like fucking Falcon became more of Cap's sidekick than fucking Bucky did. Like,
Yeah, although Bucky was kind of a weird case because he was like his best friend, then his rival, then he was just kind of not around for a while. And then he came back as the Winter Soldier in the lead up to what
The-
was the comic arc where Captain died?
Civil War. He died in the original Civil War comic.
Did he? I thought it was after that.
Yeah, it was after the end of Civil War. He's stepping out of the court case, and then fucking Maria Hill just fucking shoots him.
Wait, hold on. I remember in the comics Cap's death going differently. I'm probably thinking of something else.
Hold on. How
It was on like
How-
some battlefield or something.
you're probably
Because
thinking
like the whole icon of the broken shield and all of that stuff.
that. Oh, the broken shield. That's from the original Infinity Gauntlet story.
Is it?
Yes.
My
Because
head is all over the place when it comes to those fucking comics, man.
yeah, and yet I somehow have them. I'm like, is this whole podcast the proof that I'm autistic?
Yeah.
Okay,
pretty
so
much.
I tried to Google it as far as like MCU Falcon, and the closest thing I can find is an article from June of 2019 that
Yeah, I
Falcon
see.
was outed as the first gay MCU character in a new Netflix special.
Which
But
didn't
the
happen.
example that they give is Black Mirror when Anthony Mackie played the character who was gay, but I don't think they
Yeah,
ever
that's-
said that that character was Sam Wilson.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, also that doesn't really count because it's for a different show on a different network.
yeah. I'm talking about.
Like,
I'm not talking
it's
about
a different thing.
MCU. I'm talking about the comics. Is Falcon?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna put in is Falcon
Wasn't
gay?
Iceman like the first Marvel gay character icon?
No.
No, I think
I
I
remember
think it
that
was one
being
of
a
the
thing.
X-Men though. I don't remember his
Yeah.
name, but there was a character introduced in the X-Men comics that was very openly gay. And it was a big deal. Like I remember hearing about it a lot, and they always pointed to him as being the fucking
It wasn't
example.
the angel guy. Because his thing was just like
No.
his dad hated mutants in general, and it was more of an allegory. And then there
Yeah.
was another character who was gay on top of that. I just can't
It
remember
was
who.
kind of a minor character. I remember he wasn't like one of the main members of the team, but he was a recurring like side character.
That's probably why I have Iceman in my head.
Yeah, I don't remember his name, but it was definitely X-Men who did it first because they were one of the most progressive comics.
I mean, by its very premise, you would kind of hope that they would be.
Right.
Oh, I guess this was an accident. Okay. I guess this was a headcanon that accidentally
His name
swirled
was
around.
North Star, a member of the original Alpha Flight superhero team.
Sorry, I guess the Falcon being gay, I guess that was accidentally a headcanon that got just mixed with the general fandom at the time, and I just never did my research. It's kind of the Abby transgender thing, where it's like you read in the leaks and then you assume that Abby was the transgendered person, and then you just never updated your information.
Oh, where you like actually assumed something fairly progressive, and then everyone's like, no. Just because like someone is like this doesn't mean they're that. They could just be this, and you're just like, oh. I mean, I was actually going more progressive than that, but okay, I guess I'm problematic.
Mm-hmm.
Surprisingly, it wasn't until 2002.
Yeah, so the comics industry is so fucking weird because they'll be like, we're all progressive. Here's a character named Snowflake. It's like, what? that's
Oh my god, that fucking. I mentioned like before the stream that like I have a few friends who are trans and gay and so on. It's like I actually had to tell them what all of that was. It's like, and they just all cringed. They thought it was just another one of my shit posts. And it's like, no, this is an actual thing.
Yeah, this is real.
It's so
And
fucking weird.
they did not appreciate it.
I wouldn't
Yeah, I
appreciate
don't
it.
see how anybody could look at that kind of depiction and not be like insulted.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're basically being
Well,
tokenized for your
I
sexuality.
can tell you now that their exact response was like, is this something I'm supposed to relate to? Or is this something that you're supposed to relate to and then feel good about it? Was their exact response. Like, yeah, you fucking nailed it. It's like, as a quote, progressive Marvel fan, I'm supposed to read this and feel very good about how progressive and inclusive I am. That's the point of it being written.
How did we
Yeah,
get here?
it kind of reminds me of something that happened during the Game Awards, where they were talking
Oh.
about this. There's this group called Latin X, and
Oh
basically,
no.
yeah. Well, so what it is it's a bunch of Hispanic people in the gaming world who were like working for all these various companies, like Electronic Arts and all these, and they were noticing that they were like the only Hispanic person in the room, and they thought that that was wrong. So their solution to this was that they were going to basically create a group or a company that specifically focuses on the advancement of Hispanic uh, people and Hispanic, stories and creativity. But what they don't understand is that by doing this, you are actively encouraging racism.
Yes, because you're.
Well, the thing is, like, it depends on the angle they come at it from. So if they notice, like, okay, there's a lot of like us Hispanic people here. It's like we're in the game industry, but we're never really represented. Our stories are never at the forefront. So let's make our own studio. So far, I'm with you. Okay? You make your own studio, you tell your own stories based on your own culture, your own mythology, your own stories,
Hell, that's why
whatever the
that's
fuck.
why Coco works
But
So
so
now
far,
you've
well.
it
created a
sounds
membership
great.
club. Now you've created a membership
Exactly.
club where only Latinos are welcome.
And that's fine as long as you tell stories that feel like I'm actually hearing another culture being represented. But if you use all of that and what you produce is just more of the same shit as everyone else, but not as good, then
Well,
you've got a problem.
no. My problem with it is the whole premise was basically that they're saying all of these companies are a quote unquote white boys club. So we're going to go off and make our own club, and white people aren't allowed.
And that's like
That
their actual mission statement that we don't hire white people.
they
Really?
don't hire white people. They don't tell white people stories. It is specifically targeted towards these people and these people only.
What was this called? Hold on.
Latin X.
Okay.
Latin what? X?
Right. And
Latin
the thing
X.
is, like, I even like, I'm kind of showing my more snowflakey side here, but I even have just a bit of sympathy for like the not telling white people. So it's like you have your own culture, you have your own mythology. Please, for the love of God, put it into some kind of modern media that it may be preserved. Because I fucking eat that shit up. I love mythology. I love stories. I love all that shit. Give it me. But then they do it and they kind of, to borrow a phrase from them, they whitewash it. They will take their own mythology, their own cultural heritage,
Well,
and they
see,
will wash out anything that's problematic.
there's the ad from. This is directly
Hold
from the
on.
Game Awards.
I'm gonna have to keep an extra eye on the stream to make sure this doesn't fucking put the stream in full view, so I make sure I don't see the fucking copyright. Your stream is in danger.
Just put
Warning.
Edgy the fucking knee sabers guy on. That'll block the copyrightism.
Well, no, I want them to actually see what we're reacting to.
Yeah, not
turn.
all of it. They'll like just have him off on the side, so
No,
it's
yeah,
disrupting the
no,
video
yeah.
recognition.
I'll put him over the. I'll put him over the hashtag Game Awards.
There you go.
Yeah.
That should work if you guys are seeing the stream.
Yep.
I meant the actual stream, not what I'm streaming to just you guys.
I have it in a different app. Hold on.
Like that should be enough coverage.
I would think so, and it's a short thing.
Edgy,
So.
yeah, it's only a minute.
It's only like a minute long.
All right.
When I was starting in the games industry as a Latinx person,
I felt.
Oh my
So
god,
what
he
is-
actually says it.
What is a Latinx? I've never heard this.
Oh my god,
Apparently
use the
it-
shadow of the edgy one. I love you.
Apparently, it's the progressive thing to say instead of Latino.
Okay, here's the problem with that, and I say this as a privileged European where I'm next to a lot of other very different languages.
Mm-hmm.
But French, German, Spanish, Portuguese, Italian, all of them make this like some kind of grammatical distinction between gender. And it's not what we think of as gender in English. It's gender as like a grammatical thing. It's like some words like chair or table or windowsill. In French, those are feminine nouns, right? When you take 2020 politics in English and you apply them to that, suddenly it sounds problematic. It sounds like something that you actually have to address.
Oh shit.
So people have like taken this hatchet to Spanish and they've carved off the gender from the language and replaced it with X as if it doesn't sound fucking stupid. And a lot of people from that culture are calling it out and saying it's stupid, but these people don't care.
All right. Let's continue.
And they
then.
just keep doing it and it keeps getting more platform. And yeah, I don't know anyone in real life who's happy about it.
as a Latinx person,
I felt quite invisible. It still feels like I'm the odd one out.
Well, how are your ideas then? What do you bring to the
Yeah. If you
in terms of
consistently feel
talent?
like you're the odd one out, the chances are it's more to do with your ideas than your cultural background.
Yeah.
I felt alone.
Okay. It was, you probably. I don't want to say your ideas were shit, but if you weren't, but if you.
Well, it's
you
not even
weren't
that they're
being-
shit. It's like if they're just significantly different from everyone else, that's still a reason for concern, and it might be a sign that you might need to adapt to your professional environment like every other working adult ever.
Yeah, I really don't
You know?
understand what is it with our generation and thinking that the environment needs to change around us and not us having to change for the environment.
Hey, don't let me in with you people.
What?
You're
And don't
you're
lump me in
younger.
with you people.
Yeah, you're younger
on,
than
wait.
me. I'm an elder millennial. I am not the generation after that. No,
Aren't we?
No, no.
Hey, how old are you?
I'm 31.
So,
Oh wow, you're like 3 years ahead of me.
Yeah.
and you're 6 years older than me. I'm about to be.
Yeah.
20
Wow.
I'm about to be.
Oh my
20
god, you're the baby of the group. You fucking millennial snowflake. Get fucked.
Even though I fucking hate other millennials, I stare at them with their. I was about to say their colored hair, but even I had colored hair at one point.
Exactly.
Jeez.
Snowflake.
Well, that was mainly because I just wanted to just have different haircut. I did not have control over my own hair for like years. So the second I was like,
Wait,
I'm gonna-
hold on. What does that mean
My pa-
exactly?
when my parents said I needed to get a haircut, we got me a haircut. I did not have any control over my own hair for
Hold on.
probably what felt
Up
like
until what age did you not decide when you got a haircut?
17.
Reason. Yeah, no. As soon as I was like 14, 15, my parents was like, okay, you're a fucking teenager. Go to the barber's by yourself, you fucking lazy cunt. And that's when
Yeah.
I started growing my hair out long.
But then even then, I wasn't even allowed to let it get over a certain length, and it wasn't allowed to be any other color. So once I was
They
like,
didn't let you pick your own fucking hair, even though they decided you were old enough to decide your own hair.
yeah,
That doesn't make any sense.
yeah, I've
So which is it?
I grew up
Am
in
I
a very
old enough to decide my own hair, or am I not?
Well, but you have to remember the main prerogative of American parenting, the number one thing, because I said so.
Exactly.
Fuck off.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
Irish
That's what we all
parenting
have to
is
deal
just
with.
like, yeah, Irish parenting, it just comes down to a question. It's like, are you able to be responsible for this by yourself, or do I still have to do it for you?
Well, hold on. After you've consumed your requisite amount of potatoes for the day, then they ask that question.
3, by the way.
All right, so tangents aside, let's finish this quick 1 minute blurb so we can return to Mandalorian.
I was often the only woman and the only Latina woman in the room.
That's a perfect
She
pause
used
screen.
the Latino word. She didn't say Latinx.
Ooh, that's gendered.
Yeah.
Team Liquid. I wonder. So this guy is on Halo Infinite, so he's Microsoft. What's Team Liquid doing? Can somebody quickly Google that? What's Team Liquid?
What the fuck is Team Liquid?
They're saying
I have
like
no
what
idea.
studio they're part of.
Felt alone.
So
I was often.
this is event manager at Team Liquid, and
Event manager seems like one of those
Hold on.
weird positions where you fucking you like plan the office parties and shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, event manager usually means you're planning either office parties, conferences, large board meetings. Basically, you're fetching the tea and cake for everyone else.
Team Liquid is a professional esports organization.
Oh, fuck off!
Oh, fucking what?
I don't even like esports in the first place. I know it's a nice advancement for how we've all accepted this kind of stuff, but at the same time, god damn it, do we really need to give these people who play video games millions of fucking dollars? God damn it.
Esports are and always have been tism. I don't approve of them. By the way, I have a new profile picture. I hope you appreciate.
I need to go look at this.
Halo Infinite.
Yeah. So, okay. Does anyone know how I wish I had fucking somebody who properly knew OBS? Because I want to know how everybody has that little, how with like Smudcast and fucking E.A.R.P and even Confap, how they just have that square that just shows everybody's Discord thing, and it would just show like the profile pictures.
Honestly, I actually don't know how they do that, but it seems so common that it has to be easy.
Yeah, I need to.
I think it's more of like a dual monitor thing, where they will insert that as like a separate thing or element or an overlay.
Yeah,
I'm actually not sure how they do it exactly.
I need to just talk to the admin of E.A.R.P posting and just just go up to him and be like, mentor me, please.
So anyway, if you just aside.
Okay.
Yeah, tangents aside. Okay, back to my Mandalorian notes. I'm opening them up again right now.
Let's finish this 1 minute video. Jesus.
Oh yeah, we were listening to these
The only woman
bitches.
and the only Latina woman in the room.
I think about how hard it was for me to get where I am today.
Okay, wait, how hard it was for you? Well, you probably had to educate yourself and get yourself hired on. Game designer with Halo, that means you're part of 343 Industries. That's pretty high up tier in the fucking Microsoft catalog. You got to work for that. Like
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's hard to get on for anybody.
Yeah, if we all went into suddenly we all had game design degrees, we wouldn't immediately be hired on to like 343 or Bungie or fucking
fuck no.
Or Sucker Punch.
At best we would do temp QA work for like a couple of years before we got a decent position.
Yeah, that's kind of
it's not like if you're white you just get a fucking pass. Like, oh yeah, Bungie
here you
and
go.
343, they just hire white people. You're white,
here.
so welcome to the club.
Okay, I'll give you a perfect fucking example. I'm white, was raised Catholic in a white Catholic country. Even after leaving college, I still had to do a couple of years temp work before I got anything good. It's just a part of fucking getting your career started.
Yeah,
you book up and you get it over with.
It is a little shit though, only in the sense of like, man, like you got to do all this work and then continue to just do nothing but bust your ass.
Oh,
when it's
it is absolutely shit, and you're getting shortchanged on what your wages are. You're getting fucked on what your hours are. It's not a good gig.
It's kind of weird how
but
just with
it's
any
kind
career,
of just what you do.
It's kind of just weird how in any career you're pretty much not really going to be happy with where you are until you're like in your 30s with that. If you got
Pretty
straight
much, yeah.
into your like your job zone, like say if I got a fucking management degree, like I'll still be fucking like a concierge or something for a few years before I'm even remotely considered for a management position. And it's just like it's kind of weird how you have to just keep, and it's like you won't really be comfortable with where you are until pretty much the first quarter of your life is over, which is so
Yeah,
weird.
pretty much. Like,
And
to give an example, like right now, I'm 28, I'm nearly 30, I'm working an IT job in a mental hospital. And, like, as these temporary bullshit gigs kind of wear on and wear out, it's like, yeah, I'm kind of moving up, but it's more like a lateral move. And I'm gathering skills more than experience, really. But I'm getting myself into better positions.
right, and
Yeah, as temporary and bullshit as they are, I'm still kind of building myself up a little bit. And by the time I'm in my 30s, yeah, I'm going to be able to land a pretty fucking decent, permanent, stable gig. That's kind of the plan.
right.
And it's bullshit that I have to wait that long, but it's the system we live in. So you just buck up and get it over with.
Right, and I guess that's why jobs like this, like what we're doing right now, is so appealing to me because like you don't technically need anything to be able to go into film criticism in YouTube or to start podcasts and all that stuff. You don't need to be Patrick Willems who fucking need a fucking film degree and all that stuff. And I actually
Oh, that is
I recently
so very fucking true. Although I will say this, and I don't know about Ninja, but because it's like writing is something I've mentioned before that I do as a hobby.
mhm.
It's like I have kind of taken online lecture courses,
Yeah, and
and
that's all well
it's
and
like the
good.
kind of thing you don't get a degree from, but you still kind of learn something from,
Yes,
kind of thing.
that will
It's like
always
I've
help.
done that, and yeah, I've learned from that, and I know more things from that, but it's not going to help me in my career, but it does make my commentary a little bit more
Mhm.
directed, a
It's
little bit
Yeah,
more on point.
it's a hobby that I'm trying to transform into a craft because it would be like my dream job. I would like to get a book published. I would love to write for television or write for movies full time
Oh,
and quit my
dude,
actual job, but
right?
I
Yesterday
understand
was
that
a
that's
very
not a realistic goal.
yeah,
and I'm just
like
showing how much of a cheesy millennial I am because I'm like this is my dream job. just
oh my
stri-
god, if you could actually like get paid for this, like
if we
honestly, fair fucks, yeah.
no
But
for
like
this the
last
second we're getting super
Friday, I
chats
was in
in.
work. It was a quiet day, and like the time where I wasn't going out to like set someone up on MHIS or set up someone's printer or whatever the fuck I do, I was like fleshing out one of like the writing systems for one of my conlangs in the fantasy world that I make on the side. And it's like I do this shit in the background as sort of a constant because that's my passion. It's what keeps me sane. It's what keeps me going. It's the work I do between work.
Right.
But
Me
I know full well from a realistic perspective that to just go out into this world with nothing but cheap ideas for a potentially interesting fantasy world, it's not enough. I need to I need to actually A, write the fucking stories, and B,
yeah,
support myself while I do.
that's my biggest issue. I'm like I need to finally get behind and actually fucking uh actually fucking start putting my D&D ideas to actual paper and put them on the board. I need to stop just shitting around.
Do you have a campaign that you're on?
No, I just keep thinking of story stuff, and I want to eventually see. The thing is I want to play. I don't know if I much want to just. This more sounds more of a LARPing thing than it is an actual D&D, because I've never really liked RNG. Dice rolling has always kind of just pissed me off, like because I've always Because with the way I've always made my characters have always been professionals. So when they fuck up their roles, I'm just like, how is this trained professional fucking up so much? Like,
Oh no, you've got to make allowances for that.
uh,
Like, even a trained swordsman can just get an unlucky strike. It happens.
well, yes, but I have what most people would call insanely bad luck. I roll like I almost question the weight of my die because I roll ones almost constantly.
Are you using IRL die or are you using a digital thing?
Both depending on when I was playing at the time.
Uh,
When I was using real dice,
there,
I'd consistently get like below 10 every time.
I will say that when you're using IRL die, it just becomes unquestionable, so you don't think about it as much. Whereas if you use digital die or use an app or something,
Yeah, you're stuck to
you
an
find yourself
algorithm.
questioning it a lot. It's like, is the app kind of programmed to be this way, or and you just kind of go down this rabbit hole of like, maybe I was fucked out of that role, or
Yeah,
maybe things should have happened this other way. It's just not healthy. Not for your campaign, not for you.
which is why I feel like I'd rather do more of a LARPing thing because then I could actually, swing a plastic sword and actually, not actually dismember somebody. Well, then again, I have an unfair advantage for the fact I actually studied this kind of stuff. Like, took actual fighting classes.
Oh, same. I did
All right,
okay, we're going like
this is
deep into the
this is all
tangents at this
this is
point.
all this
Like
is
we're
all pretend.
tangents within
This
tangents.
is all pretend, right?
Nice.
Me slapping my metal shield. Sure,
No, I did
sure.
what was the fucking thing I did? For a couple of years there when I was like 14, 15, I did
Did you go into the forest
what
and
was it?
throw paper? Lightning bolt.
Shokan
Lightning bolt.
Shotokan Shotokan fucking karate or something. But I got up to like a brown belt level 2, which basically meant I was good enough to like competently spar with somebody,
Mhm.
which is as far as like training goes, it's like you're doing okay, but you've a long way to go, and that's kind of where I dropped off. But yeah, it's like doing like karate week to week and like training it up and stuff. It's fun, but it's a very slow progression. So unless you have aspirations of like actually competing, once you reach like a purple belt, it gets very fucking tedious to keep going.
Mhm. Mhm. Oh. I'm
What the
You've
trying to
fuck
turned
was
into
that?
like the squeaky
e-
voiced teen from
e-
The Simpsons again.
even when it's just making a simple Geralt kind of noise. Even then, my voice fucking cracked. I
Oh
swear.
yeah, you don't have the
I s-
testosterone for Geralt, my friend. I'm sorry.
I can. Oh, hold on. Let me actually drink some fucking water because I can actually do a pretty decent Geralt impression.
I'm not believing it.
Oh, is that what the fuck is that in my coffee? Oh, is everybody just gonna be all quiet now just because? Oh,
Hey, you
well, let me
said
see.
you said you were doing
Hey,
something.
As I,
you set us
I
up for
took I
something.
took a
We're waiting
sip.
for it.
Now, fuck me. I took a sip. It turns out it was not enough liquid. Fuck me. I know when it comes to like doing voice acting, you gotta keep those vocal cords properly lubed. And I just like, oh yeah, this spritz of water, that'll do it. Wind's howling.
No.
It's hold on. It's not.
Yeah, no,
It's more
that
the
just sounds
vocal.
like
I
you.
can keep the fucking. It's more the mannerisms. I can't do the grind because I only. I took like the tiniest sip of coffee, so
All
I
right,
can't maintain
I'm
that.
gonna go to the bathroom. You finish like trying to pump up your testosterone,
It's
dude.
not.
I'll be
It's not
back
even
in
a
a second.
voice acting. Does not need any of that stuff. It needs like proper hydration and actually getting into the character. Since I'm like trying to figure out if I'm even wrestling a cold or not, which I've been
Okay.
trying not to evacuate my.
These sound an awful lot like excuses.
Yeah, and now it's turning into fucking me choking.
Yeah, don't do that.
No, not choking as in like actually like no, it's the choking as in like, oh great, now suddenly all the impressions I do on like a minute-to-minute basis when I'm completely alone have now just
Oh
completely
yeah,
disappeared
it's
from my
always great
brain.
when like nobody's looking, and then you're like, oh, I'm a performing monkey now, and it's like, oh god.
And it's like suddenly, what do you mean I suddenly have like jelly for hands and I now need to like play an instrument or something? This is what I also just reminded myself. I like how I prepared for all the food when it comes to recording, and I grabbed no liquids. Fuck, I only grabbed this cup of coffee, which I'm finally finished with. I'm like, I haven't had water all goddamn day. Uh,
So tangents within tangents, but
yes.
they haven't even really gotten to the part of the video yet that I was hoping to get to, where it's just
Yeah.
I don't know, the whole thing just kind of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit. I guess the message that it sent to me was that, it comes across very positively in the sense that they want, Latino or Latinx or whatever the correct term is, voices to be heard and their stories to be told. And that sentiment I totally agree with. But creating your own essentially, Latin club where it's like you've got a sign on the front door that says no whites allowed is basically what you're doing. Now, it's that whole thing of, if white people tried to do that, they would be fucking crucified for it. But because they're a minority, they get away with it, and I think that's a hilarious double standard. It's like you're encouraging, progressiveness and acceptance by specifically shutting people out.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just the wrong way to go about things.
And I don't want anyone to go through that anymore.
I don't want anyone to go through that. I don't know why I laughed at that.
Right. He's like, it was hard for me, so I don't want things to be hard for anybody else. And it's like, why?
Yeah. I mean, granted, like some steps could probably be removed so actual people can get rotated in and out of like positions easier. Like how you have to have like 7 years of experience to even go into an entry level position. It's like that defeats the whole purpose of it being an entry level position.
Yeah, I agree. That's bullshit.
Yeah, like some steps could probably be removed, but I'm not saying like things need to be like the easiest thing in the world. You don't, because if it's just handed out, then it doesn't have any value.
Right. Things that are hard are what they call accomplishments. You did something that was hard for other people to do. You should be proud of your accomplishment.
And welcome to Latinx in Gaming. Our content, our voices.
Latinx in Gaming is a group of people that are dedicated to supporting other people of Latinx descent in the gaming space.
Oh God.
The past.
So basically, we want support for more Latin people in the game development, or just gaming in general. Because
they said game industry is the term they kind of keep using.
They keep saying this, but not once have I actually seen Quetzalcoatl being represented in a game. And that kind of fucking disappoints me because Mexican mythology is fucking lit, bro.
No, that motherfucker was totally in Final Fantasy VIII. He was one of the first summons you get.
Well, I was gonna say Coco.
Yeah.
Coco is actually one of those pretty good movies when it comes to Latin American stuff. I don't know where I was going with that sentence. I liked Coco, is what I was more or less saying. And now, if with that sentence, it just felt like I was like the silence afterwards. Like, oh, I guess I'm being hung out to dry with that one.
Pretty much, because I know basically nothing about Final Fantasy.
Oh, hold on. I'm gonna share it. I'm gonna share it in the fucking.
Oh, I know nothing about Final Fantasy either. I was just talking about the movie Coco.
We've just grown from a really small group into thousands.
This was no longer just a.
Also, now
narrative designer at Netflix.
Oh Jesus! Well, because
what does that have to do with gaming?
Hold on, Netflix.
Wait,
is starting
what the fuck does that even mean?
Netflix is starting to develop games. They're like weird point and click, like DVD menu type games. So, also, Luke, now that you're back, I'm just gonna take the L on my impression because I realize shit. I haven't done my Geralt impression in a while, so no matter what, it's gonna sound like shit.
Also, now we have Henry Cavill to compare it to, and he actually did a decent-ish job.
Well, it's because I'm trying. Fuck me, as I can feel the mucus at like the back of my fucking nasal passages.
Yeah, you really have to do it when you have a cold, don't you?
No, you can do it without. It's because you gotta. I almost feel like for certain impressions you gotta kind of have a clear passageway, because depending on where you're going, that path needs to be fucking clear. And if your silences are blocked, that means like doing a grumbly voice for somebody like me that can't go super deep, but also can't go super high. Like it, like it ends up kind of sounding like that stereotypical Batman voice that everybody tries to do.
Oh no, when my fucking sinuses get fucked by an infection, like my voice becomes very gravelly.
Oh no,
I sound like fucking Garrus.
Oh, I know. When my sinuses get clogged up, I just can't talk. Like there's just no sound coming out.
It's about game development.
Also, with the Netflix games, there's like a Bear Grylls one. There's like a Minecraft one. It's basically Telltale games, but you hit the buttons on your little Roku controller instead of actually playing a fucking game.
This is about streamers and students and journalists and marketing.
Okay, so journalists, I think we can state the big middle finger to the gaming journalism media, especially after the fucking Game Awards. Great talk.
Great job.
And fans.
Pave the way for people like me, pave the way for people in our community.
Just knowing that there's somebody out there doing what you want to do empowers you to chase it.
It's a really beautiful.
Okay, and here's the thing, is like, if people from this community feel like they are genuinely empowered to tell their stories, embrace their heritage, etc., etc., that's good. That is a good thing. It's just, why do the games we get out of it, they tend not to be that great? It's like, something this genuine, coming from this very culturally grounded, very real, very raw, very emotional place, they're usually a lot better, is kind of my point. Because we've had them before. We've had them from every culture on the planet. Like, how many fucking indie games are there from Eastern European countries that no one's ever heard of?
Especially the ones that come out of Slav countries. Yeah,
Exactly. Yeah. Like, there's countries that most of the Western world never even knew existed because they were part of the Soviet bloc. And they're churning out these games that become overnight viral sensations, and what they don't need is trailers like this. Do you ever notice that?
Yes.
Isn't that a little bit weird?
These kinds of trailers.
And it can't just be because they're white, because A, they're not English speaking, B, they're from some of the poorest countries on the fucking planet, and C, they're from cultures that have historically been repressed by oppressive regimes, be it the Nazis, the Soviets, the modern Europeans, political flag. It's like, these are people who are generally not represented, whose voices are not heard, all of that progressive kind of lingo. They fall into that exactly. But they're white. And that changes everything.
Yeah, we can't care about them or show them compassion, because then it would just be furthering the oppression of white privilege and white culture, or it would be shattering the idea that just because you're white, you're automatically privileged.
Yeah, do you ever notice that when like someone from an African culture expresses a belief that's very outdated or backwards or wrong, it's, oh,
or wrong.
Colonialism pulled this poor soul from the rightful path. But when you see someone from a Soviet bloc country who still maybe hold some anti-left beliefs, they're suddenly, oh, no, they're just white and angry. And that means we can disregard them. Like, there's something inconsistent happening here, and pardon my very modern leftist beliefs, but it seems very classist. Eastern Bloc countries are very poor white people. And if you've been paying attention to 2020 current year politics, poor white people are the enemy, right?
Yes. The downtrodden is the fucking peak society.
Yeah, it's like try explaining to a white person who grew up in fucking the poor shit urban area Tampa, Florida, that they have privilege. You're not going to get very far.
Yeah, you're really not. All right, let's see what we got with this last 11 seconds.
By the way, I actually love this guy's hair.
Yeah. Oh fuck.
To do empowers you to chase it.
Yeah, that kind of hair, I would. So
Oh god, yeah. It's like
you just want to
that, like
jam your
that
hand
very
into
kind
it
of.
and just touch
Well,
it.
it's not even just like what it does. Like it's just like having a hairline like that. That dude is never going bald.
No.
That dude is gonna be like 90 years old with long gray silver hair, and he's gonna be the bitch magnet of the retirement home.
It's a really beautiful thing.
I love it. I love,
really beautiful thing.
He's gonna be the bitch magnet
We're
of the retirement
talking about his
world.
fucking lion's mane, and he's like, "Yeah, it's a really beautiful thing."
Try not to cry. I was this close.
Oh god, it's Facebook gaming.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I guess like you might have been away from the mic when I was talking about it with Wyatt, Luke. But the closest thing I could compare it to is it's like, okay, so these were people who were actively working in the games industry, and they felt uncomfortable. They felt like minorities. They were like, gaming is kind of, for lack of a better term, a white boys club. Okay, so we're going to go over here and we're going to do our own thing, but because we want to make sure that Latin voices are heard. And like you said, that's great. But then at the very end of that, they kind of hang a sign outside the door that says no whites allowed. Yeah. And it's like, it's not okay if the white people do it, but hey, it's not okay if you do it either.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it kind of depends on what their mission statement is, to be honest. Because if they say it's like, okay, we're just setting up a new game studio and we're going to make games in general, then yeah, to have the no whites allowed thing, it seems very fucking dodgy. But if you say we're going to make a game explicitly and exclusively from a Mexican, Incan, pre-colonial fucking perspective, then yeah, I guess there's a basis there for exclusion. And once the basis is set, and that's kind of all I really care about. It's like, if you set the standard and you stick to the standard, I'm pretty much cool with whatever the fuck you do because it's your company. You can do whatever the fuck you want. But don't make these standards and have them be inconsistent with the shit you make, is kind of my point.
Well, but I think where it gets dodgy is like with American laws with like hiring and firing and stuff, you can't, like when somebody applies to a job, you really can't consider race as one of the things. And yet a lot of companies are actively doing that now because of the 2020 SJW progressive movement. Like, for example,
this
Wizards
is
of
true, but, and this is leaning a little bit more towards devil advocate rather than actual heartfelt belief. But when you argue that point, you are saying, it's like, okay, we have this idea that it should be purely merit based, and that's fair enough. But a lot of places don't do that. They will pick their candidate based on racial belief. Sorry, who's talking?
No, I was gonna say you guys keep talking. I gotta use the bathroom.
Oh, okay, yeah, sure. No, I was gonna say it's like, yeah, a lot of companies will say it's like, okay, we're hiring based on merit, and then they'll hire like mostly white directors to direct a movie that has nothing to do with specifically European colonial heritage, etc., etc., etc. And it's like, okay, clearly they weren't hiring purely on merit. There was some kind of cultural cohesion that they wanted to achieve. And my problem with that is more that the cultural cohesion wasn't part of the mission statement. If you make a mission statement, it's like, okay, I'm making a game based in Nordic mythology. Everyone who is part of the team needs to be of a certain descent, they need to be familiar with a certain body of mythology, and they need to meet certain requirements. As a private company, you are perfectly protected to do that. That is perfectly within your legal rights. It's like if you set out in your mission statement that we're making this thing, we need these kinds of people to make this thing. As far as private corporations are concerned, you are protected under every remit of the law. The problem only comes in if you say, we are opening these candidacies to the general public, but you only consider certain candidates viable, which is kind of what they used to do in like the 90s and the 80s and the early 2000s, where it says, okay, everybody send your CV in, or your, what do you Americans call it? Your,
Resume?
fuck. Yes, resume. Everybody send your resume in, and we will consider the most qualified candidates, but they often didn't. It's like they would throw resumes in the bin if they had like a too black sounding name or something like that. Like that was an actual thing. So yeah,
Right.
when you get into those very broad, very general categories of like general office work, it makes sense. It's like you can't have that shit going on. You know, someone who grew up in, I don't know, fucking urban New Orleans, who completed a computer science course, is just as qualified for a data entry position as, I don't know, a white kid who grew up in Wisconsin doing a computer engineer's course. If they have the same qualification, they are equally qualified. That's the standard. So when you go against that standard and hire only the white guy, yeah, you're racist. It goes against your mission statement. And that's kind of the thing I'm directing towards here. It's like, what is your hiring policy? Because if you set it out in stone and we can all refer to it, then we have a standard. We have an objective thing we can point at and say, you said you were going to do this, you didn't do this, you are wrong. Now we have a thing that we can actually nail someone on. But when you have like this vague concept of equality and you're holding everyone to it regardless of what their mission statement was, you're kind of veering in towards cancel culture territory.
Well, that's kind of how things are over here in the States, though, because there's a lot of laws in place about various different types of discrimination and how that affects the hiring and the firing process. You know, like you can't hire somebody, you know, or fire somebody based on X, Y, Z. You know, there's a whole long list now. Over the years, it's grown and grown as to what's considered on that list. You know, age, gender, religion, you know, physical disabilities, mental disabilities. You know, there's a whole long list of things that have to be taken into consideration. But for example, when all of this stuff was going on in 2020, you know, you have a fairly large company like Wizards of the Coast, you know, who does Dungeons and Dragons and Magic the Gathering and all these giant, you know, nerd things. And what they do is they look at their employee base and they go basically, oh yeah, we're too white. So they put out a hiring bulletin basically online saying they were looking for black voices to add to their team because they wanted to tell more diverse stories. And while that is good in concept, in America, you cannot hire somebody specifically by the color of their skin. You can't say this job is open only to black people. That is discrimination based on race, period. Doesn't matter what state you're in. That's a no-no. It would be the same thing if some job was like, we're only hiring white people for this role. Regardless of the reason, it wouldn't matter. You couldn't get away with doing that. You have to be very, very careful when it comes to hiring and firing and the interview process and all that kind of stuff. And yes, there's all kinds of shady shit that goes on behind the scenes that shouldn't. But as far as specifically saying this is the kind of person that we're looking for to hire, you can't say basically in short version we're looking for a black person.
Okay. And this is drawing more on British TV, Irish TV, kind of general culture, I suppose. It's like you can hire something called a cultural consultant. So say okay, there's this show called Love Hate, which is kind of an RTE. Hold on, do I have to explain what RTE is? I forget how.
You're good.
Okay, grand. So there's this RTE original show called Love Hate, and say there's some black characters in Love Hate. The writers of RTE's Love Hate would hire some cultural consultants. And these people, for very obvious reasons, would preferably be of African descent. So in that kind of thing, in that kind of circumstance, you have a built-in workaround for why you would be looking for a specific racial input.
I agree. And I don't even necessarily think that would be a bad idea to implement over here. Hollywood kind of tries to do that, but because of American laws and the way that it's worded, they try to do it in a very, very sneaky way. Like we don't have a direct comparison to that. Like the closest thing I could think of would be like they have firearms consultants. Like if they're going to have a gun scene in an action movie, they'll have like a firearms expert that comes onto the scene and says, no, this is wrong or this is wrong. But they wouldn't be able to get away with saying, this is, we're looking for a black person basically to tell us that our black characters aren't offensive. But what they do is when they put out like casting calls, they'll put out descriptions of certain characteristics that are stereotypically applied to the type of person that they're looking for. Like looking for tall, large bodied, dark skinned, like they'll find ways of wording it to where it's like they're basically looking for a tall black woman, but they can't just come out and say that. So they have to do it in like this weird fucking description. And then you can see when the casting call is actually responded to, oh, they're casting for this kind of character. And you can tell by exactly who showed up, that's what they're looking for. But they just couldn't straight out say that.
Okay, there's a very specific and very recent movie that's a perfect example of this shit. I just can't remember its fucking name. Okay, so in Hollywood, recently, there was this movie, and it was made, and it was based in Ireland, which, if you can't tell by the fucked up way that I talk, I'm actually from. So, in this movie, not a single fucking person, yes, that's what it's called, Wild Mountain Thyme. Thyme as in the herb, not time as in the concept.
I've seen the ads.
Yes, the ads are the most Lucky Charms Irish bullshit that you will ever fucking hear.
Shit.
They are so wrong. They do not sound like actual Irish people sound. It's borderline offensive.
What about Irish
How
Spring?
dare you insult Christopher Walken like that?
What about
Christopher Walken?
What about Irish Spring commercials? Are those?
We don't have those over here. And this is kind of what I'm getting into. It's like when you look at Irish Spring, Lucky Charm, etc., etc. These are American brands that use Irish culture to prop themselves up, even though Irish culture does not fucking accept them at all. There is no one in Ireland who sounds like the Lucky Charms leprechaun. The most Irish people you're going to meet, they're going to sound something like me, where they're a little bit culchy, a little bit Dublin. That's the reality. So when you have like the Lucky Charms leprechaun, you have the people in that fucking... Okay, there's this term in Ireland called plastic paddy, right? And it's basically an American pretending to be Irish. That's all it is. And if you look at, was it The Wind That Shakes the Time, I think it's called? Wild Mountain Time. Wyatt, while you've got control of the stream, look up the trailer for the Wild Mountain Time.
Oh God.
THYME.
I was like, oh yay, we're gonna get closer to Mando talk again. And I was like,
no, we're almost there.
No.
We're coming back.
Very important tangent to me for us to take because I haven't had a chance to talk about this yet.
Wild
Mountain Time.
Oh God.
By the way, thyme, as in herb, is not native to Ireland. So, okay, you see it there down the bottom, the trailer?
Yes.
Right, I want you to play it, and I want you to be ready for me about to say, pause.
Oh God. See, the thing is, we're gonna need to be careful because of copyright.
Oh yeah, don't worry, it'll be fucking quick.
Oh, okay, fine, hold on. Also, is that Eric Bana?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, hold on. Fucking
Lionsgate.
Hold on. Hold on, I gotta move Edgy. Lord, what are we calling him?
Lord Edgy the Hedgy.
Edgy the Hedgy.
Oh, I don't
keep him on screen. He'll help.
He's on screen no matter what. If we think of something better, not just because like we're
no.
Hold on.
That is
no. His name is Perfection. How dare you?
No, well, mainly because we're leaning too much on the Shadow the Hedgehog rather than the Nyax. I'm like, I know we're combining them, but like 75%.
No. It's
75% is his name.
Naya the Hedgy. Fine.
The whole point is that he's the
Lord Nyax the Edgy.
All right, gotta.
Welcome.
Not only that, okay, gotta keep a close eye on the live stream thing so I don't get fucking taken down. We got claimed. Actually, we got claimed on the.
Okay, it's actually good that you paused on this because this is the Cliffs of Moher, which is kind of like a famous tourist attraction on the west coast of Ireland, being filmed from the north downwards. So it's already in the wrong direction. This image, it should be mirrored.
So
but okay.
So let's see. So we got copyright claimed on our very first, like, the three of us teamed up episode where we looked over the Jim Sterling thing. We got claimed by Square Enix.
Did we?
Yeah, Square Enix fucking claimed the footage, and I was about to be like, damn, even with Jim's filters, fucking got defeated.
That almost makes us a legitimate YouTube channel. We're moving up in the world, boys.
You guys should see all my copyright claims. I've got them, like, I'm blocked in Germany. Like, it's...
Okay, do you have the snipping tool on your desktop? Because you can just, like, snip it out and put it in the Discord chat.
What?
Okay. Oh, I'm going into IT mode here. But do you see the Windows key on your keyboard?
Yes.
Press it.
Well, that might fuck with the stream because we're streaming from
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Honestly, don't worry about it. Just press it and up. It will bring a menu. Do you have the menu?
Yes, I have my menu.
Type in SNIPPING.
Snipping tool, okay. What?
Yes.
Now what?
Select the snipping tool. The snipping tool is my secret ingredient. It is very useful.
Okay.
Select the snipping tool and snip the entire screen. Control C, open the Discord chat, and Control V, that shit, right into our eyeballs.
Okay. Windows snap. Okay. Yeah, it just took a whole thing.
Okay, and then you just paste that into the Discord chat. And from the Discord chat, I believe you're able to throw it up onto OBS. Hey, there you go. That's a screenshot.
Huh. I might actually have to have that.
Now that's a screenshot of just you, but yeah, okay, it's progress, I guess.
No, we don't want to. You'll have to show me these things off stream.
I can see the icon on your fucking desktop from where I am. Just scroll down to it. It's right there.
Yeah, I just put it there.
Click it open.
Yeah, okay. I like how I'm being like fucking. It's like I'm being on like a fucking Zoom class, and I'm like fucking having to be taught.
He's gonna learn you real good, boy.
Like, yeah,
honestly,
mid-stream.
like, this is literally my job during the week. It comes so naturally to me.
Meanwhile, a manager, was there anything that's in your way? Why are you talking to me?
Wait, hold on. Do you not speak to your managers?
I stay as far away from management, staff, and my coworkers as humanly possible.
That sounds horrifically
Well,
inefficient.
you gotta remember, he works in the drone factory.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like, not only that, we have plastic covers for almost all of our workstations to keep them separated so none of us catch the fucking coof. So...
Okay,
so
yeah, that's very different from my job.
This year has turned me into an antisocial pariah.
Like, the IT department in the hospital is 2 people. I am one of them. And beyond us 2, there are 2 further people who are in, like, HQ, and we have lunch with them. So we all talk to one another.
Yeah, I think I've maintained like a 2-second conversation with this one person, and I was angry nearly the entire time. I was like, why are you talking to me? This year has this year has turned me into an antisocial pariah, and I'm so angry about it. I'm like, why am I so angry at just random human beings existing now? These people are my coworkers. I should probably stop being so angry that they even exist.
Honestly, man, I get you, but you've gotta have a positive working relationship with these fucking people. As stupid as it sounds, and as stupid as it is, you just gotta.
Yeah, you spend way too much time at work to not, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I will admit, because I've mentioned it, I don't remember if it was part of this pre-stream or not, but myself and Caduce, because we're both in IT, we both acknowledged that there's 3 kinds of coworker that you don't piss off. And it's the people who make your food, who clean your messes, and who fix your shit. And if you're in IT like I am, you're in that 3rd category. Nobody wants to piss you off.
Yeah, it's a pretty sweet gig.
It's pretty sweet, not gonna lie.
Slash the person
I mean, the commute is an absolute fucker, but yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Why isn't management on that list? The people that make sure you can even continue having your job.
Because honestly, most of the time they don't even matter. Like, it's fucked up and it's weird, and initially it doesn't make sense, but when you've been in one organization for long enough, it starts to.
I guess
it's because management are so occupied with the general admin of their of their team that they don't have a lot of time for the day-to-day shit,
I think
which is the main concern of most people.
I think now that I think I'm kind of coming to this like epiphany moment. Oh my god, I think the reason why like cuz my manager is kind of just an okay person. It's the fact that Amazon is so computer dependent that they'll just like the fucking like drones will just be like, this person isn't working effectively. Give them like 7 million write-ups and make sure they get fired by the end of the month. And it's just like, when like I'm pretty sure if like a normal person was behind all this, they'd be like, fuck it.
Yeah, Amazon is kind of a weird case because they have a HQ here in Dublin. But I think because we don't actually have. Okay, we're getting like really
Yeah,
off
I was going to
tangent here.
say, I think I'm gonna pull a, I'm gonna put a railroad sign, and we'll continue this off stream or while I'm playing Cyberpunk. Let's
This is
get
more of a Cyberpunk confirmation.
Yes, let's
I'm going
talk.
to open up my phone and I'm going to open up my notes on the Mandalorian so that we can get
Yes,
back on track.
I'm pulling the chute. I'm
Okay, is Lord Caduce still here?
No, he's
No,
not.
he had to leave the stream briefly. He said he would be back in a while if we are still going, but we are to, for the time being, proceed without him.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I have this up, but I have not. I haven't shown it yet.
Okay.
They get to the base.
So the EU people who the ISB are.
Okay.
Not just, what the initialism stands for, because we can kind of piece that together for ourselves, but what they are, what they do, what they've done, what the lore is.
So, the Imperial Security Bureau is basically the Inquisition for those who love 40K. They are basically unchallenged within the Imperial ranks, are almost above Imperial law, because their whole job is to find heretics, or rebels, basically. Their job is to kind of just, oh, you might be a possible threat to the Empire? I'm going to kill you. Or I'm going to torture you.
I'm playing more of a devil's advocate thing because I'm more or less on board. But devil's advocate, an Imperial Inquisitor, or that role, or that category of role, it fits more into the old Republic than it does into the new EU. Could you explain how it fits into the new EU?
So, okay, so think of it kind of like the CIA with the SS. They're basically they're kind of allowed their own, or the Section 31 from Star Trek. They're allowed their own rules, and they mainly are around deception, and they're kind of above their own laws in a way. Like,
I think the question was more like, how do they fit into the timeline? Because at this point where we are,
so
the Empire has already fallen.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, not just the timeline, but also in general rank, just so we have an idea of where they stand relative to the normal officer.
Okay.
It kind of sounds like they would have special privileges and would almost report to like the Empire directly.
Yeah, they don't report to a commanding officer. For like ISB agents report almost, I don't want to say directly to the Emperor, but they almost do.
Well, they're kind of a council unto themselves, which is kind of common under the Emperor.
Yes, and where they fit into all this is more the fact that they'd still be their intelligence networks and their connections would still very much kind of be intact. Just because the Empire isn't solidly there anymore doesn't mean your underworld connections have suddenly gone away.
So it's kind of like Imperial internal affairs compared to like a police department.
Yes.
Kind of, yeah. It's like these are the guys who would be keeping tabs with like HUD contact, bounty hunter contact, etc.
Yes. And I could be just because the ISB was kind of used as like this. The problem with the ISB is that it was also kind of also in league with Imperial intelligence. So it was more than likely if you were receiving classified intel, you would normally be dealing with an ISB officer. And they kind of
Okay, here's a sort of broad question, and it's going to kind of tie us back into the Mandalorian.
okay.
Did the ISB have any kind of aesthetic signifiers?
Nope.
A specific uniform, a specific code of conduct,
Their normal
anything?
uniforms would be either the standard gray or black. They and they'd be in officers' uniforms most of the time, because agents normally don't. Agents normally have stormtrooper escorts, or if they don't have stormtrooper escorts,
Yes.
they've got a little shitty holdout
If I remember
blaster.
from SWOTOR vaguely correctly, like officers are usually in Imperial uniform, escorted by stormtroopers.
Yes. And the problem being is like, so when they said the whole base is former ISB, that made a little bit no sense to me, because it's like, this is a manufacturing place. Why is this being run by basically the fucking highest rank you could get?
It's interesting that you should mention that, because that's actually the next note.
Oh,
my next note
why is the
that
ISB running
these
their fucking...
remnant bases are set in and run by ex-ISB. Now, there's a lot to break down there. The first part is, obviously, what the fuck does ISB mean, which we've just done. Secondly, ex-ISB. Does that mean they've been absorbed into an overarching reach of the Empire? Or does it mean they're independent?
If I had to guess...
Both have massive ramifications.
If I had to guess, then I would assume, since the ISB probably doesn't have their massive network internally anymore, that ex-ISB probably just got absorbed into the greater picture, but they were probably given more command roles as opposed to, I don't know.
Well, but the implication of the entire base being ex-ISB means obviously some people got demoted. You know what I mean? Because like everybody from the top to the bottom is ISB.
I assumed they were talking...
kind of where I was going with this, because when Bill Burr and Mando arrive at the base, but half of them are in stormtrooper gear. And they are stormtroopers. And Bill Burr refers to them as stormtroopers.
If I had to assume, he was talking about the command staff.
No, he was referring to the common soldiery, the people who greeted them on their way in. Like his actual line is, "I bet you'd never be so happy to see stormtroopers, huh?" So he recognizes that the people guarding this place, at least in part, are stormtroopers, not ex-ISB. So I kind of wanted to know, is that like a lore thing? Or is that just something the show fucked up?
I think the show was trying to just basically engage in member berries of, you remember the ISB, right?
Were they implying that the guy he sat down to talk with was ISB?
Oh,
he was definitely ISB because he was a fucking officer.
Well, not every officer is ISB. That's its own fucking thing.
Well, because he mentioned that this person, he's like, I used to serve under this guy. He's going to recognize me. It was a big part of the reason why Mando had to do the face scan.
Right. So.
But he never specifically mentioned being ISB, I don't think.
It did not
and
mention
we
that he
are
was
skipping
ISB.
ahead in my notes, by the way. But yeah, I will.
The more I think about it, I hate the fact that they said ISB. If they just said that it was just being run by the ISB in general, then it would make kind of sense then. The fact they mentioned the X thing means that I almost keep wanting to say Internal Security Bureau, that the Imperial Security Bureau is almost no more, which would be really weird during this age of paranoia, since they're no longer the leading faction in the galaxy. So that's what's so inconsistent about this.
I guess it's more of like a semantics argument, because as far as the Imperials are concerned, the Empire hasn't fallen yet because they are still standing.
That's true.
And as long as they're still standing, then the Empire still lives, etc., etc., etc.
Yeah, that's true.
But as far as the
even
most of us are concerned, it's fallen already. So
yes.
it's kind of weird.
Yes, in the old EU, they even still did that. Leia specifically, like when they were doing the Yushan Fong War, when they went to Bastion, which was the new imperial homeworld, she was saying to Han's like, to us it may be the remnant, but to them it's still the Empire. And Han retorted, "It's like an empire without an emperor." And Leia also retorted back, "To which we can be thankful for." It's like, yeah, like to the Imperials, this is still the Empire. Which is, I always thought was really weird, because it's like, an empire without your emperor and also with barely any of your resources.
Well, okay. Do you want me to go on a history tangent again?
No.
Because I can. Okay. Okay, fair enough.
Well, even historically, typically if an emperor fell or was taken out or whatever, they would be replaced. There would be a new emperor.
There would be.
That's kind of the angle I was going to go at that with. Because when the Western Roman Empire fell, Constantine very happily took up the mantle in the East and set up the Eastern Roman Empire, later known as the Byzantine Empire. Like, again, when you refer to a very archaic system of government like an empire, there's a fucking lot of actual historical reference that's going to be brought up in terms of how you rule and how you fall, because empires generally do fall, because that's been the general progression of the human species.
Right. So there's a lot of things you can point to and go, this is exactly what happens in this situation. So even if you're using it in a fantastic, a fantasy setting, you should still take some inspiration from those examples.
Well, yes, and I can kind of point at this and go to the extremes as well to just kind of make a sort of example of what my actual point is. So let's say it's like you have one empire that is definitively technologically superior to another empire, right? So one empire has, I don't know, for the sake of argument, we'll say magic swords. One empire has magic swords, another empire does not. The territories of Empire B are going to be consumed by Empire A. It's not going to be an instantaneous thing. You're going to have this transition period where Empire A is growing in influence. They're building more fortifications. They're doing this, they're doing that. It's like in real world history, you're dealing with like 500 to 1,000 years of history, which is about a 20th of all of human history in general. It's like human history, when it comes to this kind of shit and when it comes to historical reference, is both infinitely vast and vastly finite at the same time. It gets very weird very quickly, especially when you're dealing with hypotheticals.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, one empire being more advanced than another generally results in more advanced empire gradually taking over territory of less advanced empire, until eventually less advanced empire is completely subsumed into an even greater, larger empire. That's the general, most basic model. So when you apply that to Star Wars, and you have the Empire, the post-Empire, the sequel Resistance, and the Old Republic at the same time,
you mean
all
the
of their
High
EU
Republic?
knowledge being... Yeah, and this is kind of where I'm going with this point, is like they try to combine all of the EU knowledge into one timeline, which is when the Mandalorian happens.
And
This is where you start to run into very big but very avoidable problems of lore. And it would be so fucking easily resolved if you didn't nuke the EU to begin with.
yes.
If you kept the EU to begin with, and then made, say, a Thrawn TV show, and just said, this is the new canon of what happened during the Thrawn saga. They'd probably get things wrong, sure. But it would be canon. We'd have a basis of comparison. We'd have something against which to hold the rest of the lore to.
Right. So, like, instead of burning down the tree that was the EU, prune some of the branches, get rid of some of the silly, stupid shit, but keep the bulk of it.
I thought you were about to say.
Exactly.
I thought you were about to specifically point the finger at things. I was about to be like, don't you dare.
Oh, don't worry. It's like when it comes to the EU, I am aware that I'm not well versed enough in it to get that specific. So I'm going to keep it to the points that I can actually back up.
Oh no, you don't even need to be specific. He's on my fucking stream.
I would, if it was me in the boardroom, I would probably get rid of Lord Edgy the Hedgy. I'm not gonna lie.
Honestly, I probably would too, but then for the sheer shitpost quality, I'd probably argue to keep him as well. I'm just that kind of person.
I'd like RoboCop you guys. I'd be like, "You're fired," and then RoboCop would just shoot you. Thank you.
There's just certain things that are over the top, ridiculous out there, like Mount Sorrow, and it just needs to go away.
I've accepted the good with the bad. You cannot have the fucking Jason Solo turning to the dark side for the good of the galaxy without the silliness that is Lord Nyax.
Well, but you can't.
The thing is, it depends on how you do it. Because if you look at the absolute silliness that is the Ewok comic books that I posted in chat earlier, if you take those and you accept those for all of their silliness, and you make a comic book series that's absolutely consistent with them, then sure. I'm sure it's stupid, and it has a lot of tismy ideas, but it's consistent. It's a basis of comparison. And that's the important thing. Once we have a consistent basis of comparison for the lore, that's where we build out from. That's where we relate things to each other. That's where a fucking fandom is founded in the first place. It's like, you remember the, what was it called? The Super Hulock fandom on Tumblr.
God. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
The
so
kind of people I would want to stab on a daily fucking basis.
Yeah. Okay. Supernatural and Sherlock were two shows that I fairly closely followed, and the third one was
Doctor Who.
Was it? Yes, Doctor Who, which I followed closely up to a point at which I kind of fell off, but at some point I followed all of them, and that's kind of where I'm going with this. So at some point I followed all of these shows. I am reasonably familiar with all of their lore. I know what's going on, I know who the main characters are, I know who the main villains are. Even then, when the lore is this inconsistent, that's when it breaks down. And that's why the modern supernatural fan is such a rare thing because it's usually intertwined with this nebulous, acceptedly inconsistent thing called the Super Hulock fandom. It's a very bizarre internet phenomenon to try and put into words on a stream, because when we're on stream, I'm kind of just talking to like other real life actual people, whereas I'm trying to describe internet phenomenon which are so removed from normal life. So
all I remember about it is that, like, you know, people give a lot of shit to the Rick and Morty fandom, but Super Hulocks were on like another level.
yes,
I hate
yes,
them
they
both.
were.
I hate them both.
And the thing is, like, okay, to break the Super Hulock thing down, show by show, Supernatural, the first 5 seasons of that show tell a whole and complete story that is actually mostly decent. Tisms here and there, but it's kind of a serialized action adventure show.
I would
Pretty good.
Hold on a second. I would like to quickly interrupt. I kind of just realized this while I was making my iced coffee. I realized I've been a little too defensive of the shit yes, things like Lord Nyax is indeed bad. I just love the hell out of it due to its completely subjective nature of the fact.
And that's the thing. Like, we can love it subjectively.
Yes,
We can
yes.
like that it's over the top ridiculous. We just can't admit that it's good writing or good. It improves the Star Wars universe. No, the fuck it doesn't.
If it's contained within its own thing, like it's
I
like
mean,
when
it
it's
improves the fun that we have with the Star Wars universe.
Yeah,
Sure.
no, I could totally see, like, just, you know, putting this guy in a vacuum, like in a little sandbox video game, and just letting you like control him and run around and destroy shit would probably be fun as hell. But as far as like trying to weave him into the tapestry that is existing Star Wars lore, no.
Yes.
Oh my god, dude.
That's why
in the Shadow the Hedgehog game, there is literally a fucking sequence where you go into cyberspace.
Oh my god.
And all of your attacks still work. And I'm just imagining this guy going through those levels and like, oh my god.
So, and the thing is like I don't want to say, okay, so when it's contained within its own book, the book that it's from is incredibly well written because you can almost treat it like its own bottle episode within a fucking grim dark war. It's like, what if we just go classic light side versus dark side clash for just one little like 200-page book, and just have Luke Skywalker.
I'm gonna call bullshit on that. The book from which this guy originates is good. Now, admittedly,
No, the
I'm
style.
going to have to read it
Hold on,
before I'm able to.
The style it is
Hold
written
on, sorry?
in, the style it's written in, and how it's maybe I could be completely wrong, and Jonathan Davis just reads it very well, but it feels like this could actually be like something. Hold on, let me reorganize my thoughts because now I'm just spouting word diarrhea.
I think you need to
You
be
said
very
Jonathan
careful.
Davis is the guy who reads it. Who is the guy who wrote it?
Fuck me. Open up a new tab. Star Wars, The New Jedi Order, Enemy Lines 2. Rebel Stand. And like I said, I actually could also be completely wrong because audiobook, half the story's fucking missing. That's why I almost go like, that's why I almost
What
want
do
to
you
say
mean missing?
there's like half a plot that's missing. Half the story, like the fucking cover is Han and Leia. Han and Leia
What do you
aren't
mean
even
missing?
It's an abridged audiobook.
So they just completely cut that shit out.
Yeah, like Han and Leia are on the cover. They're only mentioned like once in the audiobook.
Yeah, that's kind of a fucking flaw there, bud.
Yeah, that's why I'm now kind of I'm not gonna omit my feelings because this is like actually a really subjectively the audiobook is really good, but the book itself I actually will have to fucking like put a like cannot determine. It is written by Aaron Alston.
Which one is it? Enemy Lines?
Enemy Lines 2, Rebel Stand.
Yeah.
I should really sit down with this book, considering like
Yeah, you may if you really want to try and defend this stuff, you may have to not do the whole audiobook thing, because if it's an abridged version and you're missing a lot of the context, that could be changing a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, that is also
I
something.
mean, honestly, like for the next week while I'm on the train up to my way up to Dublin, I'm going to be reading Enemy Lines 2, Rebel Stands, and I'm going to be judging it on the text.
All right, fair enough. It tells just literally the Luke side of this story, because half of the story is Luke, Mara, and Tahiri dealing with Coruscant shit with the Vong and Lord Nyax, and then half of it is Han and Leia. Like, in fact, most of the publisher's summary doesn't even involve Han and Leia. And then then the second paragraph of plot summary: Han and Leia, Organa, Solo are traveling to the sectors of the galaxy that are likely. Okay, it's basically they're trying to just set up resistance shit, which is like, okay, yeah, I bet that probably sounds fucking boring during this like super campy story.
Okay, getting back to my Mandalorian notes,
back
which is
to
opened
Mando.
randomly just to, yeah. Okay, the Remnant bases are set in and run by ex-ISB.
Oh my god.
I just kind of wanted like the EU kind of
Yes.
expanded take on what that means, what that implies, etc., etc.
Since the old with the old EU, like I said, they were basically just internal affairs to try to root out like rebel sympathizers and all that stuff. They basically were that's why I compared them to the Inquisition from 40K, because they were like, oh, you might possibly be to the rebellion. Oh, we're gonna kill you.
I mean, that's not just the Inquisition for 40K. That's just the Inquisition in real life.
Yeah, yes, I know. I wish you could see my network of like how my brain works. I'm almost never gonna try to bring it back to the real world comparison. I'm always gonna bring it back to some other form of fiction.
Dude, read a fucking history book. It's a very good point of comparison.
Let's see. So they get into the base, and like I said earlier, they just beeline it straight to that terminal. They're like, "There's the terminal," and they just walk straight to it, and it's just like, "Oh, guys, you need to be like, why isn't any other Imperial person trying to be like, hey, you gotta write we need you to debrief us, like there's like."
Okay, we're kind of skipping ahead in my notes a little bit, but do you remember when they got off the truck, they're going towards the mess hall, and they're going to log into the terminal, and Bill Burr is like, oh no, I can't. They'll recognize me. And I'm just like, bruh, go back, put your fucking helmet back on like you're supposed to do,
hold on.
and it won't recognize you.
Hold on. In terms of like events going on, like we're kind of, I was leading up to the lead up to the fucking thing. Like as they're just walking to the mess hall before they've even encountered the like he might recognize me thing. I'm talking about like how come no other like Imperial person is being like, hey, where are you going? Because they just start walking away.
Which is especially strange.
Why do you not have a helmet on?
Yeah, Trooper, why aren't you wearing your helmet?
Well, even if that wasn't that big a deal, because like if we compare it to real military, it's not necessarily a instant infraction to not be having your helmet, especially inside of a base. But my bigger issue from a writing standpoint is they roll into that base essentially to fanfare. round of applause. Everybody's looking at them. They're the heroes of the day. They're the one and only transport that made it in. Everybody crowds around them and cheers for them. They're the fucking focus of everybody in that goddamn facility, and then suddenly that just dissipates instantly.
Yeah, then
That's not how that would work.
No, the fact that like the commanding officer wanted to have a drink with the only transport to come in with their shipment intact, that actually kind of tracked.
Yeah,
It's
no,
like,
that
yeah.
part I liked. That part I liked. But even before they get to the mess hall and see the officer, they're like surrounded by people that are like congratulating him and high-fiving him and good job, you did such a
Oh yeah, the engineer teams, the fucking flight teams, they would have all wanted to grab a drink with these guys.
Yeah,
especially if they were the only ones to make it.
This whole crowd just fucking surrounds them, congratulates them, and then like immediately disperses, like nothing just happened. They just walk past them, and it's like that's not remotely how that would work.
And you can't even make the excuse of like maybe they stopped before like an officer could tell them to stop, but you can't even make that excuse because then an officer is like, "Let me get you a drink." It's like he's the last.
No, they literally went from the fanfare to the officer's mess.
Yeah,
it's like they were accessing a terminal right in front of where an officer was getting his lunch or some shit.
Also, why is that term? So there's a bunch of issues with this. Like in terms of.
Oh god, we're getting close to the big tism.
So
oh no,
hold on. Let's talk about.
We have some more tisms to go over.
Let's talk about this terminal in general. Why is it in the mess hall? Why is like this like it feels like these terminals should be like actually in like a public access space that isn't, because when I think officer's mess, that means you are only an officer can be even in there. A normal soldier, which was what Mando and Mayfeld were disguised as, would not be allowed in there.
What they were trying to access should only be possible from an officer's quarters.
Yes, they should have had to
not
break
the mess.
Yeah, and also it's like suddenly it's like if you're in like your fucking lunch break and there's just like a fucking laptop just sitting there that pretty much anyone can.
Well, what it kind of reminded
me
of,
I will say, just from a general kind of network security background, is that officers having immediate access to secure channels, even while they're on break, is not unprecedented.
Yeah, that's fine. Even
it's
on,
kind of far-fetched and it requires explanation, but it's not, completely out there.
That's fine.
I guess what it reminded me of was like back when the internet was brand new and like they had those little kiosks at McDonald's that you could log into.
Oh, I was gonna say those. You made me think the other way of like those, like that little square area where it was just a bunch of N64s connected to each other.
No, you could actually like log on to websites and like check your email and shit at a fucking McDonald's. This was like late 90s, early 2000s. It was the fucking.
I remember this being rolled out here in Ireland in the early 2000s, and it was like, I didn't realize it at the time, obviously, because I wasn't working in IT yet. But now, looking back, it was so fucking unsecure.
Yeah.
No one should have been doing that.
Let alone a giant fucking corporation.
Exactly, yeah. They left themselves legally open to so much bullshit that there's a very good reason that shit went away within a few years.
So, like I said, it's weird that like the fanfare, the fact that no one's even remotely trying to address them as people that would supposed to be doing their jobs. It's very weird how freeform this base is because when I think of the Empire, I think an uptight running machine. No one has names.
It's not
we just have
terribly
uncommon,
especially for a, they just came off of essentially a dangerous mission and they were successful. So some level of celebration and, R&R time is not necessarily unheard of. Even
especially just coming off of a shipment.
Yeah. But Yes, somebody would be asking them some level of questions, or somebody would be
There's
checking
a
in.
debrief after a mission, typically.
Yeah,
Even
like
a simple mission.
yes, that's what I'm going on about. So the fact they just beeline it to the fucking mess hall without anyone saying a thing really bothers me because I think
Okay, this is sort of like in between those two things that we just mentioned because, on one hand, on a strictly formal level, yes, after a mission, you would be debriefed and then you were authorized to take a meal.
yes,
In a more practical day to day setting on a third world planet, the chances are your guys are going to come in from an escort mission. They were one of only 2 people to actually make the escort mission that day because you don't escort your fucking transports because you're a fucking idiot. They were the only 2 people to make it on escort that day. You let them have lunch before you debrief them.
or you let them have lunch while you're debriefing them. Like
Yeah, it's
I
not exactly a strictly formal affair.
I
Is
get
kind of what
that.
I'm going for.
I get that. I think this is why it helps to have you guys around because I think because since the Empire just has this very weird uptight thing, like the fact that I'm even seeing rusty armor kind of bothers me because like while it's realistic, that's not the Empire or even the Remnant. The Remnant even then was like, no, we're like on this backwater planet where it rains every day. You keep those boots shiny, trooper.
No,
Keep that helmet
see,
on.
I think the reason that, like, for example, EFAP keeps bringing up how they really liked the scene in season 1 where the stormtroopers were very like dirty and dingy.
Yeah, it showed the lack of resources and that kind
It's
of
a
stuff.
very effective manner of visual storytelling.
Right.
Because it conveys a lot of information very quickly without saying anything at all. And the
it
fact
conveys the state that the Empire is in without actually having to explain the state the Empire is in.
I guess now that I'm actually thinking about it, man, now that I'm really thinking about it, the EU actually kind of really didn't bring up the Empire's resources because while they were dwindled, everybody was still kind of running like normal. Stormtroopers still wore pristine armor.
And they shouldn't be.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because
no,
essentially
that's
all
not
of their
viable at all.
all of their networking, all of their operations, their logistics, everything is in disarray. So these, especially the further you are out from the central units, the worse off you would be because your supply lines are now all fucked.
That's
so you're going to have to make
If
do with what
I
you got.
may go full history nerd again here just for a brief moment, this kind of calls back to how the Roman Empire fell, where you would have outposts in like Britain and Ireland and France and Scandinavia that just kind of deteriorated to nothing so much that we barely even remember they existed, but they did, and the evidence is evident in our language. But like culturally, they didn't exist at all because once the empire fell, nobody cared about them. They didn't hold power. They didn't make roads. They didn't enforce tax. They didn't enforce military or borders or anything. And once you don't enforce those major structural things to the lords or the landowners or the slave owners or whatever it may be of the region you're controlling, if you're not the one who makes the rules, you're not the one who gets remembered in history. So we have all these archaic borderlines in the middle of Europe that stretch around. It's weird to say arbitrary, but arbitrary relative to the Roman Empire. Around these mountain regions in the middle of Europe that set aside entire countries like Switzerland that would not exist if not for the fact that that's where Roman fucking centurions and bases and shit were set up. Like, my point and what I'm kind of going towards here is that all of this shit has a knock-on effect to what happens next. Even if the previous empire fell and was nullified, they have no more power anymore. The infrastructure that they established is the starting point for the guys who take over.
Yes.
Yet, in the sequel trilogy, it never feels like that's what happened. It never feels like anybody ever took over from what was built.
Well, that's because
it could have been a very good explanation for how the First Order came to power so quickly.
I would almost say that they kind of don't. The rebellion straight up, like, if you want to be like fucking irritating as hell, in the fucking their version of the EU, the New Republic basically kind of just ignores everything that was established afterwards. They establish a brand new capital. They don't use Coruscant, which is, the home of the Galactic Senate. And then they establish Hosni and Prime. They centralize their entire government, apparently, in 5 planets. They demilitarize to apparently calm the systems down. They're like, no, we're not the Empire. And it's...
Okay, devil's advocate moment, I guess. I'm going to weirdly advocate for the New Republic, I guess they're called.
Yes.
The post-Empire people, basically.
Yes.
As to why they would move any sense of political power as far away from Coruscant as they possibly could.
But yes, because that was the former Imperial capital, and there'd be a lot of restructuring that would need to happen. I could kind of understand that. I was actually mainly going to bring up how much of an issue the demilitarization would be. Like, because then that
did they demilitarize though?
Yes,
I don't
they did.
Really remember
in the book. And see, that's the problem. I fucking have to reach into their version of the EU because because Mon Mothma straight up passed a demilitarization movement that fucking dismantled the entire rebellion, the entire New Republic army. Lando and Han have a straight up conversation about how bad that is. And that's why the New Republic pretty much just lets the First Order roll up and destroy them. Because they have no military. That's why Leia has to fucking form a resistance, which is somehow still backed by the Republic, because the movies are really unclear on that. Because JJ just wanted to reset the fucking board. That's how dumb this was.
And this is all from the sequel trilogy books, correct?
Yes. And also, like, there was basically a secret fascist, okay, so, I fucking hate I'm referencing this. So in, Bloodline, I believe it, no, Bloodline, hold on. To entertain yourself.
Mandalorian!
Nope, you did this, you guys have done this.
I can advocate for EU tangents.
Yeah, honestly, we are not even a third of the way through my notes, and I'm sad that Lord Caduce is already gone.
Yeah, that's why I'm almost so Bloodline, yes, I was right. There was the centrists and these the whatever the fuck they were also called. There were 2 political parties that were basically, one was pro-galactic government, one was more pro individual planet government. One of them was secret. I don't remember which party was which. Which one, Leia? I think Lindsay Ellis compared it to Hamilton versus Jefferson, except one of the sides had secret fascists in it. And how they basically, one side caused Leia to pretty much drop out of the Chancellor election was that they revealed that she was the daughter of Vader. And I immediately thought, how was that not public knowledge day 1 after they won the fight? Luke pretty much revealed it right after the second Death Star was destroyed. Because he didn't want the galaxy...
Not to everybody.
No, he did.
Hold on, go back. When you say that he revealed it, how did he reveal
Luke... I'm sorry. I know I'm going full.
You're not talking off of the movie references, are you?
Yeah, no. This is going into the books.
When did?
Because I don't remember Luke ever announcing it.
When did Luke reveal he was Vader's?
Because in the movie, he revealed it to Leia. He talked to her about it.
Even in the old EU, they fucking, Luke, the day after the Death Star exploded, went on, the HoloNet and went, okay, I'm Vader's son. And I'm telling you this now so you don't fucking panic. Because bullshit, because that's the thing. Star Wars never went really in-depth about this stuff until the prequels. Everything else was the classic 1970s type storytelling where it was just oh, this is Kyle Katarn. He has a lightsaber and a beard. He kills people. And, like, it wasn't, I don't want to say it until the prequels, but they pretty much didn't state that kind of stuff to the galaxy. They didn't kind of talk about this stuff unless it was kind of in passing. When and how does the Emperor... No, fucking Jesus. When did people in the Star Wars Vader was Luke's father? Speaking of legends, is eventually... Yeah, and okay, so this may be very unrealistic, but pretty much no one is even remotely like they don't hold that against Luke or Leia that they're the children of Darth Vader. Some people do. Once like we were post prequel stuff, like, and especially during the Yuuzhan Vong War, like when they were advocating that maybe the Jedi should fuck off, they were like, "Oh, Vader was a Jedi, wasn't he?" And that was it. They wouldn't go in, so it wasn't the situation of Rey Palpatine where we're just like, yeah, we would kill you if we found out you were the granddaughter of the Emperor.
Yeah, as long as they set it up as like being fairly consistent within itself, it's fine.
Mandalorian. Now that I accidentally just fucking went full, I practically just read at both of you, and I apologize for that.
Yeah, to remind everybody of where we are in my notes.
We're probably like only on like the first page. And we went on so many fucking side tangents. I kind of wish our guest was still here, only because I feel like he would have just said, like, he probably would have slapped the, like, back on track button sooner than I did.
Yeah, like the note that we're on, by the way, is just that these remnant bases are set up and run by the ex-ISB. So it's really just kind of like context and filler information for who they are, what that means, what that implies, what we can expect, etc., etc., etc.
All right. So, in terms of the episode, where are we at? We're just about to be Mando does the thing.
In the episode, we're on the hill where they're observing the base and they're setting their plan.
Oh. Okay.
Oh yeah, we are early.
You're dying on this like chronological note taking thing.
Hey,
well, don't worry. It's like for all of the shit you cover now, there are notes that we can skip later.
Okay,
don't worry, I am keeping track.
Okay, thank you. I was about to be like, okay.
It's like, oh, we're only like a minute in.
Yeah, because in my head, because in all honesty, none of the issues come in until they steal the thing.
I very much disagree, but yeah, sure. Go on.
Well, the fact that none of the things are escorted and all that. Like, so, hold on.
For me, it's more just like, from the outset, like where we are right now in my notes, where we're tracking the episode from, we are still on like the grassy hill.
Right.
We're looking at trucks. We're setting our plan. We're deciding what we're going to do.
I hated
it's not until they decide exactly what it is they're going to do that the real problems start to come up.
Yes. So the problem being is that we don't know what in the hell the ISB is. This is basically member berries for old EU stuff again. Like, you remember the ISB, right? And I'm like, yeah, I do. I really don't pay attention to that stuff. I'm looking
you, who remembers the ISB, what is your one sentence synopsis? They're basically the Inquisition for the Empire, right?
Yeah, they're the SS. They operate on their own rules. They report directly to the highest. I guess Moff Gideon is Moff Gideon is like the highest authority, I guess, or Grand Admiral Thrawn.
Well, see, that's kind of a weird thing that we're at in this new post-sequel trilogy era kind of thing. Because you don't actually know what being a Moff means in the new empire,
Yeah, it's not
right?
like a regional governor, where regional governor is basically just the king of the planet.
Yeah, which is what Moff used to mean.
No, that's what a regional governor meant. A Moff was that you were basically a representative of your sector of space. You were above the regional governor.
Okay, so a Moff would have control over multiple planets within one sector.
Yes, where so it's kind of the mayor to the president kind of thing. I'm sorry, governor to the president. I skipped a step. No, fuck me, governor to senator. Fuck. No wait, governor to senator. That makes.
Okay,
I know my government.
governor
I swear.
is an inherited term from like Roman Empire days. It's probably the safest one to use.
It's senator to the fucking president.
Yeah. Okay.
Senators it's like, oh yeah, that's the senator of Georgia, and then the senator has to talk to the various governors and then mayors of various areas. Okay.
Okay, so like to just tie it back to Roman history, you would have the Roman Empire, and within the empire, you would have the senator from the Gallic regions. Now, the Gallic regions were mostly like fucking tribes people who didn't give a fuck about the empire, but they were technically in empire borders. So they were part of the empire. So is that kind of the territory we're going for here, where he's governing a part of the empire, quote unquote?
Yes.
That's not really obeying the law?
Yeah, which is. So I was hoping that when we were gonna come across this scene, like the factory, I thought that we were gonna come across a regional governor or just some area that was just like, oh, just a warlord, an individual warlord of this sector, because I was gonna be like, because that would make the most sense. Because it's so
Yeah,
the
it's like we
rebellion,
would
not
have
the
a
rebellion, the
clear
empire
chain
is
of
so
command.
splintered that we just like this.
And this guy that Bill Burr shoots, what rank is he exactly?
Oh, I'd
We
have
don't
to
know.
hold on. I can tell exactly.
At one point, he referred to him as a commander, didn't he?
His blue and
I
red.
believe so.
His blue and red insignia. It doesn't match. It might match,
Well,
actually.
I don't know. It's all not very clear because you have moffs, you have grand moffs, you have admirals, you have obviously
Yeah,
the
but
emperor.
usually by what paraphernalia is stuck to the uniform,
Yeah, which is what
you
I'm
can
looking
usually
at.
tell from that.
Quickly bringing him.
If it's
up.
consistent, and that's kind of the key thing here. Is the imperial regalia consistent?
Don't
Because
blame.
if it's not, that requires explanation.
Hold
Right.
on. I'm bringing him up. I need a good shot of him.
So any of the ones where he's at the table should show it.
Yes.
I would
Okay. So 4 red.
Yeah, it'll be
4
on
red.
his
4
jacket
blue.
and on his sleeves.
He's a colonel.
He's a colonel.
Yep.
Okay.
Imperial rank insignia. For the command staff, 4 reds and 4 blues are colonels. The general. And they're also depending on the spaces.
Mm-hmm.
The more space between the reds and the blues, while still being 4, would be a general.
Okay, so, and that's below or above colonel according to imperial ranking.
They're side by side.
which doesn't make
That's
sense.
Yeah, that's even more confusing.
This is why I don't like Star Trek type and Star Wars type command structures, because I, for the life of me, always thought captain was above commander. Turns out commander is above captain, and I'm just like, oh, fuck me.
Well, that's a problem with Star Trek. That's a problem with you not understanding what command ranks mean.
Well,
Commander is and always has been above captain.
What do you mean that's not a problem with Star Trek? That is like that
But
kind of.
no, it's like
because it's based
the
off the
way
U.S.
Star
Navy.
Trek does ranks is always consistent within itself. Is kind of my point.
Oh, okay. Wait a minute. Does he have the proper code cylinders? He should have. Okay, no, he's got one. It's clear. It's clear, guys. I'm turning into a fucking
Okay,
autistic.
and it's
I think the
clear as
problem-
what?
I think the problem with Star Wars compared to Star Trek, Star Trek bases a lot of their ranks and command structure off of real life military ranks.
Correct.
The difference is Star Wars pulls from some existing ranks, but then also makes up their own, and they pull ranks from different branches at the same time.
Yeah, I was going to say there's
Also,
generals
they
and
will
admirals.
arbitrarily change what some ranks actually mean. So for them, in the Empire, captain is actually quite low. Whereas in real life, if you're a captain, you're a fucking accomplished officer.
Yeah, and not to mention generals and admirals and all that stuff. Like fucking General Calrissian and Admiral Akbar. Like
those aren't even the same branches at all.
Yeah, like admirals are Navy, generals are Army and Marines.
Yes.
Yeah, Marines are a subset of the Army.
Not exactly.
No, I was gonna say no. They're their
Well,
own
not
branch.
exactly, because they're like amphibious and it's a whole different thing. I get that. But they are generally deployed or contacted, or their involvement is instigated by military action, is kind of where I'm going.
They're the Army plus Ultra. That's the best way to describe it.
Next. I'm
focusing.
I'm
going
bringing
back to my phone. I'm hoping, beyond hope, that the next point I made was just like some bullshit aesthetic thing. Okay.
Oh, fucking don't you dare.
No such luck, I'm afraid, boys. So, when you are marked by the XISB, your genetic signature is recorded and they will recognize you.
I hate that so
Is
much.
this some kind of backwards explanation as to how fobs work? Is this tying into that, or is it a separate thing?
Okay,
What
yes.
It's not really clear.
You want me to fucking go all... Okay, I'm gonna go into speculation mode.
No, give us the
Please
TLDR
do.
version.
Yeah, go on.
A speculation mode. Genetic things are the chain codes. That's it. Like the chain code is apparently your genetic material. That's my guess. And
okay, so your chain code and your genetic reading are the same thing.
Yes, because that's my best assumption, considering when Boba brings up his chain code, it brings up almost his entire fucking line.
Okay, so when Mandalorian at the beginning of the series is hunting down his targets and he's using the tracking fobs, those tracking fobs are tracking his chain code. His chain code having been developed, resolved, fucking mathematically calculated from his genetic signature somehow.
Yes,
right?
These are all just guesses. I don't know, because they shouldn't have done the tracking fobs in the fucking first place. We all agree on that. I hope.
One would hope. Okay, so these genetic signatures that the XSISB, or what did I have them down here as? Yeah, XISB. So what they are generating to track people by is the same thing that the bounty hunters were tracking people by.
Yes, because
that's kind of what I wanted to establish.
Yes, because for some reason, post Return of the Jedi stuff, and like the Mandalorian is almost kind of insinuating that like throughout the galaxy, kind of just everybody has access to this weird genetic material database. Like, because remember, this even works with starfighters. How they say the registries and all that stuff. It seems like they are accidentally introducing throughout Star Wars that, which is why the fobs just don't fucking work, that everybody has this information, they can't change it, and it's just always been there. And I don't like that. Because that's too broad. That makes almost no fucking sense. And also ruins very much part of Star Wars. Because
It's like a galactic internet database.
well, yeah, the HoloNet does exist, but the farthest it can go is pretty much as far as our actual internet can go. We can't access military records off a fucking whim, as far as I know. I don't know if I could look.
Yeah.
Like,
And similar to how the HoloNet works in the EU, if you track an address, you're going to get a geographical location for where it was accessed from.
mm-hmm.
But that's about as close as you're going to get.
And
The rest of the legwork you're going to have to do yourself.
Yes, which is and if you were still doing all this, the chain codes and all that stuff, I would not have brought in the fobs. But at the same time, this introduces their own issue of, like, why the hell is everyone still going by their chain code? Like, with
what
the blue
fob
guy.
should have been was basically the equivalent of a wanted poster.
Yes.
Here's the details on the person we want you to find, but that's it. It doesn't allow you to track them instantly. It's just, here's the details of who we're after, what they're wanted for, what the bounty is, whether we want them dead or alive. That's it.
Yeah, that's
and
all
everyone
it
would
should
have
have been.
immediately understood
This
it's
person,
a digital wanted poster.
Here's their face. Here's what they're worth. Here's where they were last seen. Here's their known contact. And that's it.
Yeah. But instead they made them these, like, weird, like, doot, 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 like this, like, warmer, hot!
Well, because number one, it would have eliminated a lot of plot holes. Number two, it would have made Mando look that much more competent because he would have still had to do the legwork himself.
Yeah. And also
with tracking down the person.
Also, I would like to bring up the fact that even in the EU, to do even this kind of stuff, you would have had to have some illegal ass equipment. You would basically had like a galactic police scanner to be able to try to track a person because to an almost
this is
insane
kind
level
of where
detail.
I'm going with this is because only the Imperials seem to be able to do this, where they can take your genetic signature and for them at least, it works kind of like the fobs worked for the Bounty Hunters Guild, where once they have genetic signature, they can hunt you anywhere because they're ISB.
Right.
And the implication of that is that they have access to some technology or some device or some ship or something that allows that to account for the distance they'd have to travel to hunt these people.
Yeah.
Is there anything in the EU that kind of accounts for that?
So, yes and no. The problem being is that they changed fundamentally how the guild works and how that kind of stuff worked in general. Fett was an independent hunter, so he would pretty much have to find all his info via contacts that he either already had or that he would form right as like from just anyone who he already knew or just met. But if you worked for the Bounty Hunters Guild, they were basically professionals. So, like you'd also be working with law enforcement actually. So which then makes you wonder, like, if they're working with law enforcement, why the hell do you need a bounty hunter?
Firepower, I guess. Usually bounty hunters come with some extra punch.
Yeah.
Some weapons that might not be available for purchase on that planet, or that might be illegal for purchase on that planet, depending on the legislation or who's in charge. It's like, there's some wiggle room there to explain it away if you have to, is kind of like where I'm going.
The thing is like, that's the problem, is that they're trying to throw all this around without explaining the logistics. Meanwhile, the stuff that was previously established by the old EU, they explain almost every ounce of the logistics behind it, meaning that there would be hubs upon hubs upon hubs of people just working all around the clock, just looking at the HoloNet. Like, just like, where, like, say like a person was an investor, like, and they basically just made insider trading, and they're currently trying to sell their bids. They currently look into what they were, like, into, like, say, genetic research. pretty much teams of like 20 people would just be staring at the stock market specifically for that type of shit. If they were an arms dealer, they'd be staring at like all the arms company, like Tendrando Arms or the Killix or Sinar. They'd just be looking. It's like, okay, there's that dip right there, and it matches with the correlation of what he took. That's where he is. Send a hunter
Here's
to
the
his
problem.
ass. The problem is that
as you're describing all of this, you and I are both picturing the same scene on what the fuck is that planet that's controlled by the Hutts in SWTOR?
Nar Shaddaa.
Nar Shaddaa.
Where it's,
You and I are both picturing the Nar Shaddaa trading markets where you've got these people watching these numbers go up and down. It's this perfectly functional, orderly system where if you step outside the line, bounty hunters are going to get you. It's like that's kind of like the idealized anarcho-capitalist Hutt society that we're both envisioning when we picture this model of Star Wars society.
Yes,
right?
which when in all reality, if you were to apply any realistic merit to it, it would fall apart in an instant because there are billions upon billions upon billions of creatures in the galaxy. And
well, not necessarily. Markets can prop themselves up on some very unstable ideas as long as they keep the money flowing. It's when you get like between world building and actual real world economics is where you go from fantasy to actual fucking imagination land.
Yes, like which is almost a problem sometimes when you're writing for Star Wars, especially when you're trying to fix. So the problem that Favreau and all that stuff, and like even fucking JJ had this issue, they're kind of just saying fuck it, and they're just doing it. And the problem being is that you can't, especially since the rules have been set, you can't just say fuck it. Even with something like SWTOR pretty much, like they were going upon the established rules of the Old Republic. The Old Republic had its rules for how the galaxy was run. Here's what needs to be done to do this kind of story. Here's how it makes sense. And now that they're trying...
Yeah, and all of the places where it didn't make sense, you just filled in the Sith Empire, and like you have people in character going, hey, here's an area where does it make sense? Maybe we should tear it down for that.
Mm-hmm.
And right within the context of the world, you already have all of those bases covered. Because there's people already making the arguments that people are going to make. So it makes the world feel like it's accounted for your interpretation of it and accommodated you for it.
Right.
It's actually rewarded you as a player for thinking about this. For giving serious consideration to this sort of thing, because now you're involved in this whole side quest that otherwise you wouldn't be. It's kind of like the classic RPG thing.
And I think it also doesn't help that in terms of, like, this is another fucking reason why they shouldn't have burned the fucking EU. Starting from scratch is really fucking hard. Like, think about it. There was a book probably released, like, once a year with the old Star Wars EU. Now with Disney, they're trying to basically build up what is almost 20, 40 years of fucking world building. They're trying to just build that up by just rapidly firing... making books, and those books are clashing with each other, and they're not... There's no one at the fucking helm for them to say no. George was that fucking helm. He was like, they'd be like, George, could we fucking have Luke and Kyle Katarn starting up an academy on Yavin 4 in the old Rebel base? Yeah, that makes sense. Go ahead and do it. Like, and with this, there's no one to fucking ask. Like, it's why this is so... It's almost hard.
I'm sure they have like a lore person on deck. They just don't fucking listen to him.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, And the thing is like sometimes even that person doesn't fucking work. Kevin Feige is the biggest example of this with Captain Marvel. Kevin Feige was supposed to keep the fucking ship going, and yet he completely retconned even the reason why the Avengers Initiative is named the Avengers Initiative. Like that's like I know that's the tiniest detail, but I'd rather do that than fucking scream about the whole like Asgardians being the reason why they weaponized the Tesseract, even though they had contact with aliens for fucking decades.
Yeah, it created a lot of messes in the universe.
Yeah,
yeah, just the introduction that the Skrull were a thing among the human population.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's fucking huge
yeah.
when you're going that far back.
Yeah.
But the problem being is like, so they're having to do all this all by scratch, and it feels like no one's listening to each other. And to just basically just throw out terms like ISB, Boba Fett, fucking chain codes and bio like genetic material databases. It's like, whoa, this was not like now you're stretching this too far out, and you've also like not only is this the 5-year gap from Return of the Jedi, you aren't laying your groundwork because the first EU story was like a day after Return of the Jedi. They built the fucking groundwork.
Well, the thing is, as well, it's like they use like the genetic signatures and the FOBs and etc. as like these easy tracking things, but it never really pays off.
It never does, yeah. It's just this plot convenience thing, or it's something that you question all the time where it would be convenient and they just don't address it. Like, that's why they put a tracking device on the Razor Crest when it's like, what about the fobs? Like, they're just forgetting about this because they've served their fucking purpose. When you can't do that.
Yeah, fobs don't matter anymore. Only tracking. Okay, so moving swiftly onwards, since these notes seem to be getting rather chunky. Yeah, genetic signature, is this a new explanation for fobs? That was the last one. More punching, knocking them out through the helmets for fuck's sake, as the next note. And yeah, that was just my own personal onslaught against the fact that we see stormtroopers in all of their incompetence being knocked out by a fist or a blunt object through their helmet.
And by a human, no less. Like, Chewie, like, the idea of Chewie, like, say if Chewie picked up 2 stormtroopers, one in each arm, and slammed them together, like fucking Batman or whatever, that makes sense because he's a Wookiee. He's super fucking strong. Of course that makes sense. But Cara Dune's a human. That shouldn't have worked.
Yeah, I don't care how big your muscles are. If I'm wearing a fucking military grade helmet and you punch me in the head, I'm gonna be awake afterwards.
Well, it might still jar you because there's still force being
Yeah,
applied, but
it'll be jarring, and like not least because a giant woman has just punched me in the fucking head.
well,
But I can grab my fucking firearm.
Well, okay, so hold on. Let's go into like I hate to say this, the medical technicality when it comes to when being knocked out. You don't even necessarily need to be directly hit. Your brain just needs to be rattled. Like so,
Yeah,
if
which
she
is
just
why helmets don't always call for the face, because a direct face hit won't always do it. It's
right,
having your cage rattled.
right, I'm trying to think. Like, this is why like. When I think about it, all the knockouts I've ever been through have been like self-inflicted.
Well, just imagine any heavy concussive blast that a ship has ever faced. Because that would have rattled a ship enough for at least the people close to the blast to have gotten a concussive shockwave.
Well, the closest thing you could compare it to, because this technology does exist in the real world, they have what they call ballistic face masks that do entirely cover the face. And I guarantee you, if you punch somebody wearing one of those, if you punch them like directly directly in the face, like you would try to punch somebody who only was wearing like a traditional helmet, you would probably be hurting yourself more. Because the whole point of these pieces of armor that are worn over the face is to absorb impact.
Right.
Yeah, it's kind of like cars that when they crash, they crumple a certain way. It's their job isn't to remain intact; it's to reduce harm to the wearer.
Oh, right.
Exactly.
Right. I'm not arguing I'm not arguing. Hold on. Whew. I'm trying to put up a slight defense on the idea of hitting the helmet, only in the sense of like I could imagine somebody being knocked out while wearing a helmet, because even if I'm wearing a helmet and I while I'm riding a bike and I still crash into a fucking tree, that could still knock my ass out.
Well, the simplest way I can explain it is
absolutely.
There's a scene where she basically slams their heads into like the dash of the vehicle. That makes more sense than a punch to the helmet.
Yes.
Yes,
she's literally slamming their head against a solid object.
I realized what I was trying to say.
Kind of bring it back to the source. That's what my note actually is here, like on my notepad, is that the fact that Cara Dune actually knocks motherfuckers out cold with punches, even though they're wearing helmets. And I've mentioned it before in previous episodes, but it gives me space cancer every time.
Right.
Indeed.
Does I don't know if this will change anything. Do we know if Kara's got anything on her gloves, like anything relating to like brass knuckles?
No. Nothing has been mentioned, but I guess it wouldn't surprise me.
To point out an inconsistency, let's not forget the fact that she basically kept knocking Mando on his ass, but when punching his helmet. But everybody else who's hit his helmet.
Well, so far
there's a reason I wanted to go back to that fucking fight scene for Tism, because I'm pretty sure when you look at it back, she's having a fist fight with a tin can and landing direct hits.
They brought it up in the Y.A.R.P mini when they were covering the episode where Mando was fighting those guys outside the boxing ring and they kept punching him in the fucking helmet.
Yeah, and it's like, why did those punches not work yet? Kara was practically kicking the shit out of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just goes back into my usual space cancer thing of like every time I see a stormtrooper knocked out by like either a wooden stick or an actual human fist, my space cancer, it just grows.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh. So is your next point the fact that Mando just changes completely out of his armor?
Well, it's funny you should mention that. The next note is his creed is not for his helmet, it's just showing his face, question mark?
And
allegedly.
Interesting.
You know what would have been a real opportunity that I feel they missed? And this is where we were talking earlier about if you had a more competent director doing that scene with Bill Burr and Mandalorian in the truck and they're kind of bantering back. Well, I would say they're bantering back and forth, but it's really
just
Bill Burr bantering to a brick wall.
Yeah, he's just doing.
Yes,
it's basically
that's one of my biggest criticisms for that scene. It had so much room for something good and just did nothing with it.
It's pretty
and
much
that annoys me.
It's pretty much Bill Burr just doing his talking in the car skit that I'm pretty sure he's done on stage when you're just talking to yourself.
Yes.
It would have been a real opportunity for them to answer that question because he was asking some really legit fucking questions that a lot of fans.
And that's one of my notes as well, actually. It's like, it's like you just go a couple notes down. It's like this banter between Bill Burr and the Mando. Bill Burr is raising some fucking good questions.
Yeah, and if I was
he's like actually calling Mando out on his inconsistency.
If I was directing this scene, I would have had Mando just go like, "Okay, you want to know what fucking happened? I found out I was part of a fucking cult." Well, minus all the language.
well, I mean, yeah, the mood is conveyed. To just have this one brief in the moment fucking spur of the emotion, high stakes tension of the scene, and have Mando fucking just
Like,
break his characters. Just go, you know what, man? Yeah, it's all bullshit. Creeds, they're bullshit, but you have to believe in them or the world falls apart.
yeah, it's just,
Empires, they're bullshit, but you have to believe in them because they're the only things maintaining order. It's like there's a reason that people believe the shit that they die for.
yeah. And Mando
And the
just
whole
remaining.
strength of Bill Burr's character this whole episode is that he actually paid homage to that. There's a reason he used to believe the shit that he used to believe, and there's also a reason that he stopped believing it.
Well, and I
It's like,
hate to use the argument, but I mean, Jesus, my themes, like there was some real deep, meaty shit here to chew on.
Yeah,
yeah,
I kind of.
But because the
especially
episode
Bill
was
Burr's
so
character.
short, it's like every time they had one of those opportunities to really dive into that or explore that angle, it got cut short.
It's why I really.
It's like, nope, we can't dwell on that. We can't actually answer those questions. We can't actually dive into those kind of philosophies or tangents. We got to just mention it for like 2 seconds and then cut away.
Are these
Oh my God.
episodes? Are these episodes getting shorter? I could have sworn Mando episodes were 45 minutes to a fucking hour.
We looked, and season 1, they were. They were closer to
Yeah.
45 minutes or 50 minutes, but apparently
Around
I'm going to
season
guess
1, they were 40 to 45 minutes, but I think for season 2, they gradually started whittling them down to 30 minutes.
And I
and they
don't like that.
expected nobody to notice.
We're fucking noticing it because it feels like it just feels like they're skipping stuff now. They're just they're doing sitcom level shit or soap opera shit where they're just like, we can't do this because of time.
Well, I'm going to guess that some of that was beer bug related. I hope. I hope
Okay.
it's not something
Okay.
ongoing. I hope if things return to normal, the episodes kind of go back to more of a normal length. But you got to imagine when a lot of this was being shot and filmed, it was during the lockdowns and the shutdowns, and so I'm hoping that that's one of the major reasons they had to cut down the time. But I do agree that it definitely hurt the show, because even just having that extra 10 or 15 minutes for each episode would really allow you to do so much more world building and have those little moments of exposition.
You want to know the horrible thing? This all feels so familiar. Where we're sitting here and we're arguing that if this show just had like an extra 10 minutes per episode, it could have elevated itself so much. It feels very fucking familiar, especially to season 1 of this show. Where instead of like a 50-minute episode, if they just had one movie before the show started to establish all the lore and shit, it could have been consistent the whole way through. Again, because it's all come up before, I feel like we're kind of making excuses for the show, and I hate that feeling.
Yeah, and I hate it so much. That's why that's why I'm just gonna fucking talk about this. That's why those new fucking shows it terrifies me in a way. Because it just means, especially when you look at that picture of Kathleen Kennedy just surrounded by all the TV shows, it's like, oh my god, no. Your shitty excuses for fucking world building, your business practices, they're just being rewarded even further. And
I would have felt a lot better if they would have led that announcement with Kathleen Kennedy is going to be parting ways with the company.
Okay, yes, her being fired is pretty much the only solution.
I know, she's a fucking tick, I agree, but I mean, I really don't see a lot of hope for the company going forward until she's gone.
Yeah, because
at least for Lucasfilm, if they can find some other franchise for her to sink her fangs into,
yeah, like let her
then
be
we'll
some
be
kind
fine.
of Disney executive or whatever. Let her fuck with the Disney Channel shit or all the Disney original stuff.
If I had to imagine, if I had to find out the one reason why she's stuck, it's probably in the original contract. It's probably
I guarantee you, I can tell you exactly.
Her original contract is in the dust by now. She's like 3 contracts in at this point.
No,
No.
I'm talking about
exactly why she's in her spot. She is the one that has George's blessing.
Even though that she betrayed that blessing.
Not anymore, surely.
No, well, but you got to think she's the only connection between Disney and George. She's the last one.
Set. He's been talking directors since that contract was signed.
Yes.
There are other people within Disney's structure who have a one-to-one connection with George.
So
sure, she was the original right-hand man, for lack of a better term.
So what I mean by the original contract,
she's the bridge between those 2 eras, you know?
Right, and when I said the original contract, I'm not talking about her original contract with Disney. I'm talking about when Lucas sold fucking Star Wars to Disney, so basically the fucking exchanging of rights and all that stuff. He must have included...
When we say original contract, I'm kind of sure that's what we're all referring to.
I'm thinking that he basically put in that she is kind of there until like either these terms are violated or she leaves. Like his some sort of like anti-firing clause.
Yeah, it's what's called a position contingent contract. Basically, what that means is that the contract is valid until such a time as the person with whom you made the contract is removed from the position with which they would be allowed to authorize said contract. In normal human being terms, that means if you make a contract with the CEO of a company, the contract stands until A, he's not the CEO anymore, or B, the company dissolves. So, as long as Kathleen Kennedy is held in her position, the contract stands because she was part of the initial negotiation. She was part of the IP transfer.
Right.
So there's no getting rid of her. Not unless Disney want a bunch of litigation that would cost a lot of money and probably wouldn't make them any money, at least in the short term, so they're not interested.
And I think if I had to also be conspiracy theory level shit, I think she may also have something on Bob Iger. Like, hence why he's not just saying fuck it and dealing with it anyway. Because if I was in Bob Iger's position, I'd be like, fuck you, just get out.
The problem is...
I don't know. Honestly.
I doubt it. I think it's more to do with the... She is essentially the poster child for progressive SJW bullshit. And in our great year of our Lord 2020, if she gets fired, there is going to immediately be backlash from people.
Well,
it's not even just that, but like I said, with the original transfer of intellectual property, because she was part of those negotiations, she's got what's called legacy relevance. So even if she stopped working at Disney tomorrow morning, right? Sunday morning, what are we now? The fucking
13th.
13th. So if tomorrow morning,
not for us.
Yeah, tomorrow morning, Monday the 14th of December, she was suddenly working for MSNBC instead of Disney. A lot of the things that she did while she was in Disney would still stand. So it would basically be like a character swap. So George Lucas, we'll say once a month, he visits Disney offices just to talk things out, touch base, blah, 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 blah. Normal business stuff. He turns up, and suddenly, in the boardroom, he's not looking at Kathleen Kennedy anymore. He's at that long table. On either side of him are various admin staff, secretaries, that kind of thing. And on the opposite end of the table is the new creative director of Lucasfilms. And this person is asking some very different questions to what Kathleen Kennedy used to ask. And George is just going to do the normal George Lucas thing, and he's going to answer them. He's going to give answers consistent with the lore as we know it, and the creative director is going to do with them whatever the fuck they're going to do with them because they own the IP. What I've just laid out there as a broad, hypothetical structure is very close to the reality of how these things get handed over.
Right.
If Kathleen Kennedy was fired, hypothetically, she would be replaced on the spot immediately. Because within a corporate structure, there is no such thing as a fucking vacuum. There's only such thing as somebody else's job.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So the idea that Kathleen Kennedy as a personality has all of this power, all of this influence, it doesn't really track for me, which is why a lot of the conspiracy end of the Star Wars theories have never really stuck. It's like the corporate world is very, very robotic, very logical, very Vulcan in the way it conducts itself.
In that regard, I'm fine with her position existing. I just don't want her in that position. I'm fine with her doing something else for the company. Or, I mean, for all intents and purposes, fuck it, promote her if it gets her out of the day-to-day involvement in the projects. You know, move her higher up in the Disney echelon, you know, but I just want her to stop being involved in the creative process.
Being honest, I think that's actually more likely what's going to happen. It's like, you know, it's kind of like an old saying among the corporate world. You know, some people just fail upwards. That exact circumstance that you just explained, that's how it happens.
Yeah.
It's easier and more cost effective to just move someone up the ladder than it is to get rid of them entirely. And that's how we have half the politicians we have right now.
Oh, yeah,
is because they did that exact thing.
And I would be okay with that because it still achieves the end result that we're looking for in this particular case. Now, when it comes to politics, I don't like the concept, but if in this particular instance, if it helps repair the world that is Star Wars, let's give it a try, you know? I'm desperate.
I mean, yeah, I'm not going to get into like the real world political ramifications of such a system, but yeah, sticking just to Star Wars, the ramifications on something as obscure as Star Wars lore, yes, for the love of fucking God, for the span of at least 10 years, just give us one writer or one creative director.
Kevin Feige,
one
or
person
like,
whose vision
somebody
we can
that's like
follow.
that. You just give us like a Kevin Feige or a Russo brothers, or just somebody that would just be like, all right, what is the fucking plan, people? And then they make the fucking plan.
Yeah, just
Except in order for that to happen, Kevin Feige would have to quit his director role, be an executive producer for a few years,
I'm not talking about
and
like
then
specifically
get
him.
wormed into the Disney structure.
Sorry, I'm not talking.
Like, we're talking about a whole fucking thing here.
Yes, I understand. I'm not saying specifically Kevin Feige. I was just like, I like Kevin Feige like person, because that's what he did for the MCU. He pretty much headlined the whole damn thing. He's just like any decision had to be run through Feige. And it wasn't until Captain Marvel
someone
where
that
he
can
went a little fucking
oversee
crazy.
all of the various directors and writers and producers and make sure that they're all cohesive, they're all operating on the same page, it's all tied to one cohesive vision.
Those people are called creative directors, which, you know, if you go back like 10 years, a creative director was a very fucking powerful position. It's just that over the years, the power of that position has kind of been whittled down. Until now, Kevin Feige, I believe, is already the creative director of Mandalorian, but other directors can be inserted in. because it goes above his pay grade, which is kind of the problem. You see, you can't just hand a project off to a single director, because if the director is the stopping point of responsibility, they are also the stopping point of expenses. And you can't have a creative person in charge of expenses. That's just a general corporate rule.
Right. They would need somebody above Jon Favreau, for example.
Right.
Exactly.
Like, John's
they
a
would
good
need a new
director.
creative director to head Lucasfilms. And right now, the impression I get from anything I hear from Lucasfilms is that they're still looking for that one magical person who's business savvy enough to not sink it, but who is franchise aware enough to not sink it either.
Do not make
Kathleen
it Filoni.
Kennedy is not that person, but she is the one whose name is on the papers, so she's the placeholder.
I swear to God, if people make it fucking Filoni, I will fucking flip my shit, because Filoni is responsible for just as much tism as he's trying to fix it. He was the one that originally made.
No.
He was the
He's
one.
trying, but he's at best a decent director. He does not deserve to be moved up to creation head.
Like,
absolutely not.
I love how he's so proud that he made Boba and Jango Mandalorians again when he was the one that said they weren't.
Oh my God, yeah.
Like, it's like, motherfucker, you're retconning yourself. You don't get a free pass just because you've now confirmed what everybody was pretty much headcanoned into just existing.
Not by lore rules he doesn't, but by corporate fail upwards rules he absolutely does, which is the annoying thing.
Yeah.
Right now, he is below Kathleen Kennedy and below Jon Favreau, but he's still pretty fucking high.
In fact, isn't Filoni the reason why Leia became the new teacher for Rey and all that? Well, not only because Luke was dead, but because he was pushing that Leia. Sorry, I was reading a thing, but he was the reason why, and there was that montage that flashback where Leia just kicked Luke's ass, and it makes me feel like he not that he didn't like Luke, but it's almost like he just kind of doesn't really care about the OT anymore. He's written so much of his own stuff that he's just he feels like he doesn't need his baseline anymore.
Well, he's also he's kind of doing what he's told.
Yes.
Because here's the thing. Disney has set out what they want.
Yes.
And it's marching to the progressive tune. So that is what they demand. Now, basically what they're doing is they're giving their directors free reign on how to get to that destination. You can take this road, or this road. That's up to you as long as you get to this destination. But it still has to meet those requirements. So yes, the directors have creative freedom, but only to an extent.
Right.
And that's how you end up with these very contradictory things where you have JJ and Ryan, have the sequel trilogy, and training doesn't seem to fucking matter at all. And then you have this moment in, John and Dave's world where Ahsoka just straight out comes out and says, hey, the Force is this thing, and yes, it does require training to master. And it's like, ooh.
Where it requires an immense amount of training. It could almost it's almost as if you need a lifetime's worth of training to properly master it. And fucking
the Jedi only took people on if they were fucking toddlers.
Not even toddlers.
Just to remind
infants.
everybody.
They took infants. That's why this is so infuriating, because the groundwork has been laid out, and I feel like I'm starting to sound like a broken record when I say they ignored the groundwork, and they just keep doing their own thing with a thing that has pre-established rules. That's why I think that's one reason why Ryan was hated so much. Ryan fucking took this pre-established groundwork and he pretty much shat all over it. The Force, anyone can just use it at one given time. It doesn't need training. It doesn't need discipline. You could literally just steal someone's knowledge from them. Because I hated that about the novelization of Last Jedi. They said that Rey basically stole Kylo's training. That's why she suddenly became so fucking good. And that's dumb.
But Wyatt, they're part of the dyad.
They're part of the dyad,
I'm-
and they can time travel.
Okay, I'm now so mad that I'm like, back to the Mandalorian. I'm almost
Okay, I'm
it's like
opening up my phone. Where the fuck is my phone?
grabbing a ninja and an amorphous blob by the scruff of the neck and just dragging them back to the giant
Okay.
silver helmet.
Please, for the love of Christ, I hope my next note is just an aesthetic thing. Okay, yes, it is. Okay, so there's just when they took the truck from the stormtroopers, there's more just general punching and knocking stormtroopers out through the helmets, which I've mentioned before on this podcast,
Yes.
makes my space cancer grow 10 times as large.
I thought we covered that.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. So, the next thing is a you people joke, which is
Okay.
dangerously close
Hold on.
to a racial joke.
I liked that because that was Bill Burr just being Bill Burr. You people, and I
Yeah.
do mean Mandalorians. Like he it's like yeah, it was Bill Burr like trying his best to make a Star Wars offensive joke.
Yeah, it's like this is Bill Burr. He's like, and I mentioned this earlier on as well. It's like the banter from Bill Burr was kind of hit or miss. It's like he had some good ones and he had some not so good ones. He was spitballing. It's fine. It's just the fact that it's like he made specifically a you people, and by you people I do mean Mandalorians. It's like very much looking at the camera. It's like, yes, this is a race joke. Take it how you will, kind of thing. It's like it just kind of struck me as
I accept
off-brand for the rest of it.
I accept racism jokes more so in Star Wars than a fucking your mama joke. I don't know why.
Well, because race
Honestly,
makes more of a
same.
sense in a fantasy setting.
Yeah, because the race that people are is portrayed as having some kind of significance.
Yeah, hell,
Right,
even in Lord
it's
of the
part of
Rings.
their identity.
Hell, even in Lord of the Rings, Elrond used fucking Aragorn's humanity like as a down thing. It's like men are weak. I don't believe in the fucking race of men because I saw
men are corruptible. It's like human beings being corrupted by the ring is kind of what got us in this mess in the first place. I don't trust you not to do it again. It had like an actual historical basis.
I love that there's the soft argument of how come Elrond didn't just push a seal door into the. It's like I think we could. I think we could. I think we could risk the. I think we could risk a human versus elf war if it means the world is safe because Sauron is now completely destroyed.
I mean, yeah, honestly,
it is.
But then there's also the fact that like Elrond was so wholeheartedly sold on the racial unification, banding together to banish this great evil things. Like he was wholesale on that shit the first time round. By the time the Fellowship comes along, he's a bit more cynical.
Yeah.
And it's kind of where, a lot of his intimate dialogue with his daughter and a lot of that kind of comes in more into his character than the political proceedings. We're getting way off topic.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
It's almost as if we're. I almost want to say, are we EFAP but on 7 million pounds of cocaine and caffeine?
I think I said it during the pre-show, but we are EFAP's distant, retarded cousin.
We can't seem to even remain focused even by their standards.
Right? Okay. So, yeah, the genetic signature, this is our explanation for FOBs. This was just going into the whole XIB or the ISB and their whole what it even means to be wanted by them, what their tracking thing is, etc., etc. We're not really much explanation on that.
We're not. We already kind of went on this.
Yeah. So the next point is that Mandalorian's creed is not for his helmet. It's just for showing his face in general, question mark?
Yes, because since if it turns out he's one of the children of the Watch, which means they believe in old school Mandalorian creed, which was probably the fact that, like, no, don't take off your helmet, you're a fucking warrior. You, like, only take off your fucking... Don't show your fucking face. You're a warrior, you're not a person. Hence why he probably wouldn't react. Oh, it's why they removed his fucking name. Because he doesn't address any... He's never addressed as Din Djarin, even by other Mandalorians. He's just
yeah, I was
Mando.
gonna say, it's like... even in my notes, I don't actually address him as, like, Jin or Din or whatever the fuck his name is.
Din, yes.
To me, he's always Mando.
That's actually...
It's like Baby Yoda and Grogu. The name just stuck.
Yeah.
They waited too fucking long.
Well, yeah.
It's the story of Mando and Gork, as far as I'm concerned.
Pretty much.
Or the Baby Yoda show.
It's not wrong either.
Mando and Grogu. Mando and Grundle.
It's just the actual monster Grendel from fucking Beowulf and Mando traveling across the galaxy.
I thought he said
Grundle. Oh my god. Yeah, I said Grundle, but you're thinking of the Grendel from actual
from
old
Beowulf.
English literature, which is a reference I get, but it is far deeper than I intended, so I actually commend you.
Yeah, no, he was talking about, like, the taint.
And you were talking about, like, this thing from, like, actual classical literature. It's like, oh my god.
This legendary
For
dragon.
once, I'm like the less cultured one here. Lovely.
Yeah, I know all this stuff when it comes to fiction. But if you ask me to change a tire, I'm like, Hey, Wyatt.
Well, no, it's just normally, you're the lowbrow humor, and he tends to take the high road, and then for once the roles were reversed.
Yeah, I was straight up making just like the assball connection joke, and you were just like, oh my god, yes, Shakespearean, like pre-old English literature. Yes, I know this topic. And like, oh wow.
One of the classic examples
well
of
done,
folklore
I guess.
and
I was talking about the bit between your balls and your asshole, but okay.
He was all like Captain America. He's like, I understood that reference.
Wait, what's 5 plus 5?
Okay.
What color
After
is
we have the whole like the creed question, because yeah, I guess the creed is just don't show your face rather than your face is your Mandalorian helmet.
Yeah.
But we never get a definitive answer on that. Technically, he just kind of doesn't respond.
Yeah, he just turns
Which is
into
why
a brick
it's a
wall.
question mark in my notes up to this point. It's like, we never actually got that explained to us, did we?
Yeah, no, we didn't, and I accidentally just wrote for the fucking show. Something I am insanely guilty for because I can't help but leave I can't leave things blank.
I think they seem to want to leave things ambiguous intentionally. Because they don't want to be...
They've gotten used to the model where the audience will do some of the writing for them.
Pretty much.
They kind of want to lean into that.
I guess, but I don't really want to... I don't want to have to wait like a year before it's confirmed in like some Wikipedia article. I'm like, no, please stop. This is not okay anymore.
If it is, you are the one who's going to let us know. So I hope you're paying attention.
Yeah, that's all you, bud.
You guys are I feel like you're weaponizing me just from against my own podcast.
No.
You are the Y.A.R.P weaponized autism.
Yeah, you're handing us the bullets. We're just saying, yeah, we should use those bullets.
I'm like crossing my arms now. Like I wanted to play Cyberpunk today. No, it's just
I don't want to be an autism bullet.
Well, the thing is, it's like since this is actually when it comes to the possible autism, it's actually one of those things. I'm like, I don't know if I have it, but practically everything points to me practically having it. So could I just go to a doctor to just tell me, yeah, give me yes or no, do I have it? They say yes, fine.
Don't
I now
worry,
have a
when the predators show up on your door, you'll know.
I'm dead regardless.
Yeah,
That doesn't
when they
answer the
offer you a
question.
face mask and it's just go like, yeah, don't worry about it. You're a fucking super weapon boy, and you're just like, oh, that means I'm autistic.
Aww.
I need to wait for the fucking predator
Sad
to find out.
autistic noises, like, aww.
As you're putting the fucking helmet on and
Oh.
getting ready to blow your neighbors up, it's like, oh, I'm so autistic.
I guess this means I'm on the spectrum. Damn.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that just
Boom.
confirms that I'm there, not even like which end of it I'm on. Just like, yeah, I can have like the slightest amount and I'm presumed okay. It's like, oh, that's kind of sad.
Yeah, it's like you just get scanned and you fall within the tism threshold.
I'd be like, could my friend like I but it's like I'm so low on the scale that it's like some of the actual autistic people are going like, why is he here? I'm like, oh no, it's happening all over again.
You don't have the right kind of autism.
Yeah.
I don't even belong here.
Yeah, it's like, what?
Just implied that there's an autism hierarchy, and I think that's hilarious.
Honestly, I do not put it past them. It's like,
I don't put it past
actually
them
swear
either.
to fucking God, in a mental hospital, like the patients on the wards will like develop a hierarchy unto themselves. It's a whole thing that the nurses have to watch out for. So like, don't put it past them. Honestly.
It's human nature.
No, yeah, we've been territorial and hierarchical. I don't even know if that's a practical word. If like since the fucking Stone Age, well, we've always been like this. Man.
Yeah. Okay. Just to go back to like the mental hospital thing, I don't really bring it up in too much detail because most of it's confidential.
Yes,
but
and
there is like
I will never dive
there is
into that.
the one ward, you know, the one with the locked doors and the triple security that most people are not admitted to voluntarily.
Oh, so the Joker.
That ward.
The Joker area.
It's more just the one where people hear voices and have probably tried to kill themselves in the past.
Oh,
that ward.
Oh, I was making a joke about the criminally
A high
insane.
risk ward.
Yeah, the high risk ward. Now, I haven't been there much, but on the few occasions that I have heard some things. Some cartoonish things. Things that, like, if you were to make some kind of poor taste joke as to what someone on that kind of word might say, honestly, that's just what they actually fucking say. So it's basically free game for offensive jokes. And the people on that ward are the most fun people you will ever fucking meet. I swear to God.
They have to be. That job would be so fucking soul crushing.
Well, I mean, the nurses on those wards absolutely reflect that because they're just so done with dealing with the shit.
Yeah.
But if I'm just in there and I'm replacing a laptop, I'm not even a nurse. If someone approaches me, it's like saying like, I'm sorry, can you help me with some things? Like, I just direct them to the nurse's station because that's just policy. That's hospital policy. I identify myself. I say, I'm sorry, I am not a nurse. If you go to this location, you will find a nurse. They will help you. But most of the time, they're not looking for a nurse. They're just looking for someone to fucking spread their bullshit at. So I'm there. I'm installing a laptop. I'm waiting for the fucking image to load. And this guy's like, he comes and is like, I'm sorry, did I just hear like a voice say destroy? Or did I hear like you say something that sounds like destroy? And I'm just like, I didn't say anything. So he's like, okay. And he just kind of like sits beside me while I'm setting up this laptop. And similar to how we are now in Y.A.R.P, he just kind of starts talking to me. So we go back and forth. And he goes onto this sci-fi tangent, which I find quietly fascinating. Because he starts talking about teleportation.
Oh no.
And when this person, of all people, starts talking about teleportation,
Oh god.
he begins with a reference to Star Trek. It's like, oh yeah, the instant transponders, like, oh, they just break down your original body, they build up a new one, all that. Oh, isn't that fascinating? It's a wonderful sci-fi concept. And I'm like, yeah. It's like, oh yeah, it's a brilliant sci-fi concept. And I'm looking at the screen, it's like 30% installed. It's like, fuck. It's like,
You're like,
okay. So he keeps going, and he's like, so like, do you think like the government does that to people? I'm like, oh, here we fucking go. It's like, do you think it's like the people? It's like they get broken down until like 30% of themselves, and then they get like installed with the rest from the government. And I'm like, oh my god, please install faster. But eventually, he winds it back to Star Wars, and his final take is that the Empire are the Socialist Party.
huh?
Which is just so wonderfully fucking backwards that I always refer to it as like this brilliant, just circular logic thing.
What?
Like, to his mind, it's like, okay, so the Empire wanted one system to control everybody. Similar to how Stalin wanted to control the whole world. It's like, okay, you're stretching a lot
That wasn't
and you're
socialist, that was
ignoring a lot of
fascist.
history.
That wasn't socialist, that was fascist. That's fascism.
It depends. Like, there's some very important distinctions along the way, but ultimately they were both power-hungry dictator fucking megalomaniacs.
Yes, I understand that part. I'm just saying, like, if you want to break it down to the technicality, like, that turns it from socialism into fascism. I'm pretty
So
sure.
yeah, so at this point in the install, we're both like staring at the screen, the slowest 50% bar that you've ever seen in your fucking life.
I would have just broken
You're
the computer
begging for a fucking nurse to come along. And the thing is, like, if the guy started acting like agitated or unruly or violent in any, and I mean any regard, I have a button at my belt that I can push to trigger a staff alert. But he's not. And I don't want to like be an asshole and trigger staff alert unresponsibly because it's just going to make his life worse.
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't get in trouble because I'm staff. And beyond staff, I'm technical staff. So being on the wards is kind of like a risk category unto itself.
Yeah, they're like, you're not supposed to be here anyway, so... well...
Yeah. So it's like the people on the wards, it's like, I'll stay out of their way. If they ask for help, I'll direct them to a nurse. It's kind of just like protocol. But I'm not going to be an asshole. I'm not going to like call a staff on you just because you're trying to talk to me, you know?
Right.
So I'm like, I'm trying to like maintain a good, calm, professional, friendly face.
The problem being is that
and
you
this
can't
guy's just
wave
like
them
going
away.
further and further off the rails.
Yeah, the problem
and
being,
like,
the problem being is that you also can't just wave them away though. You can't just be like, please just go away, because they don't know how to respond. That also you might just end up triggering something, which then could cause them to get violent.
You don't want to be in any way confrontational or dismissive. That's kind of part of the training.
Which would be hard for me because I'd just be like, please just go away. I'm trying to just go. It's just a video.
Yeah, if you're going through the wards and someone says like, excuse me, can you help me? Like, your trained response is like, just to put your hand to your chest, like, I'm sorry, I am not a nurse. If you go over here and you like point with an open hand to where the nurse's station is.
You do a Disney thing. Point with the hand to where they need to go.
Yeah, literally the Disney thing. And I mean, like, verbatim, like, you point, you don't even point, you gesture, like, not at a direct motion, but with, like, a full, like, swing of the open hand towards the nurse's station. And you say, it's like, if you go over here, someone will help you.
Oh, I didn't think about that because, yeah, the axe chop point would probably be viewed as confrontational because that's how I gesture with my whole hand. as my girlfriend's just looking right at me. She'll like I just do like this chopping motion if I'm gonna direct with my full hand. I'm just like that way. That way.
Yeah, no, you can't do that. It's too
swift.
aggressive.
Yeah, it's
Well, I mean, that's just more like a err on the side of caution thing. Most of the patients there are not that bad. Most of them are just in there for like depression or anxiety or some kind of, you know, it's weird to say in this specific context, but normal thing. Some very kind of relatable, we all kind of know what it means thing. It's very, very rare that you have like a schizophrenic or a paranoid psychosis kind of situation. And even in those, like when they're in the hospital and they're going around, they're probably medicated to the point where like it's not going to be an issue. But you still want to be careful. Is generally the training that you receive when you're on site.
Right.
I never got to the best part of this story.
Yes,
the whole reason I
so
started telling it.
so
I was on the ward
Mando, please
fixing
finish.
this laptop. Basically, it's like the laptop was it was just old. It wasn't really booting the software it needed to. It was like they needed it so they could play some old movies for the DVDs. So I was just going to install Windows 10, get it up and running, get it good to go, and just hand it back to them. And I was doing this while I was on the ward, and one of the patients kind of like sidles up to me because I'm a new face, I'm something new, I'm something interesting, I'm someone who hasn't heard his theories before. Now, this guy, I'm guessing, pure speculation, is probably in the hospital because of some kind of paranoia, kind of psychosis. He tried operating in regular society, couldn't quite cut it. That he's in the hospital until the state knows what to do with him. That kind of situation. Right? So I'm in the hospital, I'm setting the laptop, and this guy, he's like the person who's been on the ward the longest, longer than half the nurses. And he just kind of like comes up beside me. And we start talking sci-fi. Start talking teleporters, start talking Star Trek. And he goes, "But you know, the government are a bit like the Empire." And right away my ears go up because the Irish government and the Empire from Star Wars are both things I'm familiar with. So it's like, oh, how so? It's like, I'm not really paying attention, but like, I'm actually paying a lot of attention. You know, when you're focusing on your work, but you're not really focusing on your work.
Yeah, you're like.
So he starts going off and he goes into this elaborate theory. And all the while, I'm relating each point of the conspiracy back to a piece of Star Wars lore. And okay, you know that lizard race from Star Wars? The fucking honor-bound warrior race that help you when you're like a Jedi. Yes, those guys. He thought like
I was in my kitchen and I just walked back over to my mic just to say that.
Well done, lore master. Yeah, those guys. He thought those were the lizard government. And okay, you know the guy with like they're like Twi'leks, but they have horns on the end of their lecky?
So to Grutons, or are you talking about how the race of Sacy 10, who was the guy that immediately got stabbed by the Emperor when they confronted him? Are we talking more Ahsoka, or are we talking Sacy 10?
No, not Ahsoka. More Sacy 10. More the assistant to Jabba the Hutt who had horns on his lekka. He had kind of like pointy teeth, lumps on his forehead.
Wait, I'm sorry. If you're talking, oh my god, how am I forgetting his fucking name? I'm like the one time I'm under pressure. Okay.
Bib Fortuna.
Yeah, Bib Fortuna. Thank you. Bib
yes,
Fortuna was
Bib
a Twi'lek.
Fortuna. His race.
He's
according to this
Twi'lek.
guy.
Yeah, he's a Twi'lek who all the.
Is he a Twi'lek? I thought he had horns on his lekka.
No, he didn't. He just had lumps on his face, and also his sharp teeth were just in association that he was a male of their race. All the males do that.
Did they? I don't remember that being a thing.
You don't see a lot of male Twi'lek in the
You
the
don't,
series.
and if you do, it's normally
In
animated.
SWTOR, you meet a good few of them on Vet's storyline,
Yeah.
and I don't remember them having pointy teeth.
Well, that's because and if they're in animated form, they're not going to point it out. It's normally in written form where they point out their sharp teeth.
Okay, fair enough. Well, anyway, according to this guy, the race of people who were Jabba's helpers, like those guys with the pointy leca, it's like those were analogous to the Jews. Which is why we don't see any of them in the sequel trilogy. And this is where it started to go rapidly off the rails, because according to him, the New Republic were the New World Order. The First Order were the people wiping them out, and that's why they were portrayed as the bad guys.
Oh dear.
Right? It's like, oh wow.
They wanna wanga.
Getting into some heavy stuff.
It's like it's the only fucking sci-fi conversation I've ever had while I was at work, and it was with one of the patients, so of course this is how it went.
You know what? It's a good thing I will never work in a mental hospital because all those jokes where we talk about where it's like, oh, you doing IT stuff while talking a Skeletor, I think I'd actually do it while around the patients. I think I'd accidentally.
Yeah, there's probably a reason you work at Amazon by yourself.
They're just like if we put him in his own space, he won't talk to anyone, he won't do anything, and then we'll just fire him.
There's very little for him to mess up here. There's very little for him to interact with.
Why is George Lucas directing me at fucking work?
Honestly, though, like the amount of times I've picked up the phone and said like, "IT, Luke speaking," and actually wanted to say, "Yeah, hello, He-Man," and like, yeah, it's like it's pretty fucking real.
I'd be too many. I like if I worked in IT, I'd have to stop myself from fucking pulling an IT crowd. Just try turning it off and on again.
Oh my god, like, I swear to fucking Christ. When I was still, like, being trained up, the second ticket that I handled by myself was literally a turn it off and on again job.
That's funny.
The second one, and I've handled a lot more since.
Okay.
They get really mad when it actually works.
Yes, they do, because like, they acknowledge, like, how stupid they were.
They're like,
it depends on the person. Anyone who's like a manager or like a senior nurse or above, they will get annoyed, and then they'll get annoyed at me as if like the whole thing should have been simpler. Whereas like anyone who's like secretarial staff or admin or anything, they'll just kind of like apologize to me for wasting my time.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, no, it's fine, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's like, I try to be nice.
You have one of those, for lack of a better term, real IT jobs. I worked at an IT job for a cell phone company, so I was dealing with regular customers who don't understand they have a tiny computer in their pocket.
Oh.
And I'd always
I worked for
start by turning it off and on again. They're like, I already tried that. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but I'm gonna need you to go ahead and do it with me on the phone. And they do it, and they get really fucking embarrassed, and it's like, oh. Yeah. Okay.
Or the amount of people who'll say they've turned it off and on again when really all they did was log out and log back in again. Yeah, this shit is fucking real, man.
I don't want to say I'm really big brained when I say that I do that first. I'm not the log off and log on. I'm more thinking like, all right, I'm gonna get shit from IT if I fucking don't do this. So let me just fucking.
Honestly,
just turn it off and on again first. Like,
we're gonna have to walk through those basic steps anyway, so you might as well just from the start. Like, there's no sense in doing anything first.
Oh, okay.
So honestly, that's kind of how it works because of how most staff, we have to assume they don't know how computers work at all. We're gonna have to restart the machine anyway.
That's almost so infuriating because it's like, I know how computers work. Please. I'm
Well, and
probably
with
just
cell
gonna-
phones, it was infuriating because people would call in from the phone that they're trying to
Oh,
troubleshoot.
so they're fucking.
And I'm like, you can't do this.
Oh my god, I've had that exact call too, but it's a landline. So it's like they're trying to call me that the landline isn't working, but I won't obviously get the call because the fucking landline isn't working. So I'll
Yeah.
just get a ticket on the email system that says, I've tried calling IT like 5 times this week and I've never gotten a response, blah, 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 blah. It's like, bruh, your fucking phone is broke. What the fuck did you expect?
Yeah, you were calling from your broken phone.
All right. All right.
Okay, back to my Mandalorian notes.
Yes, I'm
back
trying
to my
to
Mandalorian
respect.
notes.
Do you have any major fucking things? Because as you apparently.
Well, I'm
dragged
still
us-
going through in chronological order. We just keep getting sidetracked. Okay, so okay, there's the you people joke, which is kind of like just a racial joke, which I thought was kind of like funny that
Yes.
he slid in there.
So
Why? Yes. Okay. Bill Burr takes off his helmet while they're in transit because he finds it uncomfortable, even though they're supposed to be in fucking disguise, and this comes up later very fucking relevantly.
yes, it basically sets up the fucking groundwork for the futurism of like you fucking blew this from the start.
Yeah, at the time when he initially took the helmet off, it didn't really bother me that much. But yes, it's when it comes up later on that it's like, oh, how convenient. Because he could have easily just gone back and grabbed his helmet from the truck.
Yes. It's like he's in there. It's like, oh no, we have to go into this mess hole where an officer might recognize me and we have to use a facial scanner. Oh, we have to abort the mission. It's like, motherfucker, the trucker is like 12 feet away from you. Just go grab your helmet, you fucking lazy cunt.
But he still has to take his helmet off to do the facial scan. But I can see where if he was wearing his helmet to walk past the officer, took it off long enough to do the scan, and then put it right back on, he would probably be fine.
He would. That's why, and then like, oh, so the story doesn't work, so we got to do this, and it's like, no, just find out.
Except that's not true.
Yeah.
It's like if you say the story doesn't work if you do that, you're kind of wrong.
Yeah, I've always hated
because
that
the
argument.
only reason that the officer got alerted that something might be going on
was because he
is
didn't take his
because
helmet
when
off.
Bill Burr refused to go back and get his own fucking helmet for no reason whatsoever, Mando said, okay, I guess it's time for me to take my helmet off. And I'm immediately like, that seems unnecessary. There's a very easy way around that. We don't have to do it. Okay, no, you're already doing it. Never mind.
I think
so he's doing that. And I'm kind of skipping ahead a few notes here, but it is the big tism of the episode that bothered me.
Oh, yeah.
Is that Mando's face actually unlocked the terminal.
So yes.
What the fuck was the point of the terminal?
So how? Okay,
Yeah.
so let's. How would you like to break this down? Would we like to break this down
Well,
from a Mando point of view or just the Empire point of view?
The simplest way
I mean,
that
the Empire kind of covers more, I think, just from what their security protocols are even supposed to be.
All right, let's tackle that first.
Okay, even from what we were presented from the other characters, how each one rattled off, why they would trip the alarm with their face specifically. Oh, I'm wanted by the ISB for this, or I'm wanted for whatever. Okay, so all that shit aside, being flagged or wanted for something is one thing, but being approved to unlock a secure terminal is totally different. Just because your face isn't wanted doesn't mean your face is going to open this security terminal. You are not an approved user.
Yeah.
And this is something that everybody deals with commonly in our current era. Everyone is intimately familiar with having login credentials or, having to be able to use your fingerprint to unlock your phone or your face to unlock your phone. It's not super unattainable sci-fi shit. So
yeah, and this is kind of a thing that cropped up for me when I was watching the episodes. Like, is this just like my IT brain going off an alarm, or is this just like a normal common sense thing that I should be pointing out?
Because it's like I may have chalked it up to that, but no, I don't think it's unreasonable to count this.
Yeah, it's like
It's not unreasonable,
Because
and
you're
it's
looking at this system and it's like, what the fuck is the point of the face scanner if not to keep out people who are not approved for the information they're trying to access?
no, it's apparently only to keep out these people that are on a fucking pre-designated fucking list. Oh, and by the
Then why is it
also-
in the officers' mess hall?
yes, first of all,
Yeah, it
like
might
I
as
said,
well be out front with a fucking, fruit bowl and a glass of water. Like, help yourself to our database. I mean,
that's why I got so fucking mad. I'm like, why is this fucking terminal? Like, why are they going to this one?
well, and it also would have kind of tied up the plot hole of why did we have to go back and get Bill Burr's character. It would have made sense. We need his face to access this terminal. I mean, there still would have been the whole of it's been like 4 years since he was an Imperial trooper, so his stuff probably wouldn't have been on file anyway. But at least it would have kind of made sense in that he previously had
even if
Imperial
it wasn't
credentials.
currently active, it would have triggered as something that they had on their database anyway. So it would have
Right.
been an out of date password, but it would have registered, oh, you used to work here, you used to be part of the circulation. Just get in touch with technical services, they'll sort you out with a new password.
Right. They could have done a million different things to make that make sense, but instead they go through all this effort to get Bill Burr's character and bring him along on this mission, and then at the last fucking second he backs out and Mando's just like, fuck it, I'll do it. And it's like, why for even 1 second would you think your face would work?
And not only that, he backs out for the most stupid fucking reason. It's like, oh, if I walk into that mess hall, that officer will recognize me.
And my first thought
We
was,
have to abort the mission. Instead of, oh, if I go into that mess hall with no helmet, unlike every other fucking trooper in this entire base, I will obviously be recognized. Better go back to the truck, grab my helmet, put it on, and only take it off the few seconds that my face is being scanned.
yeah, and it's
Not to mention that he decides to back out after he has already walked into the mess hall, and I'm pretty sure the officer had already looked in
the
his
officer
direction.
would have already seen him,
Yeah,
noticed his
wasn't it
suspicious
like
behavior,
a stock
and
shot of the officer looking up at him?
yes, hold
like
on,
just kind of taking notice?
yes, there was a shot of him walking in, seeing the officer, then turning around. If you're fucking ISB, you'd see that. You'd be like, all right, he's
Well,
acting
that's actually
suspicious.
another one of my notes from later on in the list, is like both of them walk into the mess hall acting sus as fuck.
Yes, and it kind
Yeah,
of
it's more suspicious for him to turn around and walk out than it would have been for him to just continue walking to the terminal.
yeah, it
Yeah,
would have clearly,
honestly.
Even without the helmet,
That's
it would
why-
have
And
been
as an
less
Imperial officer, he would know that because he's been in Imperial bases before.
that's also why,
Sometimes
like,
people just come in, they access the terminal, and they leave. That's just how bases go.
yeah, and I almost want to say like this whole operation feels so weird when you see so many like if you spend so many hours like seeing like spy stuff. So like if you watch a lot of James Bond or the Bourne movies, remember in the first Bourne movie when he passed those cops and Bourne flinched but he kept going. That's what Bill Burr should have done. He would have seen that, flinched, but then he would have kept going because he knows that he's too far in.
Well, a lot of it is just common sense. I mean, I wouldn't exactly call myself, an espionage expert by any means, but
Right.
Acting really fucking suspicious. And then I guess part of it kind of goes back to the way that the episode is framed. They don't really discuss the plan in advance and then execute it.
No,
It's like as it's happening, they're explaining the plan to us as it. And so,
Yeah.
it causes a lot of errors that should have been ironed out in the planning process. Like he didn't have any kind of a, the guy was like, "What's your TK number?" And Mando was like,
So
he didn't even
What
know
the
that was a
fuck is a
fucking
TK
thing.
number?
So hold on, if I actually
Like, I don't know if either of you have ever actually had to try to sneak into a place, but the trick, generally,
is not to be fucking
is to
seen.
act like you're supposed to be there to begin with.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
I was going to say, if I had to make up excuses for the show, I like to think that when Mando takes off his helmet, he does all that stuff, and then he has to interact with that Imperial officer, I think he kind of just doesn't know what to do. His helmet's off. He just does. He's frozen.
Okay, but here's the thing. No, and stop writing for the fucking show. No.
Right.
The whole idea of going and getting Bill Burr's character in advance was that this is a former Imperial. He knows the ins and out. He's familiar. I think there's even a throwaway line for it of like, you have access, you know the whatever's, and that would have been information that Bill Burr would have divulged at great length during planning.
I even took note that like possible reasons for grabbing him, even if his codes for clearance were out of date, he would still know how a proper Imperial cargo ship or transport ship, etc., would act upon landing. So he would be able to get them close enough that when they asked for clearance, they were already like within firing range.
Yeah, the fact that he acts like he doesn't know any Imperial protocol is so odd, because if
well, I guess what's more odd is the fact that he acts so out of place and gets away with it.
When it's the whole reason that they grabbed him in the first place.
Yeah, even though we all know the real reason, they wanted to just bring Bill Burr back, and
which is the same reason that he wasn't wearing his fucking helmet for half the episode, which is another one of my big notes.
So in terms of the problem I had was, I feel like in terms of the story and like all the themes, especially with this episode, I feel like we didn't earn Mando taking his helmet off. I feel like we didn't earn that at all.
We really didn't. The best we got was like some setup speech by Bill Burr, where it's like, your rules really depend on like how desperate the situation is.
Which is why it would have
followed by a silence from Mando, which is like, it's basically just the show admitting that the rules don't matter.
Yeah.
And then breaking them in the same episode. Like, fuck you.
That's why he needed to have that
the
bit
best
of
faith interpretation of it is that he's taking his helmet, he's breaking his own rules because Baby Yoda is on the line.
Right.
That's the implication of it, is that he's
that's the implication. I completely agree.
Yeah,
but it's don't know if they earned that.
Yeah, it's not earned at all.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but that's what they're implying, is that he's desperate. He knows there's a clock, so he's willing to sacrifice his so-called creed to serve the greater mission, which supposedly is what they're saying is like, don't get stuck on tradition and creeds and beliefs
Then Mando should have had a freak out in that fucking transport. He should have finally admitted and kind of discussed the journey that he's been on with Grogu. He should have just said all this time of trying to find more of the kids.
And that would have been a great opportunity for Bill Burr to have kind of figuratively and literally cracked through the armor.
Yes.
And kind of been like, holy shit, dude, I didn't realize, because you could have, with him being physically out of his armor, you could have said his character is both literally and figuratively vulnerable.
Yes.
And so he could have kind of taken a moment to really just let down his guard and, like you said, just kind of vent about everything that's going on and how desperate he is, and really have like an emotional sort of growth and almost like a little a tiny scaled down existential crisis a little bit. And Bill Burr could have been like, holy shit, just dump your purse out, why don't you? Or, something to break the tension, and kind of bring some levity back to the scene. But you really could have had Mando throw it all out there and then kind of take a breath and recover and kind of, okay, hey, refocus on the mission, because that's something that real soldiers really fucking do.
Yeah, and
I mean, they kind of alluded to that's what they were going for with when Bill Burr says I never saw your face and hands him the helmet back. It's like they were implying that kind of exchange took place, but
we never saw
did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they were trying to imply that this whole mission together has been like a real deep bonding experience for them, but we never saw the deep bonding.
It's why by this
point we saw a deep dive on Bill Burr's character. Sure.
Yeah.
We got
there was
real
a lot of
deep on that.
but there was no Mando growth. We needed to see their simultaneous growth together and how they've both grown as people since the last time they met. And they could have been like, wow, maybe if things hadn't been so fucked up, we could have been friends, something like that.
Or
one of those kind of moments.
Or even just like something that could like lead to it potentially, maybe before they leave off, and tragically the friendship never blossoms. It's like leaving some kind of thread that's meant to be like just left loose.
Or maybe,
something that the audience wants more of.
Or maybe just maybe he can't. He doubles down on it. Or for that temporary moment, he doubles down on it, and he can't put the helmet on. No matter what, he's just now that's just focusing on getting out. Kara sees his face, so does pretty much everybody else, and they try to hand him his armor back, and he's like, I can't put it back on. And then maybe he hears something from Fett, like another Mandalorian, who's like, that rule doesn't define you. And it's just like, and it's finally having to confront the person inside and those rules. And then that's when he chooses to put the helmet back on.
I think you're kind of talking about an arc that the show itself isn't really ready for.
Yeah, it's not ready for, and yet I kind of accidentally pulled a Star Wars Explained, because that's what he's kind of accidentally been following this arc of like what it takes to be a Mandalorian, when it's like that's kind of not the show at all. The show has basically been about, I don't even know by this point, just like getting fucking side quests and now focusing on Baby Yoda. Like,
you have to accept the reality that this show is just out there to set up other shows.
Yes, it's become a setup now, and I don't like that because it stopped being its own show now.
It never really was. That's the problem. It never really was its own show.
They never really gave the Mandalorian enough of his own personality to really carry a show.
Yeah, it then became the Baby Yoda show. It became the Cara Dune show. And now it's basically the fucking knockoff Guardians of the Galaxy, Cara Dune, Boba Fett, and Mando. It's never been his show, and it's this big confrontation now because Mando has been, compared to the sequel trilogy and how it's related to the fans, it's the only good fucking thing. But it's not. It's fucking shit.
Yeah, well, I was kind of, arguing with some people on the Facebook group about this, but it's essentially Batwoman, but with a better budget.
Yeah.
But from a writing standpoint, from the writing standpoint, it's pretty much on par.
I would argue that because in Batwoman you have this villain that is so blatantly contrived to have disappearing and reappearing henchmen whenever it's convenient. She's able to meet with the main hero whenever it's convenient with no repercussions, blah, blah, blah. That the writing in Batwoman is like a point more tismy.
And
they're on the same level.
That was my stance. Is I was like, if Batwoman is like a 2, then Mando is like a low 3. Like, it's better, not by much, but it is better. And one of the things that I brought up, which he kind of countered, but I was like, you don't have all that political SJW propaganda crap in Mando either. But he was like, well, but all that's subjective. You either agree with it or you don't.
Yeah. Honestly, I think that might not have been the stance to take for the argument.
And I took his point, and I was like, you're absolutely right. I just think that, from an objective standpoint, it's still just a little bit better than the writing in Batwoman.
Yeah, I would point more to like the antagonists, because the antagonist force in Batwoman is like the Alice in Wonderland chick,
and it's insane.
Yeah, that shit gets tismy on very, very different levels from the Empire shit in Mandalorian.
And the fact that when fucking Kate Kane fucking locks her in a cell, it tries to put this up as like a tragic moment, yet everyone at EFAP is like, yes, you're finally doing your fucking job as a superhero. You're locking up a fucking
literally
villain.
This is the thing that you're supposed to fucking do. Welcome to being a hero for the first time, you myopic cunt.
Yeah, I think I kind of just had not a come to Jesus moment, but it's just like Yeah, Mando is just shit.
It's I wanted to like it, a lot more than I do. Like and the sad thing is, even with that score, even being next to on par with Batwoman, it's still the best Star Wars content out there right now.
And that's what makes it so
Honestly,
fucking
yeah.
sad. That's what makes it so fucking sad. I'm like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
The bar has been lowered so far that any vomit that accidentally spills out of Disney's purse at this point, we're going to lap up and be like, oh, this is so much better than the sequel trilogy.
Yeah.
And that's basically what's happening.
It's not even that they're delivering member berries anymore. It's that like they'll deliver something, and we think that there might be member berries at some point in the future, maybe.
Right. It's not even selling you member berries, it's selling you the potential of member berries.
And honestly, fuck that.
I think that's why.
Like, who can even consider themselves a fan of this shit anymore?
Yeah. And, okay, to bring it back to The Mandalorian, I am pretty much done talking about the. Like, I don't want to say I'm done talking about the episode. There's still a few points, such as when they talk with the officer.
There's plenty of points.
Like,
I will say that, like, we've kind of, like, jumped ahead to a lot of the major ones.
Yes.
So there's not big ones to be discussed.
The conversation between the officer and Mayfeld. I liked it, but at the same time, man, was he basically giving it away that he knew him. He was playing...
Mayfeld
oh my god, yeah.
Intentionally letting out that he had...
If he didn't shoot that guy, there was an alarm going off the second they were out of sight.
Yeah, that was... He basically revealed himself. The guy didn't have to dig it out of him. The officer didn't find out, and then he had no choice but to react. Mayfeld
He literally spelled out that he was part of Operation Cinder.
Yeah.
Like, literally spelled it out by the operation name.
And
yeah.
And also...
Well, and then he went further and was like, my friends, my comrades, my, people I knew personally. And it's like, oof, dude. If he... Like, that officer would have had to have been incredibly thick to not get those level of hints.
I thought he did know, and he was just twisting the knife by saying, like,
no.
Yeah,
order.
honestly, it's like it was that blatant and that oblivious that I also thought he was kind of doing it on purpose.
Yeah, I thought
But no, he was actually just that stupid.
Yeah, Mayfeld started... If the officer had started it first, I would be more inclined to believe that was the intention, but he didn't. Mayfeld volunteered the information without any kind of probing or prodding from the officer.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was kind of the problem.
He sat down to fucking shoot him. We all know this because he said
I don't think he knew what he was gonna do. Like, he knew he was gonna do something, but I don't think
he knew that he was gonna start some shit. He didn't know that he was gonna kill a man.
I don't know. How fast he fucking led into Operation Cinder. Like, it was the second line of the conversation. What should we drink to?
I think it was more just... Okay, I'm going to go off, like, there's two tracks here. There's the track they were going for and the track that they were actually on. And I'm going to stick to the track that they were actually on.
Okay.
So, the conversation starts, and Imperial officer, who Mayfeld knows, goes, "To what shall we toast?" Now, there's a lot of literary reference for this. In Norse mythology, in Greek mythology, it's a classic setup for some conflict, is this question.
Yes,
right?
It reveals who
and
you
the
are.
officer goes, "How about this operation?" And through the conversation about this operation, we learn that the officer who proposed it served on this operation.
Right.
And that the commanding officer that he proposed this toast to was the one leading this operation.
Correct.
Which, seems perfectly reasonable, perfectly fine. It's like perfectly standard lick arse, boot licking Imperial behavior. But then we learned that the operation they're referring to went poorly. In fact, it went legendarily poorly. It's a known thing within the Empire. And it's like, as you go down this dialogue tree, it gets worse and worse and worse and worse and more intense, intenser.
So
Which,
I want to say poorly only on one side. The Imperial officer, it went successfully because the Operation Cinder was designed to kill as many people as possible.
But not Imperials.
No, yes, Imperials.
and
they
also you
targeted
have to bear in mind who knew that.
Yes.
Because not all level of clearances would have known that that was the objective.
Yes, that's true. I'm just saying, like, in terms of how Operation Cinder just worked in general,
well,
they were targeting everybody, including Imperial cities.
I would disagree only in the sense that it wasn't intentional to kill Imperials.
No.
But they were willing to make sacrifices. That's not the same thing.
No,
it is an
Operation
important
Cinder from Palpatine's fucking mouth was
it was to burn down the structure of the Empire, wasn't it?
Burn everything down. Rebels, Empire, everything fucking burns.
Okay, I'm going strictly off of what we have in the canon.
Yeah, that's from Battlefront 2.
Okay. Canon in this show.
Okay.
What we are presented, the wording that the officer uses is basically that it shows a disregard from him personally, not on behalf of the Empire. Basically, the mentality is they died heroes of the Empire. They were sacrifices for a noble cause.
Correct.
Not that they were intentional targets. Even in his wording, he's like, we will sing songs and toast to their sacrifice. It's an important distinction because in order to continue the propaganda machine, the Imperial soldiers cannot have the belief that they are expendable.
Oh, sorry.
At a moment's notice.
I just realized. No, I'm not talking about the stormtroopers. I'm talking about the targets that they were fighting. Yes, the higher ups are going to be viewed and live. They're like their sacrifices won't be in vain. That's
what the whole argument is about between Mayfeld and the officer, because he's like, you say it's good, but how good was it for them? It's a perspective difference.
That's right. I was by then when they were talking about them, I was thinking more about who the gun was being pointed at, not who was holding the gun.
Well, that's kind of the point he's making in that dialogue, is that both the person holding the gun and the person the gun was being pointed out, they were all wiped out by Operation Cinder.
Right.
Which is why it was such a waste, which is why, even as an ex-Imperial, Mayfeld found it just so soul-tearingly fucking distasteful.
Yes.
So much so that he willingly blew the entire mission, essentially. It's like he shot the officer right there in the middle of the mess hall.
Yeah,
because the shit that he was saying, and it was purely from like a place of emotions. Like, I was part of this operation, and you, even after the Empire has fallen, you, an officer of a non-existent empire, are still marching around this garrison with people saluting you, holding your office, maintaining your rank. For what? Because I saw the ugly side. And now that I'm sat right in fucking front of you, I'm going to ask you the ugly question. Was it worth it?
And
was it good for them? Was it good for the Empire? And when you can't even answer with a straight fucking face, I'm going to shoot you in the fucking heart.
Yeah, and he said...
It's like, that was Mayfeld's plan.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, he watched his friends and colleagues die, essentially for nothing. And when actually confronted with somebody who's literally saying, oh, they were heroes, it's like, bullshit. I watched them die in the mud and the blood and the shit. That's something that real soldiers really wrestle with.
Yeah.
And it's very, very common.
Yeah.
And that's why there are not often a lot of situations where those soldiers are put into a room with the kinds of people who made those decisions.
Yeah, because you'd have a lot of you'd possibly have a lot of situations like this.
Mm-hmm. And in real world militaries, you really did. In fact, this kind of conversation during the reign of the British Empire, we have actual historical documents to verify this, is something that actual imperial officers had to have fairly often, especially when it came to like setting up trade posts in the middle of the Congo or some other far flung, middle of nowhere shit heap outpost on the edge of the empire just to maintain a trade route. Hundreds of people sacrifice their lives. Are you fucking serious? It's like, and this kind of thing over the course of like decades and centuries, this is what ate the empire away at the fringes before the real rebellions ever took hold. So while the Irish rebellion was still trying to find a foothold, the African colonies were already rebelling. It's at the fringes where the authority is at the least potent,
Right.
is where the questions get the loudest.
Well, that got
So honestly, it's a miracle that this outpost in like a mining camp in the middle of nowhere hasn't fallen already.
Yes, like the more you think about it, it's like, man, this thing would have fallen apart like
Yeah,
years
especially
ago.
with their degree of casualties. I mean, they seem
Yeah, it's like they were the only truck that day to make it back with a fucking thing. And that just brings us back to why the fuck were these things not escorted, for fuck's sake?
Yeah, you're escorted pretty much at the last second by TIE fighters. Can we, like, so if we're trying to deliver a truck of supplies, they're getting close to the base, we're not going to have an A-10 Warthog shoot fucking next to them. Because an A-10 Warthog is fucking depleted uranium rounds that can destroy tanks.
That's actually something that happens in real life a lot. Close fire is actually something that's fairly common. It's a risk, it's a call, but it gets made. It gets made a lot less now when you're talking about dealing with like drone strikes and missiles.
Yes, we deal with danger close a lot less now that we've automated the system quite a lot more.
Well, yes and no. I mean, it's still a thing that exists.
Yes, danger close will kind of always exist. The call will just be made less, is what I was trying to point out.
But yeah, in the context of this situation, the fact that there was no sort of transport, there was no, security, like even in the tunnel that they had to go through, there was nobody in the tunnel.
Yeah, they got ambushed in like a second.
They just ambushed
them. That was another thing, by the way. When they were about to go into the tunnel, it was like we heard over the intercom, it's like with the control station, that it was customary for the trucks to check in after they had cleared a tunnel so that the other trucks would know that the tunnel was clear.
Right.
When they hijacked the truck while it was in the tunnel and didn't check in after they cleared the tunnel, that should have sent like a warning flag. It's like, oh, maybe there's a transition we missed, or maybe there's something going on. Either way, we're keeping an eye on this truck.
Right.
If anything, the dispatcher, whatever, should have been like, "Hey, truck, whatever. Is everything okay?
Yeah, did you clear the tunnel? Are you en route? Are you maintaining a steady course? What's the status of your cargo?"
Right.
Just perfectly ordinary, run-of-the-mill status check shit.
All right. So Mayfeld shoots the officer, which is like, I get it. It makes sense within Mayfeld's character. He finally just took out his rage, shot the guy. It completely destroys the plan. But it
destroys the plan, absolutely. But
he already destroyed the plan
to it with like how and why specifically this person had to shoot this other person. That like I'm willing to go easy on it. It still ruined the fucking plan.
Well,
he ruined
and this is the plan that his life hinges on. So
he already ruined the plan when he stepped out without wearing his helmet. The plan was
Yeah.
the plan was kaput pretty much at every turn because he kept trying to say no deal. He kept trying to fucking weasel out of it. So by this point he just did it.
My thing is they already had the data. The only part of the plan that it essentially fucked up was their escape plan.
Yeah.
But they were never really clear on exactly what the plan was other than the roof.
That's not necessarily true. They were clear on where they had to get to and what would happen when they got there. So
right, but they weren't clear on
the plan was for them, like originally, it's like just purely hypothetical because obviously never anything works out that way in the show. But the plan hypothetically was they would sneak in, they would get to an officer's terminal, they would get the data, work their way up to the roof, and that's when the shit would start. When the Slave One was already en route,
Yes.
and there was nothing the Imperials could do about it.
They'd shoot the cannon people, get onto Slave One, fly away.
So what Bill Burr did really was kind of like trigger the firefight a couple of minutes early while they were on their way out the window up to the roof.
Well,
regardless,
they weren't gonna. They were probably just gonna find like a stairwell or something originally. Now they complicated their plan because they closed themselves off in the mess hall and they had to escape through the window.
Well, but conveniently, that still worked out perfectly fine for them because they were.
Because there was a ladder.
You know, they were still that window was conveniently right in front of their sniper's line of fire. You know what I mean?
Yes, they're like
it's a good thing they got out there and not in any other room of the base.
Yeah,
because,
it basically fucking screams convenience, and also, I'm fine with. I don't know how I feel about Cara Dune being so effective with a sniper. She's a drop trooper, and I'm not like when I think drop troopers, I think basically Space Marines. So it's like big guns.
I think you might be pulling from a different lore. In Star Wars, as far as I know, drop troopers are generally the first strike for the most vulnerable or most important target. Well, so they'll either have heavy ordnance or they'll have sniper rifles, depending on what it is.
Well, they literally said no backup, so I always assumed that they were just sent in to fuck shit up. Not in a...
Which to me means heavy ordnance, which is, if they're dealing with infantry, it's those big chunky sniper rifles that she was holding, or it's RPGs.
Oh, I always assumed when... I always think when it's fuck shit up, I always think the fucking cannons that... Not the cannons, the fucking, like, LMG that she normally has equipped and fucking...
Yeah, that's for, like, mass troops. Your shock troopers is, like, they're the ones who fuck shit up enough for all of your normal troopers to land.
Which
so
would
they're
be
the
a
ones
real
with the heavy armor.
That would be like the real life equivalent of somebody with a squad automatic weapon. So a large machine gun, or like a grenade launcher, something like that, you know?
Or RPGs, or,
right.
like I said, heavy ordnance. Like, this is the thing you're using to take out the anti-aircraft cannons so the rest of your troops can land.
From a fictional comparison, I think the closest thing you could compare it to would be like the ODSTs from Halo, where they're more
absolutely.
Like,
they are
specialized.
That's okay.
Super based on like the historical World War II shock troopers.
Yeah.
But even the ODSTs have snipers within their ranks, so it's not impossible per se. It's just it's not common either. So it's kind of one of those where you have to like give her the side eye a little bit and be like, awful lot of skills you're putting on your character sheet there, Cara Dune.
Yeah.
Okay, well, assuming that like she was part of like multiple drops, the drop would be outfitted for what they're dropping onto.
Correct.
So if like it's mainly like anti-aircraft cannons, they're probably going to be armed with RPGs or grenades or some kind of heavy ordnance. If they're dealing with like entrenched troopers with like strategic advantage, etc., they'd probably be armed with snipers.
True, but that's why most like the ODSTs drop in teams. Not every team member is skilled at every single thing.
Like, but I would argue that's even less efficient. If you try to have one team that can drop in for every situation, you're not really tailoring the team for the situation they're dropping into. You're just dropping one team into everything.
But if you have one person who's always the sniper,
that's always that's not always a good thing. relying on one person to do the important job while everyone else covers them is not always viable.
No, it's not. But not everybody can master every skill. And that's real life. That's Navy SEALs, that's Marines, that's how it works.
Yeah, true.
Now, that's why your team sometimes changes depending on the mission. So the person who was your sniper for this mission might be doing something else next mission if a sniper is not required. Because you do have to customize your team for the mission at hand, but that team can change.
Yeah. At this point, I'm like, Wyatt, do we have like an EU basis for how these shock troopers actually worked on the ground?
So we kind of do, because they, okay. So how they kind of worked with the EU with shock troopers, it kind of worked a little bit like ODSTs, but everybody would have their specific role because it kind of worked a little bit like a video game. That's your sniper, that's your heavy ordnance person, that's your technical engineer. Like, Star Wars has always kind of functioned on video game logic when it comes to military tactics, because George kind of didn't function on that stuff because World War II stuff World War II fiction didn't really go that in depth. Like, it just had the stereotypical stuff. That's your pilot. That's your gunner. That's your machine gun guy. Like, and so when I see Cara Dune,
things are tropes for a reason.
Right, of course. I see Cara Dune and I'm like, I don't think you could actually, like, I there's probably a shit ton of computers and stuff. So I couldn't doubt that she could be a sniper, but if you asked me, I'd be like, you should probably be mounting a bigger gun.
My thing is, it always goes back to the example of like a D&D character sheet. You have a limit to the number of skill points and talents you can assign to your character. So when I'm looking over your character and it's like, oh, you're really skilled with a sniper rifle. Okay, sure, that's believable. But then you're like, oh, I'm also really, really good with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. And you're like, okay, I can still kind of vibe with it, but it's starting to get a little, oh, and I'm really good at fist fighting. And I'm really strong and muscly. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, I kind of get where you're going here, because when we cut to those shots where it's like the sniper waifu for Boba and Cara Dune are both in the same shot doing sniper shit, it's like the barbarian and the rogue are fulfilling the same rogue for some reason, and it doesn't quite work.
Yeah, and that's where it's like she shouldn't be wearing the same hat. If anything, what would have made actually a lot more sense and would have had real world comparisons is Cara Dune should have been acting as her spotter.
Yes, absolutely.
Spotter,
and that would have been so much more believable, and I think a lot of people would have been like, holy shit, an accurate representation of sniping in a fucking Star Wars show, like, holy shit.
I was gonna say
that would have been really impressive.
Either doing that or have Cara just laying down fire while the sniper lady keeps running around and taking pot shots, because Cara's providing an accurate distraction.
Not from the same position, she wouldn't be.
Well,
yeah, the problem is the range.
Yes, I understand that part.
And the fact they're right next to each other, so if they spot the covering fire, they spot the sniper. Now, if they were on like different points of contact, it's like they were on different hilltops.
Well, I was gonna say while she's running around and finding, while Sniper Lady is running around and getting different firing positions, that kind of stuff.
Okay, yeah, I can kind of see how that would work, but that would make pickup for Slave 1 even more difficult, which you don't want. So it's like having those two as one team is not the problem. It's the fact that they were both doing the same thing on that team. That's the problem.
Yeah, they could have easily found another role for Cara to do that would have still made sense and still would have allowed her to show off her skills as a combatant without giving her the exact same abilities as this character who has been established at being a really fucking good sniper.
And if they're both in the same position, they're both working as a team in that position, the Slave 1 is able to pick them up, able to take them out, and drop the seismic charge on anyone pursuing them, which allows them to make a full escape.
Right.
So overall, like, I don't actually hate the overall plan. Not really. It's like it's got a lot of potential, especially as far as plans go in this fucking show.
Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned the seismic charge thing on how that thing felt very anticlimactic because we saw the Razor Crest fuck up some TIE fighters. I really wanted to see Slave 1 fuck up some TIE fighters. So to just drop a fucking seismic charge felt really. It felt cheap. Am I the only one thinking this? Like, we saw the Razor Crest, like, fucking
For
flying
me,
around.
it was kind of like it felt cheap because it was a bit of a member berries
Yeah, it
thing
was.
that
It was like, remember the
it
seismic
used
charges?
it used the time bombs from Battlefront 2, which are based on like this thing from the OT. It's a legacy design,
I
and
mean,
I
they're from the
appreciate it,
prequels.
but it's also very cheap.
Well, and I think the issue for me was the way that it was, like, I guess the sequence or the order. So it's like they pick up Mando and Bill Burr, they take off. The TIE fighters are chasing them. They use the seismic charge to destroy the TIE fighters. Then they go back and pick up Cara Dune and Fennec and drop off Bill Burr in the trees. And then they leave the planet. Like, if anything, they should have grabbed Mando and Burr, picked up Cara and Fennec, then tried to bounce the fuck out of Dodge and drop the seismic charge on their pursuers. Then they could have dropped Bill Burr off wherever the fuck he wanted to be dropped off at.
Yeah, I think I mentioned this during the pre-show before the episode even started, but like when they're dropping Bill Burr off,
Yeah,
I assumed that was a different planet because after they dropped the seismic charge, why the fuck would they even stay there?
Yeah, I told them. I think we can. I think we already brought it up actually when I hit streaming. It's like, where the fuck is he supposed to go? Like, he's basically just stuck in the middle of the woods without even industrial fucking plumbing.
Yeah, he's just going back to that third world village that they pass on the way in and trying to make a life with them, I guess, and hoping that like his DNA is compatible so he can like have a family or something, I guess.
So that didn't bother me as much. I was more just like, hey, what are you gonna do? I think what really bothered me, however, was the next scene, which was on Moff Gideon's ship, and Mando just messages him.
Oh, that is at the very end of my notes. Do not worry, we will get there.
Oh my god!
Eventually, and don't worry, we've jumped ahead that much of my notes that like once we get halfway through, most of them are going to be shit we've already covered.
Oh my god! All right.
He's like, I haven't really been sticking to it just because like I kind of want the conversation to flow wherever it's going to flow.
Yeah, I kind of want.
But chronologically, we're still back on the truck as they're approaching the base, and the pirates are attacking them now.
I think for most of us, it's actually getting pretty late. So I actually do kind of want to wrap.
Oh
this
yeah,
up.
it is 20 to 3
Well,
a.m.
I'm gonna change the thumbnail, and I'm probably gonna change all the stuff about it because this will just be a Mando-centric episode and how we got distracted with games and stuff. But we'll either talk about it next week or like Cyberpunk and all that stuff once I've actually gotten some decent game time, because at most I've only had like 2 or 3 hour stretches in it, and not really enough to like actually stretch my legs in the world each time.
Let this be a warning to the Y.A.R.P community, which is basically just the three of us, that this is what happens when Luke is paying attention.
Yeah, you fucking become more autistic than me.
Right?
I'm just like, because I was just like, this will be a short episode. You grabbed my hand and went, no. And I'm just like, ah! I want to talk about the
I'm just levitating above you in a T pose with glowing eyes, like, no, it shall not.
Well, no, it was like this back and forth thing between like all of us, where it was just like fun, like where I caused the conversation to go like 3 times longer than there was something you guys would bring up. I feel like this was. Hi, how's that bag of chips doing?
Fucking fantastic. Just trying to clean up my desk a little bit.
So I noticed it only because not only was it loud in my ears, but I looked at the fucking audio thing and it just fucking spiked.
That's great. No, I think that this, I don't know. It's
just not my favorite episode. This is like Especially
Oh,
after
yeah,
especially
man.
after Memberberry Orgasm Fest that was the last episode. Oh, by the way, do you guys notice that he brought his jetpack when they quickly on the Bill Burr prison planet? He was wearing his jetpack and he grabbed it. He must have grabbed it from the fucking bullshit after
Oh,
fucking
yeah.
dealing with Fett.
I guess after a whole episode of him not fucking using it, I forgot that it was a thing.
Yeah. So, on the last thing I'm going to bring up is the fact that he messaged Moff Gideon and fucking gave away his element of surprise.
It is wonderful that's the last thing you bring up, because it's also the last thing I bring up is just that I've like a whole page of notes to go before we get there.
I'm like, fuck your
Okay.
fuck your notes.
Right, okay. So we'll go through them like fairly quickly, because most of them we've covered already. Alright? So it's like, okay, why is he taking the helmet off? They're supposed to be fucking disguised. That was a note. We've kind of covered that one. Bill Burr questioning Mando's consistency as a character is the best banter. Yes, I stand by that. It was the best of all the Bill Burr jokes we had in the show. It's just him like going, you know what? The rules seem to bend to whatever you need at the moment. And it's like, I felt it's like, huh, yeah, I actually appreciate someone in the show saying that to the main character of the show. Nice one. Then the next note beyond that is just that crunch of the pirate under the wheels. And I have to assume that's like my own commentary on the sound design during one of the fights. Because I think during the first pirate raid, when the guys were trying to blow up the truck, Mando sent one of them forward over the front of the windshield and under the wheels, and just made such a satisfying but gruesome and dark crunch.
This is
And I just made a note of it.
Yeah, you made note of like how he fights with his armor and how it actually got him hurt. There was nice little details. I don't care if I'm writing for the show on this one. I liked the idea that he took the helmet off. He just didn't know how to respond to the officer because he's so used to being in that confined space of his helmet that it just fucking dropped him.
Yeah, honestly, as long as you have like some in-text reference to back up the point, you're already kind of stronger than the show itself.
Yeah.
The pirates have flying boats, but only spears. Are they Wakandan? Question mark.
Fucking hate that shit. No, it's because I just made like I was about to go on this whole spiel on how it really pisses me off about Wakanda. Like, oh, you guys are the most advanced civilization in the entire Marvel universe on Earth, and you use fucking spears.
But
That's
you see,
beside the point.
Wyatt, those aren't just like huts. They're huts with like vibranium straw roofs.
Yes, that's the dumb thing. It's a modern building, but with a thatch hut. It's like, come on, just. And you can't even make the joke that
soon as I heard like the phrase like vibranium thatch, I just immediately started laughing.
I think the problem is that you can't even make it like a cultural thing, because if it's cultural, then it wouldn't have like the vibranium or any of that stuff. It would just be a thatch hut.
Well, no, like you can say it's like vibranium is a part of their culture, but if you're going to do that, you have to be consistent.
Yes.
Buildings of cultural significance are generally smaller.
Yes, they
more controlled. They're like temples within a city. So you would have like mostly like big silvery spires of whatever contorted shape looks futuristic in the graphic artist section. And then between those you'd have like small shrines and temples to like old African gods that they still worship. And it's like you could blend fucking Japan blends these two very modern and very ancient cultures every single fucking day.
Yes.
But one guy in Hollywood was given the job and he couldn't fucking do it.
Right. So back to your notes.
Back to my notes. Okay, so the pirates, are they Wakandan? Because they've got like flying boats, but also spears, which turned into a fist fight. Because his Imperial pistol jammed because he didn't bring his like actual proper gun for the mission for some fucked up reason.
I thought it was weird. It was another joke of like how bad Imperial equipment is, and it's like, okay, I get it. Yeah, Empire shit.
It's like,
Move
yeah,
on.
we've gotten it for a while. At this point, you're just adding fuel to the fire that the stormtroopers do not pose a threat whatsoever. Which is not a good thing to add to, because it already undermines the threat and the stakes of most of the fights you're in. But anyway, thermal detonators don't have timers that long, which is my next note, and I've mentioned this already. But yes, there's a point where they plant a thermal detonator. They use a very nostalgic sound from Battlefront 2, but it goes on too long. So it's like, we've mentioned this before about how they use nostalgia in the show, where they'll refer to something that like gives you a member berry, but they take that member berry away when it's not quite the way you remember. So they'll use the sound to trigger the memory, but the sound will go on longer than you remember because they need that for the script. And it's just a very shitty way of incorporating this. There's a lot of these pirates is the next note. I just noted that for this one truck, there were an awful lot of individual pirates trying to take it.
Yeah, like some.
Well, we can assume the other two trucks that exploded were also hit by similar forces. It just happened off screen.
Yeah, and we're kind of given a little bit of that. It was like where we see the explosion in the distance, and then
Right.
after the first guy's attack, Mando's like some other ones arrive, so they kind of converge on the last truck to go down, even though they've already lost 2 ships to it.
I guess I just would have wanted some more sort of, world building, not in the sense of the show overall, but on this specific planet that we're on. What is the situation? Clearly, there's something going on between the local population and the Empire, but we don't really see that other side of it. We
Well,
don't
that's
understand
kind of
why
a
they're
thing as well, and it's not really in my notes, but we're kind of shown like the villagers and how they're all poor and sad and angry, but they all
right.
look human. Like these are clearly not like the indigenous people. The indigenous people are the fucking pirates with the spears, and they're very angry. But they're also not the people whose plight we're made aware of. So we actually don't know what the fuck their deal is. It's just another like it's an inconsistency in the world building that doesn't actually change the plot, but it just kind of changes how we interpret the stakes.
Indeed.
And then yeah, the next note immediately after that is just it still feels so video gamey. So the whole mission of like Mando has to defend the cargo truck from these pirates who arrive in like organized and scaled drops before
Right.
they reach their destination. It feels so fucking video gamey.
It feels like a quick time event.
Yes. Or even not a quick time event, just like have you ever played just one of those like traveling sections of a video game where you're escorting the truck that you're on, so you have to fucking shoot off like the flying enemies or some shit?
Yeah, basically it's that.
Yeah, basically it's that. And it's structured the same way as well. It's like the way the mission starts, how the mission progresses, and the way the mission ends. It all comes together to feel like a video game mission. And I don't want that feeling.
Yeah, Mando season 2 has basically had the walking video game feeling for practically the
Yeah,
entire season.
I've definitely mentioned it like either last episode or the episode before.
Yeah. Man, I can see I kind of see now why EFAP had to tackle this entire like the first season in like 2 12 almost 12-hour live streams. They just fucking like because there really is such a lot to unpack from just even single scenes. It's like
Oh
that
yeah,
shows.
like this is episode 7 of 8. This is the first one I've actually taken notes of, and when you actually you make a note of the things you want to talk about later rather than just relying on memory.
Yeah.
There's a fucking lot of shit to go through.
Yeah, it's like when while I was playing, I asked my girlfriend to make notes of The Last of Us 2. And yeah,
Oh no.
well,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's 30 hours of fucking tism, man.
Yeah. And the thing is like we couldn't even we were stuck at like one part where we just couldn't really continue, and it was just like, all right, we're just gonna sit down, we're gonna fucking do it, and then I beat the whole game in one sitting, and I fucking hated it. God, I can't believe.
Okay. Still feels okay. Video gaming. He said it was run by ex-ISB. Why are there stormtroopers? Yeah. Okay. They actually made a point earlier in the episode that they weren't going to be going up against just stormtroopers. It's like I actually specifically remember that because I thought, oh, here we go, just mowing down more stormtroopers. There's no threat. There's no stakes. It's fine. But they actually go out of their way to say, it's like, no, no, no. These aren't stormtroopers. These are ex-ISB.
Maybe that's why they mixed in the shore troopers and
Yeah.
the other random, armor outfits to make it seem like there was more of a diverse group than there really was.
Which is fair enough if they said it was a mixed garrison, or if it was an unusual garrison made up from like remnants of like other garrisons. So, like it was a patchwork garrison basically, made up of other units that had troops to spare. But then no, they say it's like it's set up, it's run, and it's patrolled by ex-ISB. Or SIB, or I can't remember what the fucking acronym is. ISB. So why are there normal run-of-the-mill stormtroopers? Why are there shore troopers? Why are there Imperial engineers? What the fuck is going on?
Yeah. That I've run out of steam. I want. Okay, I think you need to save the rest of those notes for another time.
There honestly isn't that many left, and we've gone through most of them. I'm just gonna go through them quick. If you've no steam for that one, it's fine. We can just chalk it up to tism. They didn't pay attention to the costuming.
Yeah, they didn't. And they didn't give accurate enough explanation. It was just dumb. Like I hate to just turn into like one sentence only explanations. But it is just dumb that they completely shit all over the costume design.
Tism.
Yeah, it's just tism.
It's like if the costume design department just did a bad job, it's like it's not a cop out to just point out. It's like no, they just did a bad job. It's like it shouldn't have been that way.
Right. Not everything needs to be like I was about to say not everything needs to be a 45-minute tangent when I'm the one who's gone on the most 45-minute tangent. Actually, we're tied on tangents, Luke. I think I would like to say I brought up my score quite a bit.
I mean, are we keeping track? Because I didn't know we were supposed to be keeping track.
Watch as when we finally gain fans, there becomes like a
Star Wars on topic.
Okay.
Fucking
next note. No one notices his helmetlessness. Will he recognize you? Put the fucking helmet on in all caps. That is the next note. So this happened when Bill Burr, with his helmet still off for some fucked up reason, just walked around the Imperial base that they're trying to infiltrate and went, oh no, I know that officer. If only there was some kind of piece of uniform I could be wearing that would completely obscure my face. And he just never goes back to put his fucking helmet on.
Yeah, it's pretty
Agreed.
bad.
Next
Yeah,
point.
Yeah,
Next point.
We have talked about this. Next.
Yeah, we kind of have, but it was more just like the fact that it was right there in the truck.
Yeah, and like I said, the fact that he turned around is what actually would have given him away.
Yeah, literally. It's like if he just acted inconspicuous and walked at the terminal, he would have just looked like another fucking trooper there logging something at the terminal.
Yeah, but because him and Mando
Okay.
acted so fucking suspicious, that's what got them
Yeah.
extra. Like the
And
fact
that's
that
my next one. It's like they both walk in there acting so sus. It's like they look like the most obvious infiltrators of all time.
not to mention, like, Mando practically gives it away with how much he's hesitating to take his fucking helmet off. A normal trooper would have just done it immediately.
Yeah, he literally scanned himself the first time with the helmet on.
Oh my god, yes, that's actually one of my notes. Is like,
Yes, that would be a fuck up. Part of me thinks like if I so if
Like,
I was
like
in
I don't
the
know if he
ISB,
thought that would work, or if he just didn't realize it was already trying to do the scan, or what happened there. But it clearly tried to scan while his helmet was still on, and then some kind of like warning alarm thing started counting down.
if I had to assume, then it's well, actually, yeah, that alarm would definitely make sense. Somebody's trying to log in and they're not presenting their face. It's either
well,
gonna
no,
produce
even then, it would be part of the system to recognize what, like, the standard issue helmets are.
Yes,
to trigger a response. So, like, trooper, please remove helmet before attempting scan.
Yeah, so do something like that.
Without, like, attempting to set off the fucking alarm. But again, like, I don't know if this is, like, IT background or just fucking common sense background.
Or maybe this is just a way to get around the whole everybody takes fucking stormtrooper disguises. Maybe they got smart and they're like, no, take off your fucking helmet.
Yeah, that would actually make sense. It's like, please remove helmet and attempt facial scan again. So, the fact that when Bilber arrived at the base, he was the only one with no helmet, other than, you know, officers who have what's the name of those, like, Confederate hats? Where they kind of like tilt forward.
Well, the military refers to them as covers. That's not their technical name, but yes, it's basically more of a head covering, less of a helmet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, one of those. So, like, the officers have those. So, like,
why they're wearing them inside is beyond me.
No, I mean, if it's just part of standard.
Yeah, if it's their procedure, that's fine.
Uniform, then sure.
Yeah,
they might take them off to, like, sit at the table and eat together, but they put them on before they go back on duty.
Well, I was more just I was accidentally connecting it to real world militaries, where if you're inside, you take your hat off, even if you're in your dress, even if you're in your dress blues.
Really?
Yeah, you're inside. You take your hat off.
Yep. There's a lot of little, like, decorum things like that are really, really important in the military. Like, you don't walk on the fucking grass.
Yeah.
Okay, there's, like, I want to get into the details with this shit, but, like, we've been running for a long time, so let's just get through it.
For another time.
Nearly 7 hours. I want to play Cyberpunk.
A good
I want to watch
tangent
something.
for another time.
I'm fucking dragging this through. Let's go.
Okay, so no one knows his helmet says, blah, blah, blah. We recognize, put the fucking helmet on. Yeah, we covered that. Terminal has to scan your face. This is when Mando was trying to scan in, but they both fucking acting sus. Okay, here we go. The big tism. His face worked, and he broke the creed. Why the fuck did his face work? What is the fucking point of the face scan if not for the exclusive exclusion of unapproved personnel from secure files?
Yeah, like, if this is somebody who's never revealed his face to the world, why is his face recognized and accepted?
Yeah, it's like, why is he given the clearance of an Imperial officer? Of all things in the fucking world. It's like, it raises a very, very big question, even for, like, the casual audience. Like, they've noticed this too. It's like, and if the casual is noticing something, you're not pulling in deep lore. or like EU, you're just like, hang on, that's kind
you're
of fucking weird, my dude.
You're fucking up basic shit at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah, it's like the fact that his face worked just because it is a face and they got him to take his helmet off. It's like the terminal is acting like the victory lap that the director wants the audience to feel like it is.
Yeah, and
It's like, yes, we got him to take his helmet off. We win. While the rest of us are just like, hang on, that makes no fucking sense.
And meanwhile, Pedro Pascal is just going, I'm just going to be putting the helmet back on anyway.
Well, maybe this is part of his little temper tantrum that he threw.
Yeah, he finally went like, "Oh, you're making me take my helmet off," but then it's just immediately back to being on. Like, I would see this, I'd be like, "This is like this makes no sense."
Well, no, maybe the whole reason why he took his helmet off in the first place, when there are so many other better ways this could have gone, was because of Pedro Pascal's bitching. This could have been a result of the
fight. If that was the case, do you not think that maybe Pedro Pascal would have some dialogue in the scene where he has his helmet on?
No, wait, during the
rather than just being like,
during the rumors, it said that he would flub his lines and just not cooperate. Holy shit, this is the fucking... Hold on. This might actually
This might have been the episode that actually spawned all those fucking rumors.
Because the thing is, if you remember what Overlord was saying, he said that he was flubbing lines or he wouldn't say anything. He wasn't saying anything, and Bill Burr had to make up lines for him. He was just looking. They went around it.
Oh my god.
If this is like, hold on. I'm gonna just cover face. We could also just be, I could be completely wrong on this. It's just I kind of just had this like Pepe Silva type moment. Pepe Sylvia. No, neither of you got that.
Nope.
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
I don't get these
Pepe
references.
is in fucking Always Sunny?
From your obscure TV references.
When they work in the
I know
fucking
this
mail
show,
room.
but I don't know like a Pepe from that show.
Pepe Sylvia was the fucking like it's the meme where Charlie's just in the room and it's the room with the red lining everywhere. It's the fuck.
Wait, you mean when he's working into like the fucking mail room?
Yes, Pepe Sylvia.
I know that meme.
I remember the actual dialogue from it.
Oh yeah, no, I don't. I remember the image.
Yeah, that's where that meme is from, where he's trying.
Fair enough.
So, no, we could be completely wrong, but this might actually crack the fucking case. This might have been when Pedro just was uncooperative.
Because this is something we've kind of
anyway.
been talking about since the beginning of the season. Is Pedro Pascal's like temper tantrum,
which now we found out that it was very much fucking earned. Like
I mean, yeah, it's like as the story has unfolded, he doesn't seem quite as unjustified.
Yeah.
I still argue that he knows what he signed up for, though.
Well, he knows what he signed up for, but at the same time, everybody else got excluded from the rule. He was told no other Mandalorians would be removing their helmet. Like, and then we have Mandalorians taking off their helmets left and right. I'd be fucking furious.
I even made a note of how Boba had a whole scene, like, well, not a whole scene, but like an establishing shot just where he has no helmet on for no fucking good reason.
So
well, and that would explain why they basically had his character do essentially where he was playing like for lack of a better term, he was playing a retard for a good portion of the episode. He wasn't really talking, he wasn't really responding. And, if he was intentionally flubbing lines and this and that, that would have been their way of kind of making that work.
Especially if they have a comedian acting as his co-star.
Yeah,
because the comedian can banter with a brick wall just like he was earlier in the episode.
Oh my god.
Isn't that right, Brown Eyes? Isn't that right? Yeah. So he's basically dialoguing with somebody who's giving him nothing to work with.
Something a
comedian. And they can fix everything else in the editing room.
That's insane.
But possibly
I hope that's not actually what happened, but it seems very fucking plausible.
That's the thing, is it's really fucking plausible.
Oh,
I guarantee you that's probably what Doomcock heard about.
I almost want to like. It's like, all right, now rip the cord. This is
Because
post it
it
to the
makes,
internet.
I mean, it doesn't fix a lot of the plot holes and contrivances of the episode, but it does explain some of it.
Yes.
Yeah, and if we can see where it comes from, we can kind of like, in our own heads, we can hypothesize, like, okay, if you take that issue away, what are we left with? What can we fix? What can we recover?
Part of me is just like, can I tweet Pedro Pascal? Be like, was this it? Was this when you freaked out?
I mean, you can tweet him.
Well,
I don't know if he'll respond.
Yeah, I know it's not going to get a response.
The f- out of you. You have been blocked by Pedro Pascal.
I'm like, okay, fine, fair enough.
Honestly, so if you show us like the notification that you're like blocked from seeing Pedro Pascal's tweets, we'll just put it in fucking Y.A.R.P lore.
I think I'd wouldn't that accidentally be confirming it? Wouldn't the best thing to be would be to say nothing?
It doesn't confirm it, but it makes you look really fucking guilty.
Yeah.
It basically gives you that whole reasonable shadow of a doubt.
All right.
Okay, 3 notes remaining.
Okay.
One. Yet again, the stormtroopers seem to keep showing not shooting. Basically, what this is in reference to is the way the fight scenes are choreographed. Once Mayfield shoots the officer, and we cut to the stormtroopers that like are marching towards them, they're within line of sight of both Mayfield and the Mandalorian, but they don't open fire for no fucking reason.
Are you counting the first one that was almost borderline a joke?
The one where he's holding his lunch
The guy
tray?
who's just holding his own lunch. It's like, he gets a pass.
This tray of food, and he looks at them, and then they look at him, and then he looks at them, and then they look at him, and it's like, oh god.
Yeah, he's just looking like, dude, what the fuck? And then
he's like, what the fuck? I just got my food. Like, god damn it.
That joke actually worked for me. I was like, okay, damn it.
That one was actually fairly fun.
I actually kind of liked that as well. So, yeah, it's like just this dude trying to get his lunch in the fucking canteen. It's like, oh, dude, seriously? This is like a whole situation.
Yeah, it's like, oh god, what the fuck?
But no, yeah, everyone else who arrived after that guy with their rifles already out,
because there was
not opening fire on the open targets in the middle of the canteen. For fuck's sake.
There was like 3 or 4 other people in the mess that they also turned and shot. That like were either slow to react or I don't know, but like he turned around and shot 3 or 4 other people in the fucking mess hall.
And then also it's like everyone who came up to the entrance of the mess hall afterwards with their rifles already out, already armed, but just same as episode 6. These stormtroopers just don't fucking shoot.
Oh yeah, they have no tactics, no cover, no any kind of, training on display or
they go right back to being
sort
incompetent.
They literally just walk in front of open doorways. They crowd 2 or 3 in front of a tight-knit hallway. It's clearly a choke point. Let's just clog it with bodies. That's how you fix that, right? It's like, no.
The standard stormtrooper tactic of standing in the middle of an open fucking corridor.
Yeah. Well, and then or they would like climb out the window and like not immediately shoot. But they would stand out there long enough to get shot, get picked off by the snipers.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next
note. This is actually like, I think the first thing I mentioned when we were doing the pre-stream is like that this episode didn't feel as side questy as other ones, to be fair. Because we had like a very clear objective. The whole episode moved us closer towards that singular objective. It felt much more directed.
I don't want to. It's almost a side quest. It's like how in GTA, it's the setup. It's the setup for a heist. Like
it's the main story quest before like the big boss fight.
Yes. You gotta prep.
Yeah.
You know,
This is what you
you
need.
got to do this to unlock the boss. Now you've done this, so okay, now you can go fight the big boss. Now they can have their epic showdown. But to follow, you know, most of this episode I was pretty on board with, flaws and all. But that fucking thing at the end, man. That
That's the
fucking
very next note.
yeah. Let's talk about that shit. Go ahead and read off
How
what
the fuck did Mando get his smack talk VOD to Gideon?
I think he just fucking messaged his ship. He had the coordinates, so maybe
Did he have his
Coordinates
email
don't-
address?
Well, no.
Yeah,
Do
but
like,
Imperial
coordinates are not the
Stormtroopers
same
have an
thing
email
as the-
address?
Coordinates don't magically give you access to like his ship comms, you know? Like
maybe it was all the info on his ship, and that just
I
happened.
don't know.
I don't
But
know.
either way.
Like, yeah.
Not to mention there's a couple different things about this. Number one, he specifically took time out of his day to send this message, which blows any sort of stealth opportunity out
he
of the
blew
water.
the element of surprise.
And he specifically took the time to flip all of that monologuing from the end of season 1.
You may
There's
think
the
you know
whole-
what you have, but you do not.
but you do not know. I'm
Yeah,
coming for him.
This
He
is the
means
kind
more
of
to me than
message
you.
that you leave behind after you've already stolen Baby Yoda and escaped. You don't send this as a warning that we're coming.
I can't
Yeah.
help but read that quote in like the most like borderline Skeletor type voice. You may
Well,
think
exactly.
you know
It's
what
the
you
kind of
have.
thing you would expect from a mustache twirling villain, not from a protagonist.
Oh, I think it sucks even coming from Gideon. Like I genuine like like
Oh, even coming from Gideon, it was kind of cringy.
yeah.
Being like thrown back in his face by the Mandalorian, it just like it was like, bro, what are you doing? Why? Why would you do this?
Yeah.
Now, there is something else that I didn't quite note, and it's Bill Burr's most wonderful, excellent, character redeeming sniper shot from the Slave One that destroyed the base. Now, the thing about this is, this base we have established is regularly under siege by pirates, or freedom fighters, or whatever you want to call them, who have access to some kind of flying ship technology. So why is the most vulnerable part of your operation on the fucking roof?
It wasn't.
It wasn't. He took a pot shot at the little hangar bay.
He shot at the truck. It
No,
was
no,
an open hatch on one of the Rhodian or the Explodium trucks.
Yeah, because the explodium was being unloaded from that truck in its like little hangar bay, because it was parked in like a little tunnel. The hatch was open, the shit was being unloaded, it was being taken off of it. It's like it all looked like that was the way things were supposed to be.
Yeah,
and it was supposed to be on the roof in clear view of a passing ship.
Well, it's still not on the roof. It's just is in view of passing ship. It's just I guess their setup is more outdoors. Their unloading process is outside.
Well,
which
and
is
normally-
Which
extremely
makes no
dangerous.
sense, because the whole point of like taking this explosive material into the base is so that like the pirates or whoever can't just
you can't just take a
take
random
a pot shot at it.
But that's why they had all the defenses and shit on the roof, which had already been cleared away by this point.
But you wouldn't need those if you didn't unload your trucks there, which you would have to lift them up to there to unload in the first place. So why not just unload on the ground level
they
where
were on the ground
they
level.
go inside?
They were on
They
the
were
ground
on the
level.
ground level.
So why lift them up to unload them?
What do you mean lift them up?
Well, okay, right. So you have the base.
Let me bring up the
The
clip.
base is structured right. Do you have the clip handy? Because that would be actually
I'm
very
gonna-
useful.
I'm
Yeah,
about to.
they're not.
Let me open up.
They're not on the roof. It's literally the truck on the ground, but its top hatch is open, and you can see the little red tank that they showed earlier when Mando was fighting on top of the Juggernaut.
Yeah, and when Bill Burr shoots it, that truck is on the roof of the base. But when they
No.
go into the base, they're actually like down towards the bottom.
No, when he shoots it, he's basically looking at the base from above on Slave 1, and the truck is just sticking out of like a garage door.
Yeah, on the roof, which is kind of where I'm getting this whole kind of tangent.
No, the roof is like up next to it, where you can see like the cannons and the anti-aircraft guns, but it's not
Wyatt,
on the same level.
Fucking mute the shit out of this so Disney doesn't fucking kick my door down and fucking.
Yeah, go to the scene and pause it. You'll see what I'm talking about.
You know what you have, but you do not.
You may know what you have, but you do not.
Oh, Jesus, yeah, no, fuck you.
Like that is just gonna become so meme-worthy for like how fucking cringy it is.
God,
it was shit. No. It was shit for that fucking. For Moff Gideon.
Here we go.
Moff Gideon, who's this really serious, who's this Shakespearean type thing, just goes.
You shouldn't need to actually play it. Just
how dare you? Shakespeare's dialogue was never that cringy. Okay, right. If you pause right, no, go back a couple seconds. No. So we're looking at the base.
Yeah, but we look at it from his perspective. Yeah. So the trucks are here. This is the ground floor.
That's the ground level.
Yes.
Hold on.
Okay, so you see the bridge on the bottom left of the screen behind where the dam is?
Hold on, I got it.
Right, that's where they went into the base.
No, right,
so
right
they
there.
go across that bridge, and once they get through the bridge, they have to kind of go up a little ways, and then they're on the unloading bay, which is where all the fuel tanks and all the everything is are.
Okay,
before the main building.
This whole thing right here in the middle where the trucks are is the same level as that bridge.
Yes,
that's not up a level.
Yeah, that's.
Are you sure? It looks like it's up a level.
No, what you're looking is that's like the front wall essentially.
Yeah,
and the main gate where they came in, and then the roof where they just shot all those people is up there on the top right.
Yes, you're like this is kind of fucking with your perspective.
Yeah, it is fucking with my perspective.
Yeah,
because like where your mouse is like right now,
it looks like it's
the level that ground
looks like
is
it's
on.
Damn near
it looks like it's at a higher elevation than where the bridge is.
Yeah, especially by this point. This point is blending
it's not.
in right
I think it's because the building goes down where that waterfall is. But all of that kind of, whatever you call like the compound or the main, little parking lot right there where the trucks are, all that is the same level as that entryway bridge.
Yeah, I think what definitely causes the eye to fuck up is this little fucking circle.
Yes, absolutely.
Because there's nothing to distinguish it. There's not the normal line you'd put right here to distinguish the
Which is why I thought it was the fucking roof.
No, they're on the same floor.
But you can see where like the trucks are kind of halfway into the building, but they have that little hatch open on like the very back of the truck where they're unloading the explodium.
The flaw still stands though, because if this because you don't even need to take a pot shot. If you want to be fucking suicidal, you just fly straight at it, and even if they shoot you,
sure. But we're assuming that everything we saw the pirates have was just skiffs. They never would have had this level of vantage. They wouldn't have been able to get this high in the air. And all of that defenses and shit that they had at the front gate and on the roof is what protects that exact thing from happening.
All right.
Again, and this is kind of what brings us back to like my original point where all those turrets and shit they had on the roof, you only need those because the unloading bay is so exposed. There's no reason for it to not be under some kind of concrete protection of its own, especially if what it's unloading is so rare that only 1 in 4 trucks makes it.
You guys should look at the stream right now. Oh, you guys are really nuts. Are you guys not looking at this? Like, not this one, the actual, like, that we're streaming.
Oh my god, yeah, it's like we've got like fucking Edgy the Hedgy, the fucking Saber Man.
Bill Burr's
just pasted over the fucking.
Bill Burr's just staring him down.
So Bill Burr's just looking at him and like he's looking down his nose at him. Yeah, it's a vibe.
Bill Burr looking at Edgy the Hedgy like, what the fuck?
What is this shit? He's like,
I'm disappointed in your choice of lightsabers. But Edgy the Hedgy's protecting that base.
He sure as fuck is. Yeah, any criticisms I had about the defense, like, yeah, they don't matter anymore. Edgy the Hedgy's got it. I believe in him.
take a fucking
Nothing can compare to his knee lightsabers.
fucking screen cap this right now, Luke. And fucking,
Just put it in a gallery and title it "Y.A.R.P" out of context. Like, just
I will put it. I will.
Y.A.R.P with no explanation. Like, just this fucking shot because reasons.
Look at this shit. I'm trying to get reverse attention, and my fucking sides are starting to hurt.
Kidding Bill Burr. Just like tag Bill Burr in it and be like, why the fuck do people keep sending me this shit?
It's like imagine what Bill Burr would fucking say to this. He's like, what the fuck are you?
Well, I mean, I guess he would just assume that this is what Star Wars nerds are normally like, because he actually doesn't know a fucking thing about Star Wars. He's actually compared it on his own podcast with like one of his friends who's really nerdy. Imagine if they got like to throw a fucking ball for the Super Bowl, and Bill Burr was raging out about it, and like the other guy just doesn't know what the fucking big deal is.
Right? Yeah, he doesn't give a shit.
He's
just here for a fucking paycheck.
Part of me is like, do I make that the thumbnail? And I'm like, no. River's making a whole new thumbnail for this episode since we didn't talk about Cyberpunk or the Game Awards at all.
Oh, we totally can get to my notes on the Game Awards. Are you guys ready for that?
Oh my god! It's only like 3:24 a.m. It's so early. Please go ahead.
No.
We can totally start diving into the Game Awards.
I will kill both of you in Minecraft.
I'm honestly at this point I'm already drunk enough that I can deal with anything. So let's just do it.
Like, if you're giving up because you're quitting out, I mean, you can bow out of the podcast. We'll just keep things going.
I'm the one recording.
Y.A.R.P too, motherfucker. I knew my day would come.
This might get usurped.
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe you're the rags. Maybe I'm the mauler.
And I will always be the metal.
Yeah,
or the wolf. You could be the wolf.
I'm not angry enough.
That's true.
I could get that
Moodle.
angry, but that would
you
hurt.
You can be the Moodle. That's okay.
Yeah.
Moodle is well received. Better than Jay.
I was gonna say.
Wait, it's weird because Moodle usually just flies under the radar.
I was gonna say.
Like most people don't even realize how regular a fucking guest he is.
Well, because him and Marler are like friends, so
yes.
they tend to agree on most things. So.
All right. Well, okay. I was going to say we should do like a sort of mini where we talk about the Game Awards for only like an hour or two, and then I'll just keep streaming Cyberpunk.
Honestly, it's like I've got about another hour in me before I just fucking crash. So if you want to do the Game Awards
the Game Awards isn't going to take that long anyway.
Yeah, I have no context, so I'm a wonderful soundboard for this shit because I'm lovely, like, I'm nicely steamed.
Well, the good thing about my notes for the Game Awards is that I basically broke everything down into two categories. I wrote down a list of the advertisements for games that we would either possibly talk about or that might be interesting for stuff in the future. And then I wrote down the actual awards themselves. So we can just kind of cover the awards themselves this time and not worry about all that other stuff.
If we can cover just the awards and just like if we can just do this while
we can absolutely do that in an hour. Like no problem at all.
Like I almost want to bump this down to like 45 minutes. Like can we do this?
Dude, oh yeah, no, it's not that much cuz they even rattled off the awards pretty
they did.
Pretty quickly.
I was literally having to just watch this and.
Dude, our manager is trying to crunch down on our like fucking deadline.
Yeah.
This feels like work already.
I am Neil Druckmann. Fucking work.
So overall, I mean, the TLDR version is the Game Awards was essentially the Last of Us 2 suckfest. Large portions of the show were devoted to The Last of Us. There were multiple like musical segments where they had like the London Philharmonic. They had Eddie Vedder show up to play songs, and the majority
what
of
did the London Philharmonic do?
They did two things. The first one was a tribute to Mario. It was the 35th anniversary of Super Mario Brothers, basically the original. So they did kind of a medley of Mario themes across the years. So they started with like the very original theme from the NES, and then they went to like N64, and they did like Mario Galaxy, and they kind of went through all that, and it was really good.
Fun.
I just stopped the like we're still live. I just turned off this thing since we're just talking about the Game Awards.
That's fine. Yeah, no, that's fine. Then the second thing they did.
My avatar's on screen now, where it's like thumbnail from the video you never showed.
No, yeah, we'll have to get to that another time, apparently.
That's because we never did our thing with Cadius. We were supposed to make a whole.
He did say he would try to come back next week if we will have him back. There was some real life bullshit.
I'm happy to have him back.
That's kind of what I told him. I was like, we'd love to have you back when you're available. Just I was like, brace yourself for longer sessions. I'm like, buckle in, strap in. It's gonna be hours.
Yeah.
So hold on. Entire Saturday night.
Hold on a second.
Well, he's not familiar with the Y.A.R.P and all them. So
really.
Yeah, I have not exposed him to
drawn
that.
Out. Dear God.
Hold on. How long have you been here, River?
Like 5 minutes.
Well, no, I mean I've been in the room all day, and just listening to the. It's funny because I only hear one side of the conversation.
Yes.
And just hearing him talk out about the EU, and I mean it's not abnormal because I get this all the time, but yeah, and then it's interesting that to hear people engage with him in that. But and you guys are like outlasting him, which is bravo. But
dude, I am excited. This is my opportunity to be the long man. This is my practice for when I eventually show up.
I can keep going. It's okay. No, now that she's in the fucking room, fucking let's do this.
Oh, second win, Deku!
Yeah,
come on!
Oh, hell yeah!
No, this is fucking happening.
Baby.
Let's do this.
I did not.
Hey, come on! 36-hour stream. Yeah! We got gold.
No,
yeah.
I did not mean to enable anything. No,
you've done it. You've done it. Too late. I'm grabbing the booze.
The ball has been dropped.
You guys were talking about the Game Awards, and he made me watch them, and I took notes.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is why I came on. And you mentioned the Mario thing, which I very much enjoyed because those are
I thought
one of
it
the
was
few games that I actually play.
Well, and when it actually came up, when they did the whole, hey, we're going to do a little tribute to Mario, like I thought it was absolutely the highlight of the show up to that point. I was like, holy cow, this is actually really good.
Yeah, totally.
And I was like, can we get more of this and less of the other bullshit?
Yeah. Yes, oh my gosh, every few seconds, a world premiere to the point where it's not even special.
Oh, yeah, that lost its luster very quickly when they're like, everything is a world premiere, and it's like, I don't give a shit. Just show the fucking ad,
so fucking
guy.
ridiculous.
This is not an award show, it's a just a plug for all these new games.
Welcome to
it's
Game
like the
Awards.
exact
It's a
opposite
trailer
of the Super Bowl.
showcase.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. It's just
Which is basically what
Comic-Con,
E3
kind of.
turned into until like people stopped giving a shit.
Right.
Well, so the other thing that the London Philharmonic did is they did a tribute to all of the games that were nominated for Game of the Year. So so it was like Last of Us 2, Ghost of Tsushima, Animal Crossing, Doom, Hades. All of those games had it was kind of a medley of all of the different themes from those games.
Were they all played in the classical orchestral style, or did they change like the genres?
No, they did not.
Okay, so
It
you
was
had like
all-
a classical Western orchestra playing the themes for Ghost of Tsushima, which would be played on
Well,
different
yeah,
instruments, possibly.
and that's yes, and that's why that particular thing was not nearly as good in my opinion. Like the Mario tribute was so much better than
I mean,
the
the
tribute to
Mario
all.
theme is very hard to fuck up. It's a very basic piece of music.
Yeah, I mean it gets more complicated with the newer versions, but it's still a very simple melody, and you can still tell that it's based on that original design from back in the day. So there's it translates very well to the orchestra, whereas a lot like some of the games that they mentioned translated better than the others, and so it was very inconsistent. Because like for example, the Doom Eternal song does not sound good.
Yeah,
coming
it
out of a
does not
fucking orchestra.
sound good coming out of an orchestra.
It
I
depends on how you play it, because like I've heard orchestral versions of like death metal songs before, and
this was
depending on who
not
does
a
them,
good example of that.
Yeah, I'm
like
getting
the
that
Animal
impression.
Crossing one was okay.
That broke my
and you
heart.
could
Like that actually, well, not it broke my heart in a good way. Just hearing the da 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 da.
Yeah,
as
like that
Nintendo
one was
fucking kills me.
fine, but the Doom one was really fucked up, and the Ghost of Tsushima one was really fucked up. The Hades one I didn't really recognize enough to kind of feel one way or the other about it. But even the one that they did from The Last of Us Part 2 didn't sound right. Like it felt out of place.
Don't
So-
worry, I am definitely listening and still participating. I just gotta
Yeah,
put
we
some.
know. I see
gotta
what
pu-
you're doing.
I gotta put
I
something.
see what you're doing.
I gotta put something
You're
on for the
ranting
audience.
This is
them
not
slime.
gaming and super chats.
Oh my god, Y.A.R.P super chats? Can you even fucking imagine?
Oh
I'm
my
waiting
god.
for the fucking day, dude.
And they're
I'm
just
with bated
all like,
breath.
oh my god, what's your favorite
okay,
hentai
so-
genre? And I'm like, B-girls.
do you have like this vision in your mind where like when the fucking stream ends, like I picture like Mahler and Rags and Metal and all of them kind of like meeting together in a back alley and like dividing up the super chats?
Don't
No,
they
I
have like
imagine
a
it's more similar to this, where it's like once the stream ends, they're just saying all of like the fucked up shit they couldn't say on stream. just
Oh
to get
yeah,
out of the
probably.
system.
I guess in my
They-
head I'm just like I see them dividing up all the money. They're like, oh, this is for you. We're splitting it all
Well,
4 ways.
don't.
See, you know?
What's the? They've never specified, but don't Mahler and Rags have a little arrangement for the super chats? Like they do
I
split 'em.
believe they kind of like do a 50-50 or 60-40 split
Yeah.
there between them. I don't know what the arrangement is, because I know just to like keep the Discord and the channel and everything going, there's a certain cost that takes out of like the original gross sum into that, and then from the net, I think that's when it's divided into what actually gets divided between people.
Yeah, I have no idea.
well,
but
to
then
be
you
fair,
have people like
they have
what's
the
his name, James
Patreon.
Anderson, that buys them shit, or he used to at least. I don't know if they still have him do that, but
The-
at the beginning.
I was going to say, then again, they also both have Patreons, which are going kind of healthy. Rags, for some reason, I've never understood this. Despite all the money he's probably helped making with Y.A.R.P and his Patreon, I'm always wondering, like, is he still working a regular job too? Like,
No, I think he does this full time.
Yeah, no, I'm
Because-
pretty sure he does streaming / video creation full time.
Yeah,
I don't think
he has enough of an online persona at this point that he probably gets paid just to show up on other people's shit.
yeah.
Aside from
Yeah.
Y.A.R.P, because he'll make appearances on like Friday Night Tights and Morning Nonsense with Literature Devil, Smudcast.
Has he been on
you
that?
know.
I haven't seen him on Morning Nonsense.
God, if I could.
No,
to
but
be
I'm just
honest,
saying
it's
he'll
been a
show
few
up on
weeks
shows
since I've had
like
a chance
that.
to see it.
You know what? By this point,
I'm sure he would drop by.
Now I know
Like, they-
Metal still works a regular job. I don't know what he does, but he's mentioned it.
hold on a second.
Yeah, he's been on Critical Drinkers stuff. I know. I think they're trying to get him to be on the South podcast and stuff like that. So there's all kinds of different things that they get invited to. Plus they do, the traditional Y.A.R.P stuff. They do the Y.A.R.P gaming, Y.A.R.P movies. It's a full-time gig, man.
It's like he's still making enough content to get by, basically.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If
If
he does have a real job, it would probably be like a part-time job at most.
Well, with
like 20
Yeah.
or 30 hours a week tops. He's not clocking like 50, 60 hours a week at a real job and doing this.
No
fucking way.
First split second, I forgot who we were talking about.
Rags.
Rags. Oh yes.
Yeah.
I thought for a second, for some
Now,
reason, I got
Metal
confused.
definitely has like some kind of 9 to 5 or the
I know
office
Southpaw
hours kind of
does.
job.
So
Southpaw works at a
Literature Devil
grocery
lives
store.
off of his writing. Smud
Yeah.
Boy, I think, lives mostly off streaming. I think he might have a normal job in the background. I'm not sure.
Possibly. They do a lot of streaming for the Smudcast.
Yeah.
So.
You see, the amount of streaming is what kind of throws me off because it's like just from working a 9 to 5 myself, I know I certainly couldn't do that.
Well, I think that's the importance of getting that, what is it, like 2,000 subscribers before you can do live streams on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
That's where, like, that is so important to get your channel up and going. You need to get some kind of content out where you can get that initial rush of subs. Because once you can start live streaming on YouTube on a regular basis, that's going to make a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
Because then we can start getting connected with some of these other shows that have, already established fan bases. We can make appearances on there. They can make appearances on here. That's how you build the brand.
Like, can you imagine Y.A.R.P guesting on like some other poor fucker's podcast?
Right. I mean, I would even take like a low tier, fucking former Y.A.R.P guest or something, like, just anybody that's just only been on like once,
Yeah, and we just turn up like, "Hi, we're Y.A.R.P's distant retarded cousins. How are you?"
I'm so fucking excited. The episode that aired when we went live features a YouTuber that I actually follow called It's a Gundam. I'm so excited to watch 114.
I'm vaguely familiar with It's a Gundam. And the thing is, like, as the episodes of Y.A.R.P go on, the joke that we are the distant retarded cousin kind of like it gets a little bit thinner every episode as we get just a little bit better at this.
Yeah.
As I figure out talking into a microphone a little bit more, as Wyatt figures out OBS just a little bit more.
Right. The graphics seem to get a little bit better. We figure out little tricks here and there to make things just up the production value just a little bit here, a little bit there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've even made our own super edgy Peepo variation.
We did.
Yeah, and I'm about to do something as I'm fucking... I said fuck it, and I'm about to... Where is it? Come on. Discord, quit fucking with me.
Well, anyway, while Wyatt is pulling that up...
I think it should just be mentioned that episode 5 is the true first episode of Y.A.R.P. The previous episodes to 5 were just practice.
Well, that's kind of how Y.A.R.P was. Like, if you go back and look at episode 1 and then compare it to the rest of their format, it's like, holy shit.
True, but they were still content creators in general before they started episode 1.
Turn on the
Whereas
nudity
for us,
sensor,
it's like we weren't making anything, and then we were suddenly...
I have a thing in progress. It's just I didn't know how to do the video editing portion of it, so most of mine is like the script and the redrafting and the audio. But Wyatt swears up and down that he can do the video editing portion of it, so we're gonna do this whole Wonder Twins activate.
Yeah.
Figure this shit out and get one video out between the two of us.
Nice.
And then that'll give us something that we can attempt to use as a lightning rod to gather supporters. And then, because once I have a channel established, then any subscribers I get over there, I can funnel over to here and be like, this is where we do our podcast.
Oh, have you guys seen
both channels?
Have you guys seen the new banner? That we're trying.
Which one?
The lo-fi thing?
The Y.A.R.P Gaming. It's currently on screen right now.
Oh, Y.A.R.P Gaming? I'm just seeing Cyberpunk.
Well, on the stream, and also in Discord.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second.
Because I'm quickly need to game capture.
It's like, just as we were talking about that, and you're just like, no, it's on the stream. I'm just like, the stream? Who the fuck would watch the stream?
Specific window.
So anywho, the other major musical performance for the Game Awards was Eddie Vedder.
Oh my god, you got the Sonic, the edgy, hedgy fucking Nyax,
yeah.
and the top of his head is missing.
Yeah.
I need to fix that.
You need
it's
to
gonna
fix
bother
that.
me.
I'm trying to figure out why my game capture. It's fucking Cyberpunk is so fucking loud.
And I guess the song that Ellie did in The Last of Us Part 2 was a Eddie Vedder song. I didn't happen to know that when playing the game, so I didn't realize it was a Pearl Jam song. But
is it a Pearl Jam song or is it just a hymn song?
It's the one that that Joel sings and then Ellie plays later for Dina, and apparently that is a
kind of
Pearl
meant
Jam
like.
song.
Well, that's kind of what I was going with. Is like, is it the main singer of Pearl Jam? He kind of has this solo thing, or is it like a Pearl Jam song?
For this performance, he played an acoustic version of it, but it is a Pearl Jam song.
Interesting.
Yeah, so he played the acoustic version, which is the one that they use basically in the game. So you know.
Wait, that's Take On Me, right?
No.
Well, no, they did
sorry.
it. They did that as well, but no. No, I forget the fucking name of it, but it was
If I Were to Lose You.
So, If I Were to Lose You, and it's supposedly the song that Neil Druckmann sang to his daughter. That's the importance of it, and that's why he put it in the game.
Well, so that's going on. I'm gonna.
There was actually a moment during the Game Awards where I felt legitimate connection to the game briefly when they had Troy Baker come out, and he was talking about him and the actress that played Ellie in the games. And I guess at one point Druckmann came up to them and was like, "Hey, so if you weren't doing this for a living, what would you have been doing instead?" And he was like, "Well, I probably would have tried my hand at singing." And she was like, "Well, I would have been an astronaut." And he wrote that into the game. That became part of Joel and Ellie's characters in the game.
Huh.
That was her fascination with space and Joel's fascination with the guitar. So I did like how those came from, real life moments, and that's probably why the first game was so impactful. Right. But in the second game, it just comes across as cheap.
I'm just playing. So, should I just keep playing without context and you guys just keep watching, or should I tell you what's happened so far?
No, god damn it, you are interrupting
to absorb this with no context.
Yeah. You wanted the Game Awards in 45 minutes,
yes.
goddammit. I'm gonna make this shit happen.
No, Hell
yeah.
And I wanted to fucking play Cyberpunk, so I'm playing Cyberpunk while fucking you guys talk about the Game Awards.
We know how it is. Last to show up, first to leave. Not exactly leader traits, are they?
Yeah.
As Miss Artist over
at like one frame every other second.
Oh, is it not?
I'm just
not running
keep it up.
very
You
well.
might get downgraded from rags to J status.
Oh, is that how it is? That's how it is.
You're the fucking Y.A.R.P manager.
Oh my god.
Well, no. So the whole point was to show off.
Oh my god! Can River be our new CEO?
Absolutely.
I take the mantle with humble.
I will kill all of you.
And that's why you get to be CEO.
Yep.
Well, here's the thing. I do kind of see myself as the power behind the throne, because I do the graphics. I give him marketing advice.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, this is running off.
So you've been planning this takeover for a while.
Yeah, she's been thinking about a hostile
She's
takeover.
Been setting you up for failure, and then she tied the noose and then let you hang yourself.
Wow.
He's the on-screen talent, and so he gets whatever blame or praise.
So you're pimping him out?
Oh god.
He's the talent?
I'm the talent, and she's
the talent.
Oh my god. I like
Make sure you get her pimp cane, because she needs that.
And a big fur coat, too.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So, first award of the fucking night was presented by none other than Brie Larson.
Yes, and it was for best performance. And
whoa. Whoa.
You
focus
I
on
re-
fucking
Okay.
Cyberpunk.
I watched them all as well. I was fucking like glancing at it every once in a while, and also watched the end with you.
I think I'm the only one here who is spared completely from having to watch these things.
fucking Luke didn't see a second of it.
Yeah,
Nope.
no, you survived unscathed because it was
Yeah,
pretty
because
rough.
I had fucking work the next day like a normal human being.
Oh, dude. So did I. I had work the next day.
All of us did.
Then what the fuck?
All of us did. We did it anyway because that's our fucking job now, apparently.
But here's the interesting thing.
I don't remember you paying me.
Yeah,
I stayed up till like 3 last night.
I keep
watching part
being
of it.
told my check is in the mail. There's some kind of problem with my bank.
Your check will be
Direct
there
deposit,
I'm setting up direct deposit now.
So the interesting thing about the first presentation was not only did they give it to Bree, which I felt was leading with a bad foot.
Yeah, that was so.
This was the first instance where they really showed their fucking hand, because Last of Us Part 2 had 2 nominations for the same award.
Yes, both Ashley Williams and
for
Laura
her
Bailey.
role as Abby, and the other chick for her role as Ellie.
Oh yeah, the actor.
Is this
Mhm.
is this really only running at like 1 frame
Now, just
a
like
second for you?
referring to the Oscars because it's kind of the only real basis of comparison that we have. I'm pretty sure that has happened before there as well.
But it's not.
Yeah, it's not that weird. I don't think.
Yeah,
it caught me off guard. Like, I think it's not common for it to happen. Like, I know it happens with the other.
Certainly.
Wasn't both?
It's not common.
What wasn't McConaughey and Christian Bale both nominated for Ford vs Ferrari? Or am I going fucking insane?
I honestly
I
don't remember.
think you might be right on that. I don't.
No,
quite
that
remember,
sounds
but-
about correct. I don't remember exactly that.
As none of us check our sources.
Yeah, no, not at all. But
Hold on.
This
What was that? Oscars 2019? I'll look them up.
Yes.
Either
Oscars
way,
2019.
it felt like the first opportunity for the Game Awards to kind of suck The Last of Us 2 dick.
Yeah, it was
'cause
really
Yeah,
annoying.
it definitely
it
did
felt
that.
like it was very swayed in their favor right off the bat. So then you have the next award was for best ongoing game. This one actually felt like a genuine award. They gave it to No Man's Sky.
Yeah, and to the point that fucking what's his face was like in the middle of taking a drink. Like I rewatched that part where just because the pure meme, and
Yeah,
was
you
so
can tell
funny.
that guy did not expect to win.
Yes.
He was literally
Oh my
chugging
gosh.
a drink, and he's like, "Oh, holy shit, I won! What the fuck?"
That was hilarious. I loved that, and he was like, "Oh man,
I know,
it's not Fortnite. It's always Fortnite."
Yeah, it's always Fortnite, and that was the thing too. Is his acceptance speech felt so genuine.
Yeah.
On the heels of the Laura Bailey's acceptance speech for her Abby win on the best performance was so fucking cringy.
She was just
It
like,
was
it's all about
oh my
redemption.
God.
Right, I'm looking at like the 2019 Oscars, and
Not
yet
as-
it happened a couple of times. Whereas, like, for the best actress in a supporting role, both Emma Stone and Rachel Weisz were both nominated for their roles, respectively, in The Favorite,
The favorite.
Oh right.
which I still haven't seen, but I've heard
I
you know,
haven't
is
seen it
actually
either.
worth watching.
Yeah, I thought it was good.
Isle of Dogs was nominated for Best Animated Feature, which it absolutely should have
But
been.
to be
But
fair,
Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse actually won the Oscar
Yes.
for Best Animated. I didn't
Which was
know that.
which was very
Yeah.
well earned.
Yeah, that's right.
It
To
took
be
on
fair-
these.
that actually earns it. It's a very good animated movie.
to be
Yeah.
fair, aren't the Oscars also constantly accused of playing favorites when it comes to the awards?
Yes.
Well, that's kind of like a whole. People like to pretend that they're more inside baseball than they actually are when it comes to this shit, because mostly it's a crapshoot.
Yeah.
Mostly it's like, what studio are you with? How much do they play the Oscars game? How much are you really trying to get an Oscar? And
I
it really
was-
depends on the movie.
I was gonna make the comparison to the Tonys because
What are the Tonys?
Oh my god. Okay. Well, you're not a musical person, so.
I
The
oh.
Tonys are the Oscars for musicals.
I thought that was the
basically.
Grammys.
Well, for plays and musicals, but it's very much that way with that award show. You see one like the most popular musical kind of it tends to sweep the awards. So
Right.
that's not I'm kind of used to seeing that.
I mean, for 2019 and the Oscars, it seems to have been the favorite, which I still haven't seen.
So
Which is
hold
weird
on.
because like Black Klansman is up for like a fair few fucking Oscars as well, even though like having seen that one, I don't really consider it an Oscar movie, if that makes sense.
Oh, it
It's
does.
like it's a it's a good movie. It tells a perfectly coherent and amusing, endearing story. I loved all
Yeah,
the
I liked it.
characters and the story. But like when you think Oscar movie, there's a certain level of what's the phrase I'm looking for here? Emotional
Gravitas?
resonance? Yeah.
Mhm.
Smelling your own
Gravitas, emotional
farts.
resonance. So smelling your own farts, sucking your own magnum dong, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
Is it
there's a reason certain movies are just tagged as Oscar bait.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
what's
I
the
think
exactly?
because it's Spike Lee and it's Adam Driver and it's
Yeah.
the
yeah.
subject matter and yeah, so it's
Black
all that. It's Oscars trying to make up for Oscars so
Black
white.
Black
Yeah.
Klansman really threw
And
me
I
for a
will
loop.
point out that like 2019 was the year that Black Panther cleaned up a bunch of
Yeah.
bullshit.
Well, let's not
Yeah.
forget when Green Book
So a
fucking
lot of
won.
better deserving movies just did not get the cake.
Well, let's not forget when fucking Green Book won fucking Best Picture when it was not that good of a movie. Yeah. What was the next thing
Yeah, a
after
lot of
that?
people were upset about that. Mhm.
Well,
The next interesting thing, surprisingly enough, is they had two what seemed like legitimate awards in a row. Ghost of Tsushima won Best Art Direction,
which it very much deserved.
which it
Yeah,
very
yeah,
much
I was fine.
deserved.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
So the next thing that happened, and this was my first instance of what I refer to as really fucking weird pacing. So we came back from what was essentially a commercial break, and the guy just sort of rapid fire spit out, here's the award
Yep.
category, here's 5 nominees, here's who won. Here's another award category, here's 5 nominees, here's who won. So for Best Action Game, it was Hades.
Yeah, which
I haven't played, but I've heard nothing but good things about. Best VR or AR title was Half-Life Alyx. Again, haven't played, but heard good things. Best sports or racing game, which I could not have given a fuck less about.
Yeah, I didn't care either.
Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1 and 2, the remake. And then there was kind of a fan award for most anticipated game of 2021, and it was Elden Ring, which I agree with. That seemed like a legit decision.
Wouldn't 2021. Okay.
Yeah, no. Wyatt immediately was like, "Well, Cyberpunk," and I was like, "No,
Yeah, no, I wanted to give
no.
it mainly 7 fucking years and all the delays. It fucking should have fucking gone to it, but fair enough if it's most anticipated for 2021. Like, okay,
So
yes.
then we had a bunch of fucking ads again, and then we come back, and we have the guy, I didn't even catch his name, but the guy who is like the main character in Tenet was presenting Best Narrative.
Yes.
Wait, was presenting? Wasn't that a movie in 2019?
Yeah, that's why I was confused.
Yeah, so Best Narrative.
He was very wooden.
Oh yeah, it was
I felt
weird.
like, yeah, like he was very much reading from a script, which I mean, presenters usually are, but it was almost like he was being held hostage.
Yeah, you could tell he did not want to be there.
That's the thing. All of these fucking speeches just feel so weird. Like, that's the thing I don't like about the Oscar presentation ones, where it's just like, costumes are designed to be worn. Here are the nominees.
Say what you want, but what's his? Oh fuck, I can't remember his name now. All of a sudden, God damn it, he's done like the last few presentations. He's that British comedian. He's funny as fuck.
Ricky Gervais.
Yes. Oh my god, he made the
Yeah,
last
Golden
award show
Globe.
so. Oh my god, that was so fucking entertaining when he was just roasting everyone. It
Oh
was
yeah,
beautiful.
yeah. He doesn't give a shit. He's just
No, he was like, "This is the
Yeah.
last time I'm ever doing this shit. I'm gonna unload everything on
That's
you fuckers."
why. That's why he doesn't give a shit because he thinks it's always the last time. It's for some reason they keep inviting him back.
Right. I don't think he's gonna come back, even if they ask him next time. He's gonna be like, "No fucking way, I'm done."
Yeah, because he
So,
knows
the-
when to end shit. The Office
Yeah.
ended after 3 seasons. Look, end at your peak.
Yeah. Best narrative went to The Last of Us 2, which I was like, okay, no.
Fuck
Just
that
fuck off.
shit. I was in the middle of making a fucking sandwich. God
Okay.
damn it.
So I thought the most cringeworthy acceptance speech was Haley Gross. I just looking at her and her whole aura was like, oh my god. Just no.
Hers wasn't particularly good either. The only one that I actually genuinely liked from a Naughty Dog award acceptance was the one, I didn't catch his name, but it was two of them, and they were accepting the award for, we're kind of skipping ahead a bit, but it was the one for best, what do they call it? Best accessibility, innovation in accessibility. The Last of Us 2
What
won
the
that award.
fuck does that even mean?
It basically means you could be
So-
missing 3 of your
Like
arms and a leg and you'd still be able
accessibility
to play.
options in a game. I
Yeah,
think.
it's an
So
award for
the journalist
game...
mode. It won an award
No,
for journalist mode.
No, not journalist mode specifically, although that's still considered an accessibility option. There's a lot of stuff in there for like color blindness, blindness, deaf, just all kinds of different things. There's a lot of adjustments and filters on Last of Us 2. As much as I fucking hate that game, they did spend a lot of time adding accessibility options to that game.
I mean,
But was it
yeah,
worth it? That's
the one thing that nobody can say about it is that like there's somebody who won't be able to complete it.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
but
it's
at
still
the
a
same
shit
time,
game,
fuck.
so it's kind of like, why bother?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
I'm legally blind and I've only got like a single toe to play a video game. Would you like to play The Last of Us 2? Well, what happens in it? Well, a beloved character gets fucking their brain smashed in, and halfway through you're gonna sympathize with her because her dad saved a zebra. No, I don't think I would play that.
I hadn't even heard of most of the other games that were mentioned in that particular category, for the accessibility. But one of them literally showed a guy in a wheelchair like using his mouth to control things on the screen. So
yeah, it's like when it comes to like accessibility, there are people working on like actual innovative technology to make this shit accessible. Why did journalism mode win?
Oh, I know. I didn't agree with it.
I
mean, the only thing I could say is it did have, as far as a quote unquote, AAA major console title, it did have an extraordinarily vast amount of accessibility options. So in that regard, I guess you could say, hey, it's a step forward for accessibility for all games, but
nothing will be able to beat Gears 5.
Is though
Gears 5 you can play completely one-handed. Like,
yeah, I don't know. If I was going to give Last of Us 2 any sort of credit, that was the one thing that I'm like, I couldn't necessarily disagree with that. Like, it does have a lot of accessibility options, although journalist mode would be my biggest gripe about that. I think that's retarded.
I don't count it. I'm just like, no, because so many people who weren't disabled used it. Like,
yeah, and it
also wasn't
game breaking.
Put in for the disabled people. It was put in for perfectly able-bodied journalists who were just too lazy to get good.
Yeah, they wanted to experience the story without having to deal with the combat, so they just wanted to turn it off, basically. At that point, go watch
the game without having to deal with playing it.
Yeah.
So they don't deserve to review a fucking game. So, yeah, it's a very weird kind of situation.
Yeah, so I didn't really agree with the best narrative win for The Last of Us 2, of course. Then you had Gal Gadot, which they kept mispronouncing like a fucking shit ton. But she presented the award for another kind of oddball category called Games for Impact, which is like an award for games that are either politically or socially progressive and that help move humanity forward, I guess. It was kind of that touchy-feely award. I had not heard of the majority of the nominees, but out of the clips that they showed, the one that looked the most interesting is the one that won. It was called Tell Me Why, and it actually looked like the kind of game I would look up and maybe check out.
And yet,
but I have no idea what it's about.
And yet, for some reason, Last of Us 2 wasn't on that list. It was really weird.
No, it was not at all. Which was the one thing that kind of felt weird, because as much as the award show was sucking Last of Us dick, you would figure that it would have been in this category, being as woke and progressive as it was.
So the one that won, the acceptance speech, the woman said something about trans people being represented in it. So that seems to be the theme and or the reason that it was included in this.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I hadn't even heard of any of the other nominees. I hadn't even heard of the winner, but out of the clips they showed, it did look the most interesting. It was like a very cinematic, almost looked kind of like a Telltale, where it was like very story driven, very choice kind of based. But I mean, yeah, I wrote down the name because I was like, hey, it might be something to look at or see if the story's really good.
Yeah, I liked that they had that category. I thought that was cool.
The best multiplayer was Among Us, which was another kind of surprise win, but I did feel like it was pretty well deserved. Best indie
Among
game.
Us actually won an award, even though it's actually from a few years ago?
Yes, because it was only nominated this year.
So hold on, what are the criteria for being nominated? So does it matter when you were actually made?
I guess is kind of the thing. Like, it was super relevant during lockdown. It really exploded in popularity. Like the past 2 years, it was never really a cultural thing. Like nobody.
I mean, yeah, I acknowledge that, but like, it's not a 2020 game. Is kind of my point.
I agree in that sense, and I really feel like it probably shouldn't have been, but since it made it into the nominations or whatever, of the games that were nominated, I feel like it was appropriate.
I almost do we have enough for an Among Us game? I don't think we do.
You need 10.
Do not, no.
Yeah. So then they kind of went into another round of the like rapid fire awards. Best indie game went to Hades. Best audio design went to The Last of Us 2, which I'm like, okay, what the fuck ever. The only other game that I can remember being in that same category was Ghosts of Tsushima, and that had better fucking audio.
Yeah, that, like, since its whole thing was based around, like, it had such great music and just sound with it in general. The fucking ability to play the flute and change the weather. Like, it was so great.
Yeah, no, it deserved to win in a lot more categories than it did, that's for sure. Best RPG went to FF7 Remake, which I felt was earned. Best Sim Strategy went to Microsoft Flight Simulator, which I felt was a little odd.
I'm happy about that, but that's because I want to build one of those massive cockpit things.
It's odd, but it's also kind of
I guess what caught me off guard is that
and like how accurate that flight sim actually is to how aircraft actually behave. See, people talk about that flight sim fairly consistently and for a reason.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think what caught me off guard is that it was the only nomination for a quote-unquote sim, whereas the others were all strategy titles. And so it felt like since it got the win, the others kind of got snubbed.
With me, it was
I
really
almost
weird.
felt like those should have been 2 categories.
With me, it was really weird that Mortal Kombat won, that it won Best Fighting Game.
Jumping ahead!
Oh, sorry. I thought it was like the next one. I thought it was
No.
the
How
very
dare
next
you
one.
skip the notes? I wouldn't even
Hey,
know
no,
what
the
that's
next
like.
one.
The notes that I don't
one's
even
really
know.
fucking important. The next one was the Player's Voice Award,
Yes.
which
Oh, no.
goddamn right went to Ghost of Tsushima. So fuck you,
Yes.
Tuckers. Fuck you. You can win every other award on the show, but the one that really mattered got away from you, you son of a bitch. So that one was well fucking earned. And then they did a best fighting game, and I mean I recognize most of the names that they rattled off, but I knew as soon as they read off Mortal Kombat 11, I was like, that's gonna fucking win.
Same.
I mean,
So-
Mortal Kombat is like the legacy game.
Yeah, but I was.
It was
Yeah.
my first video game in general.
Yeah, but did it even end? Like, I don't think it was released in 2020.
Yeah, it was.
Was it not? I remember that.
I thought it was released late end of 2019. I remember riding the fucking train and they were talking about it on the giant
Well,
podcast.
even if that was the case, it would be the same case like that Cyberpunk has. Like Cyberpunk is going to sweep the 2021 awards, not the 2020s. You see what I mean? Even though it was released in 2020. It probably just came out after the window.
Uh-huh. As people are watching me drive like a maniac.
Right. So
Wait, are we?
then you
I
had
was just like working on my little
yeah,
my
I see
Shadow
Andy
of the
Andy in
Nyax
chat.
peoples.
Yes, I know.
I think the latest one is a nice like. It's not too much white outline that it looks wrong, but it's enough white outline that it's consistent.
Yeah, I like it. So then they had the Innovation and Accessibility Award, which we kind of already talked about a little bit. Best mobile game, because apparently that's a category now. They even had this whole thing where they're like, you know, it used to be detrimental or considered a bad thing, and now it's really important for games to release on mobile. And I was like, oh, get the fuck out of here. But anywho, that went to Among Us as well. So I was kind of okay with that.
I find it really weird considering, like, in all reality, Among Us is fucking dead as all hell.
Not really. I mean, it's still pretty fucking popular right now.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's going pretty strong even still. I mean, a lot of the novelty is worn off, sure, but it's still going strong.
Well, and they're about to drop a bunch of new content too. They revealed a new map and shit. That's always gonna bring back a lot of players. So, then you had the Content Creator of the Year award, which I could not have given a fuck less about because I didn't even know who any of those fucking people were. But it went to some creator called Valkyrae. I guess she's a Twitch streamer or something. I don't know. I didn't recognize any of the fucking names.
Hold on, what was the award again?
Content Creator of the Year. And all of the clips that they showed were basically just Twitch streamers. So I'm assuming it's Twitch Streamer of the Year, basically.
Which would still make it very confusing because you'd think that the person they pick would be someone that everybody knows.
I assume that they assume, because it's kind of, the Game Awards are kind of tied in with Twitch, that they assume you're a Twitch person, follower, whatever.
I watch a few things on Twitch, mostly their, D&D campaigns, to be honest, but I've seen some game things. I'm vaguely aware of that side of Twitch, which is, let's be honest, it's most of Twitch is that side of Twitch.
Yeah.
I would say it's that
But,
and Twitch Thoughts. So
yeah, so like the idea that someone would be nominated and I would never have heard of them is like I'm involved enough that it seems
Twitch like the
weird.
plague. Do you know who Valkyrae is?
I do not.
No, I do not. But I do know who like Pokemade and Alinity and the most infamous of the Twitch thoughts are.
Right.
Just because they are so infamous.
I know of those names only because of It's a Gundam.
I know of them through like Leafy is here and the general drama.
Yeah, there's lots of that. So there's only 2 awards left. So the next one was Best Game Direction.
Which went to fucking Cuckman.
Yeah, which went to Cuckman in The Last of Us 2. So
Seriously?
Yeah, it did.
And his own acceptance speech.
And he cried like, well, I don't know if he cried. All I know is that I immediately thought, like, of all the fucking employees that probably just wanted to see their fucking families. And it's just like...
What did he actually say during his acceptance speech?
I can quickly bring it up.
I kind of tuned the fuck out.
Hold on. I'll pause from Cyberpunk and bring it up.
Because I was like, I don't care a thing about what he has to fucking say.
Hold on.
I remember it vaguely pissing me
out
off.
Of Cyberpunk, the latest image in chat, that is the new people.
Oh.
Is the one with the most consistent
But now he lost the chest hair.
I know. I had to sacrifice it for a better image that had all of his head.
I understand. Sacrifices had to be made.
You put the chest hair back in if you'd like.
I was going to say, if you want.
I don't have the skills. I'm sorry.
I know a certain someone.
I'm merely pining. That's all. He just doesn't seem quite as regal without it. You know, he needs his little.
All right, chest hair is going back in. Wyatt, hold off on like making that the new people.
That's fine. I need to go through the Game Awards.
His little ad status, you know, little patch of fur to confirm he's Lord Edgy the Hedgy.
Gotta hold on.
I'm sticking with that name too. God damn it.
What, Lord Edgy the Hedgy?
Lord Edgy the Hedgy.
That's fine. Fuck. I need to basically just find masks, voice acting. There's the Fallout 76, Nintendo Switch stuff. Is this the Smash Bros? Oh, it's the Fire Pass 2. Is this the game of the year?
Did you have a stroke? What are you talking about?
I'm looking at all the not all the ads. I'm literally cycling through the fucking Game Awards. Okay, yes, I found it. I had it for like a second.
I'm just not seeing what you're doing on your screen, so you're just kind of saying words that don't make sense, and I'm like, oh god, is he having a stroke?
It's right here.
I'm not watching it. I'm looking at Discord.
Yeah, on Discord.
Yeah, the whole this whatever it is you think you're streaming, it's not being streamed to us.
What? I'm looking right at Discord. It says I'm on Half-Life Alyx.
Okay, but I'm looking at 4 heads and then a button that says watch stream.
Yeah, you gotta hit the button. I haven't actually.
Yeah. Well, every time you change shit, it kicks us out and we have to hit the button again. Otherwise, we don't see things that you're talking about.
Sorry, I didn't know that's how it worked.
Yeah, so I'm just like, oh god, he's having word vomit. It's what's happening.
Let me quickly switch.
Cuckman's acceptance.
I mean, you're gonna have to wait for me on cropping out Shadow the Hodgehag's fucking chest.
Shadow the Hodgehag.
Yeah.
Fucking
Shadow the Hodgehag.
There it is. Turn game capture off for a second. Turn that on.
I say Half-Life Alyx would have been like way earlier in the stream. Or in the Game Awards.
Yeah, it's right here. I just want to come on, OBS, let go of my cursor. Gotta turn this back on. God, that was loud.
Still got one last award to present.
Thanks to
The Last of Us Part 2.
Oh yeah, and it was presented by fucking Keanu Reeves.
Yeah, which was sad. They kept being like, Johnny Silverhand himself is gonna present the award, and it was like, oh Jesus.
Keanu, you better win best fucking performance. All right, is everybody ready? I know.
Yeah,
hold on, we gotta wait on River.
I'm still working on the chest hair.
But you can listen, right? You can hear it?
Oh, I can hear everything. I just can't see shit except for all this glorious chest hair.
He's like using like Y.A.R.P fan art to be able to get the chest hair and cropping it in. Just like the most glorious fucking chest bush.
But that's honestly the best source for this shit.
Am I gonna have to
fucking furry porn?
I just stare at it. I'm waiting.
Shadow the Hedgehog furry porn is the best place. Now I'm seeing replacing all the lightsabers with dicks.
I could do it if I had the time.
Insta ban. You fucking. That would be a fucking insta ban.
Yeah, you can use it.
You banned one of the co-hosts from the show just because of the degeneracy.
Oh shit! I need to move Lord Edgy in front of the fucking. Oh shit! I accidentally moved the whole display. I need to move Lord Edgy the Hedgy in front of the tag of the Game Awards. I wonder if that actually makes the situation worse.
You would think they would just be happy that people are watching and spreading it and talking about it, and they would just leave people the fuck alone.
What if this
You
actually?
would think.
What if this actually got us the? What if making fun of the Game Awards and all that stuff suddenly we're just like at the top of the fucking chain? We're just like, what?
All I'm gonna say about that is Naughty Dog's bullshit strike against heel versus babyface helped his channel grow. Okay.
Yes.
So they did him a fucking favor.
So bring it, Cuckman.
Careers have been grown from less.
Bring it,
Yeah,
Cuckman.
exactly.
Because at the end of the day, your awards mean fucking nothing.
Yeah,
But your fucking scorn means everything.
He can take home all his little plastic participation trophies, but the one award that actually came from the players went to the game that fucking deserved it.
Yes, the gamers did not choose his shit. I'm very happy about that.
Fuck yes. Let's listen to this cuck's acceptance speech.
I'm waiting for River to get back here.
River! What the fuck?
You're just yelling into my ears. Ow.
Do we need to start playing that weird Chinese song from Firefly so we can summon you?
What? The weird Chinese song from Firefly? What?
Oh, River Song, the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the fucking brainwashing.
Yeah.
They're triggering her with the weird cartoon octopus. Subliminal messaging.
Although I honestly love the fact that, like, in terms of like fucking wanting to spend some some time with River and also rest up before going back and spending my soul at that fucking computer company, and I just got spited to be like, no, I'm gonna play Cyberpunk and watch the bits of the Game Awards to fucking make fun of them while playing with my knife that my girlfriend got for my birthday.
What's that fucking Radiohead song? It's like you did it to yourself.
Yeah. Alright. Come on, Rare. We want to listen to this shit.
I'm here.
I'm gonna try really fucking hard to pay attention
he just
this
shouted
time.
my name from the other room, and I was like, he ropes me into this shit.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Business Manager. I'm sorry, Miss Business Manager. Oh, it's almost as if you need to fucking participate for your fucking hoe to earn the money.
You gotta be careful, man. She'll keep her pimp strong. You gotta be careful. You're
Oh,
crazy
yeah.
for a bruise. You better watch your mouth, sir.
Sometimes you just gotta teach a bitch.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not okay.
You gotta remind her who's boss there, you know.
Wait, we talking about me?
We're talking about River smacking Wyatt upside the head. That's what we're talking about.
Yes, that's right. Because I never signed up to be on the show. I only said I would design stuff for the show.
She just runs this shit.
Meanwhile, I'm the one in fucking Photoshop trying to make Shadow the edgy fucking lightsaber knees.
And then you're later just gonna make your own private version with all the dildos too.
See, honestly, it's like I've already made it. I'm just making the version that has chest hair, but I have to crop it out of the full fucking picture of the fucking gun. So it's taking way longer than it should.
All right.
Fucking great.
Keanu.
All right, let's listen to Cockers and see what he has to say.
Congratulations.
God, that's the face of a cuck who's like, I just finished. Now I need to watch this guy finish in my girlfriend. That's.
He literally mocap fucked a girl and made us all watch.
Ugh.
And now
was
we
that
have to live with
confirmed that he was actually in the mocap suit when he did that?
I'm pretty fucking sure.
Wait,
I mean, you can Google it or
this.
whatever, but I'm pretty sure he did a lot of the mocap work for what's his fuck Owen.
For oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me?
No.
That's pretty disturbing.
Yeah.
Cuckman,
And
what
that
the fuck?
scene in particular which is where that whole Cuckman's into girls that look like Abby thing comes from. Because why did he fight so hard to have that scene in the game? Well, that's why.
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at the woman who plays Abby, she's actually really pretty. So why did they make her...
Laura Bailey? She's
No, they're talking about her.
Well, I
she's
mean,
talking
she's
about
super cute.
She's talking about her physical performer. The one
her physical performer.
Which I'm like, ugh.
Oh, well, no, I'm not. I wasn't.
You are talking about.
I was
Bailey?
talking about the voice actress.
There you go.
Oh, that's Laura Bailey. That's who I was talking
about. Yeah, that's Laura Bailey.
Yeah, and
she's like super cute, and she's actually really likable in other things that she does. Like I actually like her performance in Critical Role, which is her, at least as far as I'm concerned, it's her main thing. I know voice acting is obviously her actual career.
Right.
But they're all voice actors on Critical Role. It's kind of the thing. It's like they're all voice actors. They play D&D. They're quite good at it because they're fucking professional voice actors. It's a whole thing.
Though at the same time, from what I've heard, they don't actually focus on playing the game, though. They're just trying to do kooky, wacky things.
And depends on the campaign, the arc, and the episode. You know? It really depends on what it is you happen to hop in on. Because some episodes are obviously more like...
Think about this, right? So, 2020, Last of Us 2 comes out, has this very gratuitous sex scene, and having played through the entire slog of a fucking campaign, I can confirm that it did not have a significant impact on the plot.
Yes.
Therefore, serving no fucking purpose. But this was the same year...
He has fucking chest hair. I am a fucking wizard. Wait until you see this, boys.
This is amazing. I can't wait.
Are we still live, by the way? Or
yes,
is
we
like
are.
This just like
we are still live.
Why?
This is great.
We are subjecting the world to this for some reason.
This is great.
Watch as you just trick me, and it's just a big picture of a dick that I actually throw on stream. I'll be like, ah!
Honestly, that does not sound unlike me, but I take way too much pride in my Photoshop skills.
My Photoshop is acting up right now, which is really frustrating because I'm trying to help Wyatt with his resume, and it's just totally freaking out.
Why do you need Photoshop to help him with a resume?
She's like making it all special.
Because that's what I do. I like to design stuff.
Yes!
So
yes! Look at that magnificent bastard!
Oh my god! Hold on, I kept throwing. I gotta fucking.
That's pretty great.
I gotta fucking.
Thank you.
I'm pinning this message. It's see all the pins.
That is not what I expected. I was expecting like a curly brown sort of thing, but this is like.
Also, Ninja, what are
you?
Well, no,
style.
See, the difference is like that's his actual chest hair from the actual fucking character model. I can even show you the fucking reference image. Where is it?
Yeah.
He fucking went to like another thing. Was like, hold on, I'm just gonna drag this shit. Snipping tool for the win.
Oh my god.
Well, this was a little bit more than a snipping tool job. But yeah, that's the actual sort of the hedgehog image that it's ripped from.
Here it is. Here it is, chat. Oh, gotta fucking save this shit.
In all its glory. Fucking Shadow. Lord Edgy
With
the Hedgy.
chest hair, not PNG.
Yeah.
That is the new Peepo. He will be protecting you from degenerate imagery from being on your screen.
Our valiant protector.
I gotta quickly
Lord Edgy the Hedgy.
Edgy the Hedgy.
I gotta quickly swap them out.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, there it is, boys and girls. Oh god, let me close that, and then back to Cuckman's. I love how. Jesus.
Wait, is he like missing all of his hair?
Yes, he is. I like to imagine, Edgy, Lord Edgy. He's just fucking right behind him. If you would look at the stream, he's just in the background, like, say it, Neil, say it.
You apologize for what you did.
Look at the stream. You'll fucking see it.
Sonic, you cannot imagine how much turmoil I am in.
look. I love how the idea of just putting Lord Edgy the Hedgy in the background of every picture. He's a cosmic chicken. He's everywhere. Giant
with his fucking
cock.
lightsaber knees.
I like how I pretty much have gone from like, yeah, Lord Nyx is pretty cool to like, man, this is fucking stupid now.
I mean, we make a pretty compelling argument, you've got to admit.
At the same time, anytime I listen to that audiobook, I just have the biggest grin on my fucking face. And now it's going to be for a different fucking reason. It's going to be...
I am kind of curious about checking out that book. I just have like 5 other books I've been meaning to read.
Imagine Luke Skywalker fighting this.
This is how I feel about a lot of Star Wars stuff. A lot of the stuff that we like. Of course it's stupid, but that doesn't mean you can't enjoy it.
You can absolutely love something for its campiness.
We've got 2 viewers right now, and they must be thinking, "What the fuck is this?"
This is fantastic. That's what this is.
This is peak Y.A.R.P right now.
Yes, this is great. Let's see what Cuckers has to say.
Thank you, Keanu.
He's like perfect. If you guys were to see the fucking stream right now,
look at the fucking smugness.
Yes,
just oozing off that man's face.
Yeah.
Is that City of Thieves? Is that the fucking book that was written by fucking
Yep. David Benioff.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Pearl Jam. He's got the fucking Jaw song right there.
Yep. And a Godfather fucking poster on his wall, like he's some kind of high-class art snob.
How much alcohol can I put in one single drink? Just instant. I'd call the drink instant liver failure.
You can get up to about 90% before you start to go blind. I'm just saying from a chemist perspective.
But you might want to be careful because that's speaking from Irish tolerance. You're probably not up there.
And also like an actual fucking qualified chemist. Don't go beyond that, you will die.
I thought the blindness thing came from like chemicals on the equipment itself. Would make moonshine.
Not necessarily. It really depends on what you're doing. Like the whole blindness, it's not actually a direct thing because of the alcohol. It's just generally because your body is shutting down and you're fucking you're losing consciousness.
It's considered a non-essential system,
right?
By your brain.
All right.
Like compared to all the other shit that's happening to your body, if you ingest that much alcohol, it's kind of low on the list.
Dude, we've got 3 viewers now. Oh my god, what if this?
Let's do this shit. We're getting famous.
Fuck it!
Oh hell yeah!
People.
By the way, for anyone who can't see the stream, this is what it looks like.
Hour 9?
He looks like he's stalking him. Like he's so angry.
Finish
to be
it,
in the
Neil.
same room as
Finish
Cuckers.
it.
Like as soon as he's done speaking, he's just gonna decapitate him.
Game directors Kurt Marganow and Anthony Newman. Wish we could be doing this together, guys.
No, you fucking don't. You're so happy that you're fucking isolated.
Why is his mustache so uneven? I hate it. It makes my lips uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's making me like feel the ends of my mustache and being like, are they even? Are they even? It's just like,
oh my god, the feeling of an uneven mustache is like the bane of my fucking existence. I will spend like all day just like fucking rubbing at my face just because I can't stand that feeling.
Trimming a fucking
The first thing I do when I get home is like take a fucking scissors to it.
Trimming a fucking unibrow is the worst. When you're just like, all right, let me fucking get the razor like fucking burrowed into my fucking skin.
Oh my god, imagine having to shave your forehead.
Man, what a year.
Man, what a year. Yeah, where your fucking bullshit game fucking makes game of the fucking year.
It's an honor to be in this category with such incredible games. Direction is nothing without a team to internalize.
Without a team to fucking crunch to death and so they never see their fucking families.
Make it their own and turn it into a game. And we're privileged to have such an amazing team.
To add 70,000 pixels to the sex scene where I fuck Abby.
cast, outsourcing partners, our partners at Sony. Every single person that worked on, touched this game, helped shape it. And a big thanks to my former boss, now partner, Evan Wells. You guided us.
Just had to fucking announce your recent promotion, didn't you? You fucking dick.
Yeah,
Just had
my
to plug that
former
on in there.
boss, now
Just
partner. Like,
just threw it in
I've
there.
moved up in the world, so fuck you guys.
I've literally failed upwards. Jesus Christ.
That was not a subtle self-promotion plug there.
Fuck me.
And thin while we made this game. I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. Thank you to the Game Awards and to all our fans. Cheers.
God, that fucking smug grin hidden underneath that shitty fucking mustache. He must be feeling...
His whole facial hair is uneven. Like, right in the screenshot we have right now, is like his left side, round about where your mouse is, it just seems like it's so much better populated than the entire other half of his face.
I hate how well organized this room is in all actuality. It's like he barely even uses this room. Like,
oh yeah, no, that's not actually his office. That's a set.
Yeah, it is a fucking
that's
set.
A set.
Like, there's too many.
100%.
Like, I don't know what gives it away more: the City of Thieves, the Pearl Jam. Like, it would be,
no, this is someone from the PR office. Like, they have this set up in the corner of their office.
Okay, would I be pushing it if I said this is a zebra pillow?
Maybe, but like not necessarily.
Jesus.
So that was Cucker's acceptance speech for Best Game Direction. And then, of course, one last award left.
Fuck it.
Game of the fucking Year.
Oh no.
Which was presented... Oh, okay, hold on. Can we talk about the Mass Effect trailer? Can we talk about the Mass Effect trailer?
No.
Okay, whoa, hold on. I'm going to be back in like 1 minute. All right?
Okay.
So you can talk about the Mass Effect trailer.
Wyatt, skip over to where it starts. That way we can play as soon as Luke gets back.
Well, we can. We'll fucking get thrown over for copyright. I'm just excited, is all. My excitement probably isn't worth it by this point because of,
These are all the nominees.
Yeah, well... Oh, don't you fucking... Jesus Christ. Joel, I miss you.
That's not fucking Joel.
Oh, yeah, it's not. It's fucking old,
It's Jake Skywalker.
Fucking... They were gonna make a vaccine, so I stabbed them. It's like, Joel, you have such a better reasoning than... I like the stream for this now. Where it's still with fucking...
I tried to argue with my DM the other night because we got into it before the session started, and I was trying to tell him that there was never... Joel, not one time, ever had a fucking conversation with Ellie where he told her the truth. And he was like, well, yeah, kind of... I was like, no, the fuck, he didn't. He never said why he did what he did. He never told her they were going to kill her, and they were basically going to kill him. They were kicking him out without any of his shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like he had a whole lot of fucking choice, Ellie. They were going to murder you and leave him to die.
This just shows how...
What kind of a fucking choice is that?
I'm trying to figure out this whole snipping tool, and I'm trying to rectangular snip.
Oh, grab Joel's face as a fucking...
No, this picture that I just have now. Fucking... look at this shit. Just that I just posted from the stream. It's like Joel is fucking disappointed. He's like, I don't know you.
Fucking Lord Edgy the Hedgy just always sneaking up behind people he's disappointed in. He's like, God damn it, Joel, I'm coming for you.
No, it's like it's like Joel's talking to him. He's like, Joel, I'm disappointed in you. You got it.
I know. I could have done better. I'm sorry.
Joel,
I should have told her the truth, Edgy. I'm sorry.
You're damn right. You could have told her. I don't know why I'm fucking pulling his voice.
I should have told her everything. It's like poetry.
I was about to say, what is Joel George Lucas?
It's like poetry. It rhymes. I should have just been honest with her and taught her how to play the guitar. You know, Ellie, it's really important. Jar Jar, he's the key to all
He's
of
the
this.
key to all of this. What do you mean he's the key to all this, Joel?
What are you talking about, Joel? Bigot sandwiches. Bigot sandwiches, Joel. Fuck off.
I love the idea of Lord Edgy the Edgy is fucking talking about bigot sandwiches with all his lightsabers on. What do you mean bigot sandwiches, Joel?
Ellie should have taken the fucking sandwich, is what she should have done. She was kind of being a cunt. Okay.
Do you think Seth meant the apology, or was he?
I think he was sincere enough. Yeah, I really do, and I feel like let's look at it this way: if he was in doubt about the level of sincerity, like maybe he was still kind of on the fence, her fucking response cemented that he was right, and his opinion, you know, he shouldn't have given her a fucking inch. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, if you really want to try and change people's minds because you believe their thinking is wrong, you can't win them over to your side by being a royal cunt to them.
Yeah.
That's true.
So she could have used that as an opportunity to be like, I'm still really mad at you, but I appreciate the gesture or something, anything. Given him some level of, you know, yes, I appreciate it, but she basically just blew him the fuck off. And so now he's like, well, that's the last time I fucking apologize to a dyke. You know what I mean? Like, he's just going to go right back to his sexist old boomer ways. You know,
Yeah,
he's not going to feel any sort of remorse for, you know, it's like I tried to extend the olive branch and she smacked it out of my hand.
Oh, is Luke drunk? Is Luke drunk again? Luke, are you drunk?
Or are you just drunk on Lord Edgy the Hedgy?
What's that about Lord Edgy the Hedgy?
He was asking if you were drunk or if you're drunk on Lord Edgy the Hedgy and how epic he is.
Yeah,
Both, honestly.
Also look at Joel trying to talk to. Thank you for teaching me the fucking snippet tool, because I've immediately got this image of Joel talking to Edgy the Hedgy, it's just like, what do you mean you didn't tell her, Joel?
It's addictive, isn't it?
Yeah. You should have told her the truth, Joel.
He just looks so arrogant and muscular. He's like, I will never tell you the truth. You cannot handle the darkness of my past.
No, yeah, hold on. Even better, it's Lord Edgy the Edgy that's telling Ellie.
Here's what really happened. Here's what really went down. Since this guy's too much of a pussy to say anything.
I scaled that chest hair perfectly to him, by the way.
It is very nice. It's very well done.
Why isn't it
I just think we need to send like a super chat in on the next EFAP and just that.